101. 101. A date. Ben wakes up in the morning before the sun rises like his usual wake-up time. But he didn't sleep in Elfman's room because Elfman moves around too much while sleeping. So Ben moved to the couch in the family room. Myra and Bella are also still sleeping, so Ben is alone now. He decides to train like usual by running around the town and doing some physical exercises. It's really nice to have a location change in his training. This reminds Ben of his past life where he exercised in a lively town. Although this place is very different from the earth, it is very lively too. At least there are people here and not just trees like the forest where he usually trained. Ben returns to Strauss' home after 2 hours. He doesn't have difficulties finding a way back as he has AI chip to help him with it. AI chip always mapped the location that Ben visited, so Ben can return there easily. He enters the house and sighs as the others are still sleeping. The sun has risen and the town has started its activities. But these guys are still sleeping as they are very tired after finishing the job yesterday. And they wanted to play before sleeping? Sigh, they should have known their body's condition, says Ben while sighing. Ben goes to the kitchen and checks every drawer. He tries to find food or ingredients to make food. But there's nothing there, not even a grain of rice. The siblings never cook because they never stay in the house for too long. They always eat in the guild building that sells food and drinks. That's why they never bother to fill their kitchen drawers. Ben sighs before he goes out and goes to the market. He passed the market when he ran around the town before. He buys some food ingredients in the market to be cooked in the house. After buying some ingredients, Ben returns to the house and cooks the food. The menus that he cooked are not some fancy cuisines. They're just normal food like toasted bread, fried eggs, stir-fried vegetables, etc. Ben can just buy all of those and doesn't need to cook. But he isn't used to buying cooked food and often cooks them himself. He can control the nutrition of the food if he cooks them himself. It's not like he never buys cooked food, he just didn't buy them too often. Besides, he can't buy cooked food in the forest. The people in his village always cook their food themselves and Ben has learned how to cook from them. The smell of Ben's cooking wakes up the others. It's not the best food smell, but it's still good. Besides, they're very hungry, so the food smell wakes them up immediately. What a nice smell, says Myra. Wow, you can cook. I never expect that, says Elfman. My jobs often require me to stay in the wild for days. That's why being able to cook is very important. I won't say my food is good, but at least they're not bad, says Ben. It should be better than our cooking though, says Elfman. You can't cook? Asks Ben. We can, but the taste is not very nice. Usually, Lysina will cook for us, and her food is delicious, says Myra embarrassedly. Then you should learn to cook correctly because you'll need it in some situations, says Ben. Do you, says Myra before stopping what she wants to say. What is it? Asks Ben. No, nothing, says Myra while looking away embarrassedly. Elfman looks at her sister and knows what she wants to say. He scratches the back of his head before sighing. Elfman then gets closer to Ben and whispers something. Hey Ben, I'm curious about this. Do you like a girl who can cook or not? Asks Elfman while whispering. Well, if you ask it like that then I prefer the one who can cook. It's not a requirement, but a girl who can cook is better, says Ben normally. Ben doesn't whisper back to Elfman, so everyone can hear him. Myra looked down before she gets spirited again. But Ben doesn't realize this because he is looking at Elfman. Why'd you ask this? Do you have someone that you like and want to ask for advice? Asks Ben curiously. And no, I'm just curious, says Elfman. If you want to ask about love, then don't ask me. I don't have any experience with this kind of thing, says Ben. Well, Ben actually has some experiences in his past life. But his love life is very bad and his relationships never last long. He was too focused on his career and his family that he didn't have time for his love life. The longest relationship that he ever has is just 3 months. He has some girlfriends in the past, but they all left him for the same reason, he never had time for them. His military duties and family were number one for him, so he doesn't have time for his girls. That's why he doesn't dare to give any advice about love to someone else. It's better to just say that he doesn't have any experience. Besides, he is 15y0 in this world and, indeed, he has never had any girlfriend in this life. But Ben doesn't realize that his answer actually makes someone happy. Myra gets very happy when Ben said he doesn't have any love experience. That means he is still alone and she has a big chance. Ben tells them to wait at the dining table as he finishes his cooking. It doesn't take long for him to finish and he prepares it on the table. The menus don't look fancy, but they still look appetizing. They start to eat and the Strauss siblings are surprised by the taste. It's beyond their expectations and tasted very good. They can't even say a word and can only enjoy the food. It doesn't take long for them to finish their food. The siblings were very drawn by the taste and kept eating the food. Both of them ate almost 3/4 of the food on the table. Ben and Bella can only look at them with stunned expressions. I didn't know that you're this hungry. I should have bought more ingredients in the market before, says Ben. Ahaha, it's not that we're very hungry, your food is just too delicious, says Elfman. He's right, your food is beyond our expectations, says Myra. Oh, thanks then. So, what will we do after this? I assumed you already made some plans with Bella, right? Asks Ben. Hospital, park. Says Bella excitedly. Alright, let's just do what you want, says Ben. Ah, I can't join you. I have some plans in the guild, says Elfman. Oh, alright then, says Ben while nodding. Elfman looks at his sister before blinking his left eye. Myra blushed after knowing that Elfman just made up his plans. Now she can have a date with Ben, even though Bella joins them. They leave the house after that and go to the hospital. Elfman joins them at the hospital as he wants to see his sister too. They go to Lysina's room and see her still lying down on her bed. Ben scans Lysina with AI chip and he's relieved to know that her body's condition is good. At least there's nothing to worry about her physical condition. After that, they go to the park while Elfman goes to his guild. Bella is sitting on Ben's head while looking around excitedly. Many things excite her in this town like the food and toys. Ben buys the food and toys that Bella wants as it's a rare chance for them to get these things. He also wants to buy some for Wendy and Carla, but not now. It's better to buy them later when they return from the park. Ben also sees some bookstores that sell magic books and he notes them to buy the books later. He still likes to buy magic books to be learned and collected. But it has become more difficult to find magic books that he doesn't have as the books in public stores are limited. After walking for half an hour, they arrived at the park. This place is very calm, very contrast with the busy town. There are many people here, but they are quiet and just enjoy the scenery. Ben's group goes to a small hill and sits on the grass. They play with Bella using the toys that they've just bought. They look like a small family on vacation. On the park gate, two men are looking at Ben's group. One of them has short blue hair while the other one has brown pompadour hair. The one with blue hair then says, "Isn't that Myra? Who is that boy? Hehe, this is interesting. We need to tell everyone in the guild. You can read up to 30 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 131 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 142 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 102. Scandal. The two men who saw Myra at the park with Ben and Bella run to the Fairy Tale Guild building. They are senior members of Fairy Tale Mages, Wakaba and Macau. These two want to tell their guild mates about Myra as this is very shocking to them. Wait. Do we really need to tell everyone about this? Asks Wakaba while they run. What do you mean by that? Of course, we need to tell everyone. Myra is getting close to a boy. Who knows what that boy will do to Myra? She has been hurt by what happened to Lysina. We can't let an unknown kid hurt her feeling again. That's why we need to tell everyone so we can protect her from that kid, says Macau. Ah, you're right, says Wakaba in realization. If he hurt Myra's feeling, then he will take the rage of Fairy Tale, says Macau with an angry expression. He hasn't done anything, says Wakaba with a sweat drop. Yet, he doesn't do it yet, says Macau confidently. Not every man is like you, says Wakaba before getting a hit on his head from Macau. Anyway, we need to tell everyone so we can supervise those two. We need to protect Myra from that boy's demonic hands, says Macau. Both of them run faster to their guild and arrived in a few minutes. They open the door hastily and gather everyone's attention. Everyone, it's an emergency. Myra is having a boyfriend, shouts Macau. Oi, that statement is not quite right, says Wakaba. What? Shouts everyone in surprise after a short pause. Elfman slaps his forehead and apologizes to Ben and Myra in his heart. Everyone gets in an uproar and causes a ruckus. They look at Elfman and ask him about it at the same time. He is confused about how to answer their questions. Elfman can't answer anything and it annoys the mages. They want a clear answer, so they decide to see it themselves by going to the park. Elfman tries to stop them, but he can't, and gets stepped on the floor instead. Every mage in the room goes out from the building and runs to the park, even the younger members around Elfman and Myra's ages. Where's everyone? Asks Makarov curiously after coming out of his office. Master, there's a big problem, says Elfman while crawling on the floor. In the park, Ben and Myra is playing with Bella while talking. They don't know something has happened in Fairy Tale Guild and just enjoy their time. They talk about themselves, jobs, magic, etc. How many magic books that you've collected? Asks Myra while throwing a ball at Bella. I only have around 1,800 books, but I've read and recorded around 3,400 books from all grades. It's hard to find magic books in public stores, so I can't collect a lot of them. The guilds and magic organizations are keeping their magic books tightly, after all, says Ben. 1,800 collections. That's a very high number already. And you've also read 3,400 books, that's amazing, says Myra with a surprised expression. Sigh, it's not as impressive as it sounds. Many magic books just contain a little information. Most of them are also have low grades or even incomplete. Besides, you need to know that one magic type can have many books. That's why 3,400 is still a small number, says Ben. That makes sense. Even my takeover magic has many books that explain about it, says Myra. Every mage has their view about their magic. That's why there are many books about one magic with different views. It's very interesting how the same magic can be used in different ways based on someone's understanding about that magic, says Ben with an excited smile. You really like magic, hey? Asks Myra with a smile. Aren't all mages like magic? We just have different ways to enjoy and show our love for magic art, says Ben. I guess you're right, says Myra. They keep talking while playing with Bella using the toys that they've bought earlier. But they don't realize that many people hide around the park and look at them. Those people are fairy tale mages. The mages are looking at Myra and Ben intensely. They can't hear what Myra and Ben are talking about, but both of them look very close. They are very curious about Ben's identity as they never saw him. Whoa, Myra is really good. He is very handsome and looks manly. Maybe I can try to hit on him if Myra failed, says Kana, a girl with brown hair. Look, Natsu. There's a cat that looks like me, says a blue cat. Ah, you're right. Let's talk to them, says Natsu, a teenage boy that has pink hair. Stop it. We're here to keep tabs on them. It will ruin everything if you go there, says a topless boy with black hair, he's grey. What did you say, Ice Princess? Also, wear your shirt. Says Natsu angrily. Hey? What did you call me, Flame Brain? Says Grey angrily. Bonk bonk. A girl with scarlet hair knocks their head to stop their squabble. Behave yourself. Replied Natsu and Grey. I think I've seen that boy somewhere, but I can't remember it, says Urza, the girl with scarlet hair. The teen mages are looking at Ben and Myra from behind a tree. They're really curious about Myra's relationship with Ben. Wait. I think I've seen him too, but where? Says Natsu while trying to remember it. Natsu can't remember it even after trying very hard. He doesn't remember that he has met with Ben after Listena's incident. Well, that was night and Ben is inside his car, so Natsu couldn't see him clearly. On the park's hill, Ben finally feels the fairy tale mage's gazes. He looks at the gazes' sources but doesn't see anyone. The mages have hidden when Ben started to notice their gazes. Ben frowns before shrugging the feeling off. He thinks that maybe some people are just curious about Bella. It's always the case when they were taking jobs. People are always curious about Bella because she doesn't look like a normal cat. They play in the park for a few hours and leave at lunchtime. The three of them then eat in a restaurant that sells Magnolia's specialties. Ben and Bella never tried this town's specialties as they never get a job here. The fairy tale mages are still following them and watch them from the outside. These guys really have a lot of free time. They choose to stalk people rather than take jobs. You guys really have a lot of free time, don't you? Asks someone from behind the mages. What do you mean by free time? We are doing an important thing here, says Macau without looking back. Oh, is it more important than your jobs? Asks the same person. This is a job too, so this is important. We can take the guild jobs later after we finish this, says Macau, still without looking back. Oh, is that so? Says the same person with a rather angry tone. The mages suddenly flinch when they realize that the person's voice sounds familiar. They look back robotically and see the person who asked them before. It is their guild master, Makarov, who has turned into a 3 meters giant and looks at them angrily. Return to the guild, now. Says Makarov with a low voice. Yes, replied the mages with a scared tone. Ben gets alerted when he sensed Makarov's magic. It is very strong and close to their location. But it disappears fast and he can sense that they're not the target, so he can relax. What's wrong? Asks Myra. Nothing, let's just eat, says Ben. The three of them resume their lunch peacefully while the fairy tale mage's fate remains unknown. You can read up to 30 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 132 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 143 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 103. Gifts. The lunch ends without any trouble and they continue their agenda. Ben, Myra, and Bella go around the town to visit the stores that they've marked before. Ben buys some souvenirs for Wendy, Carla, and the villagers. They also visit some bookstores, but Ben is disappointed because he can only find 2 new magic books of low grades. Well, at least you found new books, and doesn't return empty-handed, says Myra to cheer Ben up. Yeah, I guess you're right. I've returned empty-handed many times before. So this is good enough, says Ben. They continue to walk around the market and look at the items that are sold there. Myra enjoys it very much because it really feels like a date. It gets even more real when Ben suddenly takes her to a small jewelry stall. You can choose what you want, I will buy it for you, says Ben. And no, you don't need to, says Myra while blushing. It's fine, you don't need to worry about my pocket. I am not that poor to the state that I can't buy some of these, says Ben. That's not what I mean, says Myra. The stall owner suddenly chimed in, Highs, you should just take your boyfriend's offer. It will be a good gift that will remind you of this day. From the looks of it, this must be your first date. Don't you want to commemorate this day, miss? Bo boyfriend. Says Myra in panic as steams come out of her head. The stall owner smirks seeing Myra's reaction and he blinks his left eye at Ben. It's as if he is helping Ben and Ben can only sigh at this. Well, now Myra finally wants to choose something, so it's really helpful. Myra looks around at the pieces of jewelry while trying to hide her smile. She is very happy, but she tries to hide it from Ben. But Ben can see that she is very happy right now and it makes him happy too. Ben is not stupid. He knows that Myra likes him after they spent time together for 2 days. But he can't take that feeling yet, not for now. They've just known each other for a short time. Myra's feeling might be just puppy love, a normal thing for teenagers. Such love is superficial and he doesn't want something like that. Ben doesn't want to just play around with Myra by accepting her feeling. He wants to make sure that she is ready for a serious relationship when the time comes. Besides, he still hasn't grown such feelings for Myra. He has never even thought about love since he arrived in this world. Ben always thinks about magic, his guild, his sisters, and his dream. But he won't close that door for Myra and will consider it. Myra is beautiful and she has a good personality. It will be a lie to say that he is not interested in Myra. That's why he will get closer to her first to know her better before deciding what to do. While Myra chooses the jewelry, Bella also chooses what she likes. Ben's money is her money, that's Bella's principle. That is true though because Ben will spend all his money if it's for his sister's needs. Ben also looks at the pieces of jewelry while the girls are getting confused. Bella and Myra are asking for each other's opinions while choosing the jewelry. It takes an hour for the girls to choose what they want. The stall owner and Ben have gotten tired of waiting for the girls to choose. Both of them even have the time to talk and eat some snacks. They're very relieved when the girls finally finished. Both Myra and Bella choose necklaces, but with different designs. Myra's necklace has a gold color even though it's not made of gold and it has a star ornament. Bella's necklace has a silver color with a heart ornament. Ben pays the necklaces and gives the stall owner some money as an apology for taking his time. Then they return to Myra's home without stopping anywhere. They rest in the house because it's been a long day. Phew, I guess it's the time for us to leave. Thanks for your hospitality, Myra, says Ben after resting for 20 minutes. You want to return already? Asks Myra with a rather disappointed tone. Of course, we've finished the job yesterday and should have returned last night too. It will make everyone worried if we don't return now. We will visit you when we have time, says Ben. All right then, says Myra. Ben and Bella take their luggage and go to the front door with Myra. But before they get out, Ben stops and turns around to look at Myra. He suddenly takes a small red box from his pants pocket and gives it to Myra. What is this? Asks Myra. A gift, says Ben while smiling. Myra opens the box and sees the content. It is a golden rose hair clip that looks simple but pretty. It's pretty, says Myra happily. I'm glad that you like it, says Ben. Myra immediately put the hair clip on her hair. She put it above her right ear and it looks really good on her white hair. It really suits you, says Ben. Pretty, says Bella with sparkling eyes. Thank you, says Myra happily. Then, we will take our leave now. Give my regard to Elfman and Master Makarov. Tell him that I'm sorry for not being able to meet him even though I've came to Magnolia, says Ben. All right, I will tell Master about it. I'm sure he won't mind it, says Myra. Ben and Bella then leaves the house while waving their hands at Myra. They go to their car that is parked near the town gate. Then, they immediately leave Magnolia Town and return to their village. On the way back, Bella keeps looking back in Magnolia's direction. She has gotten very attached to Myra and has missed her already. Ben can only sigh and tell her that they will meet with Myra again in the future, so she needs to be patient. They arrive in the village in 3 hours and everyone rushes at them like usual. Bella immediately goes to Wendy and Carla while carrying the souvenirs. The girls then go to their base, which is Wendy's house, to open the souvenirs. Ben smiles as he goes to the guild building to report his job to Rubal. He reports everything that happened in the job to its detail. As for the event in Magnolia, Ben just says that they are having fun. Ah, that's right. Gramps, do you know anything about this? Asks Ben while showing Rubal the map that he found in the mansion ruins. A Lacrima crystal mine map? Why'd you ask something like this to me? Asks Rubal while looking at Ben strangely. Ah, sorry, I mean this thing behind the map. I found out that these words aren't the explanation for this map. This is a code, the Dark Sun is what written here, says Ben. The Dark Sun? I never heard about that. Are you sure that's what's written there? Asks Rubal. Yeah, I'm very sure of it. And I'm also sure that this thing will help me somehow, says Ben with a serious expression. Rubal looks at Ben and knows that he is serious. But none of them know the meaning of that code. So they start to discuss the code using everything they know. Ben uses AI Chip's help to find every possible answer using every data in its database. AI Chip has everything that Ben knows like books. So it should have helped them, but it's not. They discuss until midnight, but they don't find an answer. Both of them agree that the only way is to go there by following the map. But Ben needs to prepare himself because this might be very dangerous. The Dark Sun, just what is it? Ponders Ben before he goes to sleep. You can read up to 30 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 133 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 144 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 104. Personal Mission. After failing to find an answer from the discussion with Rubal, Ben decides to go to the location that is marked on the map. He has a feeling that this will be very dangerous, so he needs to prepare himself. Ben will go to the location next month because he wants to prepare many things. He starts to train intensely as a preparation for this personal mission. Not only that, but he also prepares some magic items that might be useful later. For a month, Ben keeps training his magic and spells. He makes some improvements on his magic after reviewing all his battles so far. Of course, his intense training also raised his stats. Name, Ben Cooper. Epithet, Karna, the Sun's Child. Real age, 15. Body age, 15, halted. Status, alive. MP, 170,310/170,310. STR, 230, halted. AGI, 230, halted. STA, 230, halted. INT, 267. His MP has increased a lot since he halted his physical powers growth. It increased more than 15,000 points in these 3 months. That's because he is focused on his magic and leaves his physical powers training. He just trains his physique to keep it in shape. 15,000 points. In the past, I could only get that number in half a year. But now I get it in 3 months, it's 2 times faster because I focused on my magic. That means I can get 2 times the result from now on. Then I can get 6 years of results in 3 years. That's dope, says Ben excitedly. 2 times seems small, but that's still faster than before. Besides, Ben's progress is very fast already, compared to other mages. Now, he can get stronger even faster, even though it's only in magical stats. MP capacity doesn't always be the parameter of a mage's power in the magical aspect. Their mastery and usage of magic are important too. But having a higher MP capacity can help mages to use stronger and bigger spells. Now with his new MP capacity, Ben is more confident to do his mission. He prepares his luggage for this mission that might take a few days because he doesn't know what awaits him there. Strangely, Ben only prepares his stuff and doesn't prepare Bella's stuff. He has decided to go alone on this mission because of the unknown danger level. Taking Bella with him is very dangerous with many unknown factors in this mission. Bella was mad at first, but she finally accepted after some talks. Wendy and Carla also talked to her, so it became easier to persuade her. Ben has promised to take her and the girls for a vacation after he returns. Then, I will go now. Take care of yourself, says Ben to everyone at the village entrance. Take care of yourself too, says Rubal. The girls hug him and he hugs them back while rubbing their hair. Ben then enters his car and waves at everyone before leaving. He has a feeling that this will be a journey that is very different from the previous ones. Ben takes out the map and looks at the location. It is on the southwest mountain area of Fiori Kingdom. That is very far from his village that located in the northeast forest area. It's like going from both ends which are very far. Without his new model car, Ben's travel is very slow. He only covers half of the distance after driving for a day. The problem isn't just speed, but also MP usage. This car uses his MP as fuel, so he can't keep using it or his MP will get drained. Ben make a camp in a forest near the mountain range where he found Smog's soul. It is near capital Crocus, but he doesn't go there and choose to make a camp. It's been a long time since he camps like this, so he wants to do it again now. The next day, he resumed his journey after having breakfast. Ben goes to the capital first to buy a map of the Southwest Mountains area. The map that he has isn't complete and the range is small. It will be difficult to find the location without a complete map. After buying the map, Ben resumes his journey again. It takes him 8 hours just to reach the mountains area. He decides to camp again before trying to find the location tomorrow. The mountains are full of danger, so he needs to be in his best condition. His MP has been drained a lot after driving the car for 8 hours, after all. While camping, Ben tries to find his target location using the complete map. He finds it easily with AI chip's help and then he makes the best route to go there. So it's in a valley between Mt. Aries and Mt. Marnia. It's located almost in the middle of this mountain area. That means the magical creatures there are very wild and strong, says Ben while looking at the maps. The deeper locations always have stronger creatures and the weaker ones live in the outer areas. Ben needs to be careful while exploring the inner areas. He doesn't know the number and strength of the creatures there. The next morning, Ben prepare himself and eat before leaving his camp. He follows the route that he has made last night. He drives through the forest with a difficult track that might break his car's suspension. While driving, Ben keeps using his magic sense to avoid any contact with strong magical creatures. He doesn't want to waste his energy to fight useless battles with those creatures. Unluckily, Ben gets attacked by a horde of green baboon-like magical creatures called gobes. They're not strong individually, so Ben ignored them before. He passed their territory and it angered them, so they attack his car together by throwing stones and wood branches. Bastards, this is still my car even though I don't really like it. How dare you throw stones at it and make dents on it, says Ben angrily. Ben comes out of his car and takes out his twin revolvers with requip. Then he starts to shoot his revolvers at the gobes. Bang bang bang. Die, you bastards! Shouts Ben with an angry tone. Many gobes get shot and die on the spot. It alerts the other gobes, so they start to get panic and run everywhere. But Ben doesn't stop and still fires his revolvers at them rapidly. He stops after there's no living gobe in the vicinity. Humph, now you know who you're messing with. TCH, what a waste of ammunition, says Ben while storing his revolvers again. Ben resumes his journey and meets with other troubles. He gets attacked time after time by groups of weak magical creatures. These creatures are weak, but they're fearless because they live in groups and they are still very wild. Luckily, Ben has his magic revolvers and he keeps using them to attack these magical creatures. He also has a lot of ammunition, so he can save his MP for bigger situations. These weak creatures aren't worth him spending his MP. Some creatures try to attack him again, so he just shoots at them from his car while keeps driving. The creatures will always get scared and run after he shot and killed some of them. So he just needs to shoot a few times and they'll get scared. Sigh, they're weak, but their number is high and they're very aggressive. I hope the creatures in the deeper area aren't as aggressive as these guys. But that seems to be impossible because stronger creatures are more aggressive, says Ben with a tired expression. Too bad that Ben's hope isn't granted while his bad hunch is right. He gets attacked again when he just entered the inner area. The attackers are a pack of 18 shadow wolves. They're high B rank creatures individually and high A rank in a group. Sigh, they'll make me crazy, says Ben tiredly. You can read up to 30 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 134 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 145 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 105. Dark Valley. Ben repels the wolves pack easily using his revolvers. The revolvers aren't enough to kill high-ranked creatures like them that have tough skin and fur. But the revolvers can injure them and scare them. Sigh, it seems I need to go by foot now. The car's noise must be the one that alerted them and made them notice me. I can handle the continuous attacks of those weak creatures. But these high-ranked guys are troublesome and will get even more troublesome, says Ben. Ben then takes his luggage from his car and puts a defense system to protect the car. He writes some magic letters to make a barrier around the car. It will protect the car from the magical creatures while he leaves it here. Building a formation of magic letters is easy for him. He has learned it since he started to make magic items. Developing magic also needs high mastery over magic letters. With AI chip's help, it becomes even easier. After finishing the barrier, Ben leaves his car and follows the route. It will be slower now, but he can avoid contact with wild creatures easier now. He can hide his presence better and move stealthily. On his way, Ben sees many creatures that are unique to this place. There are some that he knew from books, but the others are new. He scans them with AI chip and watches them to learn a little about them. Not only magical creatures, but Ben also finds some new vegetation. He also scans them and even takes some samples like leaves or fruit. There's no big purpose like research, he just wants to collect them. Ben even finds some relics scattered in many places. Then, he finds village ruins in the deep mountains area. It piqued his interest because it's really strange for a village to be built here. How old are these ruins? Ponders Ben. Estimation, 450 years. The age of dragons, hey? Maybe they built it here to hide from the dragons. But they still got destroyed in the end. Still, it is strange. Why would they build a village here while there are kingdoms that could protect them? There should be a reason, and it might have a connection with my purpose to come here, ponders Ben. Ben checks the ruins using his gravity magic's help. He lifts the ruins to make his investigation easier. He doesn't find many things because these ruins are too old and the items here have been destroyed by age. What Ben finds are many broken metal weapons, living tools, and even magic items. All of those items are in broken conditions because of time and whatever it was that destroyed this village. Ben can't guess the magic items' functions, even the ones that still look quite good. Their shapes are very different from the current magic items. If they still can be used, then maybe he can test them to know the ancient magic items. There are many magic items here. That means the people who lived here in the past are mages, at least most of them. Why'd they lived here of all places? Maybe there's something that can draw mages to live here, ponders Ben. Like before, Ben scans the magic items using AI chip's scanning ability. He is interested in these magic items and maybe he'll try to rebuild them in the future to know their functions. These magic items can be seen like lost or ancient magic, so they're worth some research. He resumes his journey because he doesn't find anything else here. This location has been marked by AI chip, so he can return after finishing his mission. He also wants to investigate this place more thoroughly. It takes Ben 3 hours to reach the valley between Mt. Aries and Mt. Marnia. It doesn't have a name on the map, so he will just call it Dark Valley because he comes here to find the Dark Sun. But that's not the only reason though. What the hell is this? Such a contrast scenery, says Ben with a rather surprised tone. In front of Ben is a span of burnt land. The ground is charred with thin smokes coming out of it. There's no vegetation and living being, only charred tree trunks. The temperature is also high even before Ben enters it. It looks very contrast with the surrounding area that has the green luster of trees and grass. While the valley looks like a forest that was burnt this morning. This location seems like the border of hell and heaven. No wonder I didn't see any creatures when I got closer to this place. The temperature here is too hot and it has a bad eerie vibe. It looks like a location of horror games, says Ben while looking around. Ben enters the dark valley and feels the temperature rise significantly. Previously on the border, it was still warm, but now it feels very hot. AI chip detects the temperature is 78 Celsius, a hot water temperature. Luckily, it's not a problem for Ben who is a sun dragon slayer. Heat is one of his power and he has immunity against it. He can even hold against more than 4000 Celsius heat now, so 78 Celsius is not a problem. Ben checks the charred ground and tree trunks. They're really burnt into charcoal and they're still hot. The tree trunks break easily because they're just charcoal. Some parts of the trees have even turned into ashes. As he walks further, the temperature keeps rising fast. Ben thinks that the center of this place must be the hottest area. The number of charred trees also reduced because many of them had been burnt to ashes. After walking for 5 kilometers in the dark valley, Ben finds a human skeleton. It looks like a man's skeleton that has a big and tall figure. It also wears magic armor, but Ben can see that the quality is low. Ben can't guess the man's death time because the skeleton's condition is bad. It has charred a bit because of the exposure to the heat. The magic armor also has been destroyed to a high degree. This place's temperature is 500 Celsius, 5 times higher than the outer area. The deeper area should be even hotter and Ben doesn't know the peak temperature in this valley. Did this guy also try to find the same thing as me? If so, then maybe this armor has heat resistance and heat repellent features. But it seems 500 Celsius was too much already for his cheap magic armor. Or maybe it's a defected item, poor guy, says Ben while investigating the skeleton. Ben doesn't find anything else from the skeleton. Maybe someone else has taken it in the past. If there's this guy who came here, there must be the others too. I hope no one succeeds so far or this will be a useless journey, says Ben while leaving the skeleton. There are more skeletons on his way to the location. The skeletons have similar conditions to the first one. All of them seem to died because they couldn't bear the heat. For those guys, this place is like hell, but for Ben, it's just a playground. The heat that killed them doesn't affect him at all, even after it reached 1000 Celsius. The ground here has turned red like hot metal instead of black like charcoal. Luckily, Ben's clothes are specially made to survive high temperatures, so he won't get naked because his clothes won't burn or melt. They won't repel heat, but they can survive up to 5000 Celsius. They're made because of Ben's high temperature magic. 3 hours after he entered the dark valley, Ben finally finds the target location. It is located in the center of this dark valley and has a temperature of 2000 Celsius. He is stunned when he sees the thing that he has searching for this long. There are many human skeletons in this place, but that's not the thing that shocked him. It's because the thing that he's looking for is a black stone coffin that's placed on a stone table. He can feel the heat that spread on this area coming from this coffin, or to be more precise, the thing inside this coffin. Is this truly the reason why everyone here came? Just what is inside this coffin? Ponders Ben while walking closer to the coffin. Ben approaches the coffin and sees some writings on the sides of the stone table. He read the writings, and what he read shocked him to the bones. Fucking hell. You can read up to 30 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 135 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 146 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 106. Sun Demon. The corpse of Sun Demon, says Ben with a shaky voice as he read the writings on the stone table. The writings on the stone table explain that the corpse of Sun Demon is lying inside the coffin. It is explained that this demon is the only one of its kind who held the power of the Sunday. It's the same as Escanor, the only dragon who held the power of Sunday. The Sun Demon goes by the name of Midas, and he was also known as the Dark Sun. The epithet didn't mean that his sun power is dark, but it's because of his evil personality. Midas was known to be very evil and has killed millions of lives. He was born 800 years ago in the era of dragons. Nothing was feared by Midas, even the powerful dragons. He has killed many dragons too, showing that he is a very strong individual. Like other strong demons, Midas has some appearances. But the most famous was his human and full demon appearances. As a human, Midas became a tall and muscular man with blonde hair. A.N. Just think of it as Meliodas with Esteros's body. While as a demon, he became even taller and bigger at 3 meters in height. His skin is black with long blonde hair growing on his head down to his hips that lit up with a red fire on its ends. He also has a pair of wings made of golden fire. Golden fire also lit up on his chest, hands, and feet. Midas didn't side with anyone, even his kind. He is a lone wolf that doesn't care about anyone and only cares about fighting. He wasn't someone who liked killing others, he just liked battling to the death, a battle maniac. For many years, Midas challenged many strong individuals. Dragons, human mages, demons, beasts, and other strong creatures. He had many losses, but he won more often. If he won, he would kill his opponents, but if he lost, he would escape. Midas likes to win and kill his opponent, but he doesn't want to die. If he dies, he won't be able to fight again. That made the dragons mock him as a coward, but he never cared about it. Dragons are always putting their pride before their lives. But Midas is a demon, a being who doesn't care about pride. Life is more important for him. Still, even though he loved his life, Midas also made mistakes that endanger his life. One of those mistakes is very fatal, and it was the one that cost him his life. 500 years ago, he challenged the one and only, Escanor, the Sun Dragon. Oh, it's the first time I find a record about Escanor that doesn't come from AI chip, says Ben excitedly. Midas has known about Escanor since he was born. Escanor was always his target and goal. He trained hard and fought many strong opponents to get stronger because he wanted to defeat Escanor. 500 years ago, he thought he was strong enough to defeat Escanor. So he went to challenge the ancient dragon god. Escanor accepted it, and they fought for 3 days and 3 nights without any rest on an island. Their battle created a lot of destruction and erased the island from the map forever. They seemed to be equal in those 3 days, but then it changed. Escanor never used his full power from the beginning, while Midas was always serious. After 3 days of battle, Escanor decides to finish it and used his full power. Midas got pushed, and finally, he was killed after struggling for hours. He could escape, but he chose to stay. It was the first time he chose to fight to his last breath. If he runs away in that fight, then he won't have any goal again in life, and that is worse than death. Escanor knows it, and he respects Midas' choice to fight until his death. So Escanor built this grave to honor Midas as the same sun power holder. The writings on the tablet were also written by Escanor, so Ben gets even more shocked now. Wait. It's a grave, right? But why isn't the coffin buried underground? Ponders Ben. This coffin was actually buried under the stone table, but someone has taken it out and put it on the stone table. But the grave has a defense mechanism that was made by Escanor himself to avoid anyone misusing Midas' corpse. If the coffin was taken out for any reason, the defense mechanism will get triggered. That defense mechanism was the one that burnt this dark valley. It killed whoever it was who took out the coffin. Ben doesn't know that because there's no record about it here. He has searched through the skeletons here but doesn't find any clue. It's not a big deal though, so he leaves it and focuses on the coffin again. So, what should I do now? Asks Ben while scratching the back of his head. There's nothing that tells him of what he needs to do. He walks around the stone table and coffin to find any clue but doesn't find anything. It seems the only way is to open the coffin and see the inside. I hope there's no other defense mechanism that will be triggered when I open the lid, says Ben warily. Ben braces himself and approaches the coffin closely. He takes a deep breath and prepares himself before opening the lid. Then after he opens the lid, he hears a cracking sound from the coffin. Fuck! Says Ben with a panicked tone. Golden fire suddenly comes out of the coffin and engulfs a very wide area around the coffin. Ben gets pushed a few meters back and rolls on the ground. He is inside the golden fire that is shaped like a giant dome if looked at from outside. Arg! It's hot! Shouts Ben with a pained tone. It is very surprising to see Ben suffers from the heat. This can only mean that the golden fire's heat is higher than his body's tolerance, which is very high already. Other people will die immediately, but Ben still can hold on. Ben covers his body with his own golden fire by entering his sun mode. It reduces the damage that he gets, but it still feels hot. His clothes that have high heat resistance have given up and they are burnt to ashes. But suddenly, a moment after Ben activated his sun mode, something changes. His body suddenly gets used to the heat of the surrounding golden fire. He also feels his golden fire gets strengthened in every aspect. Ben doesn't know what happens and he gets speechless when the surrounding golden fire is absorbed by his golden fire. They fuse and Ben's golden fire keeps getting strengthened. What the hell happened? Asks Ben with a dumbfounded expression. Detecting similarity of host's fire and the other fire. The similarity in every aspect reaches 99.9%. Conclusion, it is Sun Dragon Escanor's fire that he saved here as a defense mechanism. What? Really? Says Ben in surprise. AI chip confirms it and it makes Ben very happy and excited. He can't see Escanor himself, but at least he can see and feel a glimpse of Escanor's power now. Not only that, but he also gets his power strengthened by Escanor's fire. Even if I won't get anything else after this, I will be very satisfied already. I can feel that all my magic has been strengthened, says Ben excitedly. Ben can feel that his heat limit has raised from 4000 Celsius to 5000 Celsius. It's getting closer to Sun's surface temperature, which is around 5500 to 6000 Celsius. He leaves his excitement for now and approaches the coffin once again. Ben looks inside the coffin and sees Midas' corpse. Midas was in his human form when he died, so he's not too big. What should I do now? Ponders Ben. Suggestion, eat him so you can get his power. Ben paused when he hears that before saying, hey? What the fuck are you talking about? You can read up to 30 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 136 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 147 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 107. Processing the Demon. What the hell are you talking about? Asks Ben to AI chip with a dark face. The Sun Demon has the power of sun like your Sun Dragon Slayer magic. If you consume it, you will get Sun Devil Slayer magic. It will boost your power and possibly also help you with your dragon seed problem. Ben still has a dark expression and he says, that's not the problem here. How can you expect me to eat this corpse? Even if he's not a human, but he looks like a human. Heck, even if he looks like a demon, I still won't eat him. No way, no way, no way. Just imagining it has made me nauseous. Please think about it carefully. This is not the problem of wanting to eat it or not. It's about your future in long term. All these people came here for the purpose to get the Sun Devil Slayer magic. If you don't take this chance, then someone else will take it. But, says Ben before AI chip cut him off. No but. The previous golden fire has raised your power a lot. Your MP also increased a lot because of it. Imagine what you'll get after you become a Sun Devil Slayer. AI chip shows Ben stats that raised after Escanor's golden fire fused to him. Name, Ben Cooper. Epithet, Karna, the Sun's child. Real age, 15. Body age, 15, halted. Status, alive. MP, 200,310/200,310. STR, 230, halted. AGI, 230, halted. STA, 230, halted. INT, 267. His MP raised 30,000 points just because of that golden fire. That is a year worth of his usual training result that he get in an instant. It is like he finally gets Escanor's blessing like the other dragon slayers. Ugh. Do I really need to eat him? Even if I was trained to eat many disgusting things in the past as a soldier, but I never ever thought of eating a humanoid like this. I feel like I'll turn into a monster if I eat him, says Ben with a disgusted expression. Really? You've eaten yetis, humanoid creatures, and you said you can't eat this demon. They're different. Those yetis looks like apes rather than human, but look at this dude. He looks exactly like a human, says Ben in protest. Don't fret over a small matter like that. Be a man and just do it, soldier. WTF, you've become an annoying instructor now, says Ben. Ben starts to have arguments with AI Chip about eating Midas' corpse. It sure will be very beneficial for him to gain Sun Devil Slayer magic. But his humanity just doesn't give him the heart to eat a human-like figure like this. Sigh, then how if you turn him into a lacrima crystal? You can plant the lacrima in your body later to gain the Sun Devil Slayer magic. It will need some processing, but it's much better and more humane. Why don't you say it from the beginning? Asks Ben with a pissed tone. It won't be fun that way. Ben gets a tick mark and punches AI Chip's screen, but it's useless. He sighs and leaves the problem. AI Chip, find the procedure to turn the corpse into a lacrima crystal, says Ben. Understood. AI Chip searches the procedure to turn the corpse into a lacrima crystal in the database. AI Chip transfers the procedures to Ben after she finds it. The transfer runs fast and now Ben understands it fully. Demon is a magical creature like dragons. So even after their death, their magic power will remain in their bodies. Ben needs to compress that magic power and solidify it to become a crystal. To do that, he needs a specific magic letters formation. Luckily, he has learned it in the past and saved the formation in AI Chip's database. He learned it from Rubal when the old man taught him about many kinds of magic letters formations. Ben immediately makes the formation of the magic letters near the coffin. He just needs to follow AI Chip's guidance, so he can avoid making mistakes. The formation is very complicated and Ben is sure he can't make it without AI Chip's help. He finished the formation after 3 hours because he need to be very careful and precise with everything. This formation also needs a lot of MP to be made. Ben has spent half of his full MP just to build this formation. Damn, if I made even a few mistakes, then I might need almost all of my MP. Such a troublesome but awesome formation. This better work or I will destroy this forest, says Ben while lying on the ground tiredly. He rests for 10 minutes while munching the sunlight to replenish his energy. After resting, Ben takes Midas' corpse and puts it in the middle of the formation. Then he goes out from the formation before slamming his right hand on the formation and flows his MP to it. The formation glows white and Ben chants its name, White Art. Runes of Power, Compression. The formation glows brighter and the light shoots up to the sky. It stops at 100 meters in height and a big white magic circle appears on top of it. The magic circle spins counterclockwise and then it starts to absorb the surrounding ether nano to supply the formation's power. Now Ben just needs to wait for the process to finish. He doesn't know how long it will take because of Midas' strength when he was still alive. Higher power will need more time to be compressed into lacrima crystal. The formation absorbs ether nano from the surroundings. There's a lot of ether nano here, so I don't need to worry. The problem is time. I hope it won't take too long because waiting is boring, says Ben. Ben decides to train his magic while waiting for the process to finish. He wants to test if all his magic gets boosted after he absorbed the golden fire. It's very surprising to him because that is the case. The golden fire is the sun's power itself, so it has all sun's elements in it. Fire, light, heat, plasma, and gravity. All of those elements get strengthened a lot now. But there is a problem, the sudden rise in power makes Ben's control over his magic reduced. He needs to get used to this power up first before he can optimize his magic usage. Sigh, I hope the Sun Dragon Slayer magic won't create the same problem. It will take a longer time to adapt if it creates the same problem, says Ben while playing with his magic to get used to the power up. It takes a full day for the formation to finish its work. Ben also has trained his control to an acceptable grade now because he has a lot of time to train. He doesn't have anything to do, so he just trains, sleep, and eats. Sigh, finally. This guy must be very strong to make the formation work for a full day just to compress his power, says Ben. Ben approaches the result of the formation of the magic letters. It is a round glowing golden lacrima with some red patches scattered on it. The lacrima looks like a miniature sun and it's also hot, but that's not a problem for Ben. How do I use it? Asks Ben to AI Chip. Put it on your chest and use seal magic to seal it in your body. But you can only use seal magic that attaches the lacrima to your body. You can't use a seal magic that will seal its power. Do we have such magic in the database? Asks Ben. No. Then what's the use of that long explanation? Asks Ben with a pissed tone. So you can search for such seal magic. Ben sighs and looks at the lacrima crystal with a disappointed look. He can't use it even though it is in his hands now. Sigh, such a waste. It smells really good though, says Ben while sniffing the lacrima crystal. Suddenly, Ben's hands move on their own following his body's instinct. He brings the lacrima crystal closer to his mouth and he takes a bite of it. He starts to devour the lacrima crystal unconsciously because he just follows his instinct. When Ben comes to his sense, the lacrima crystal has entered his stomach. He is stunned and can't believe what he just did. It makes him want to scream, but he can't because he suddenly faints. You can read up to 30 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 137 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 148 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 108, 108. Devil Slayer. Ben suddenly finds himself in a desert with red rocky ground. There's nothing here except the red rocky ground and a gigantic seed that float in the middle. The seed is glowing in golden color with red patches that move around as if they're alive. Where is this? Asks Ben while looking around confusedly. This is your subconscious space. You are conscious, but you can't control your body right now. Your mind and soul are drawn here after you ate that lacrima crystal. Ah, that's right, I ate that crystal. Damn, I don't know what's gotten into me before. I can't believe I eat a crystal. I think I've done it in the past too, says Ben while trying to remember it. Yes, you have eaten a small portion of a raw lacrima crystal because you are very curious about it. You don't like it though because it's hard and bitter. Oh, that's right. I can't believe I ate a crystal again now. Furthermore, it's a crystal made of a corpse. Ugh, at least it's not the corpse itself, so it's safe, says Ben with a disgusted but relieved expression. Ben then looks at the gigantic seed that almost grows a bud on it. The tip has come out, but it doesn't grow further. AI Chip explains that it is his dragon seed that has stopped growing, for now. He sighs in relief because at least this thing won't be a problem for some years. But he still needs to find a permanent solution for it. This seed will eventually grow and that will be a big problem. Suddenly, the red sky turns darker when Ben is inspecting the dragon seed. He looks up and sees black matter appear in the sky. The black matter spread on the sky above the seed before it falls to the ground. Ben gets surprised and runs away from there. He doesn't know what is this black matter, so it's better to avoid contact with it. He is just a soul now, so there might be a big risk if something happens to him. The black matter falls to the red ground like rain. Ben has got on a safe distance and watched as the black matter covered the red ground around the seed. It takes 5 minutes for the black matter to fall from the sky completely. What is that thing? Ponders Ben. Ben wants to investigate the black matter, but then it moves again. The black matter moves toward the dragon seed and starts to cover it. It looks like the black matter wants to devour the dragon seed. Ben is rather excited by it because if the black matter can destroy the dragon seed, then the dragonization will never happen. But he's also worried about what will the black matter do after destroying the dragon seed. However, the dragon seed also won't let itself get destroyed. It fights back by releasing its energy to repel the black matter. Now they are fighting each other for dominance. Ding! Sun Devil Slayer magic has been obtained. Suddenly, Ben feels a sting on his right chest. He checks it and finds a black sun tattoo appears there. The tattoo is composed of a circle surrounded by flames. AI Chip, what is this? Asks Ben. The mark of Devil Slayer that you get is the result of learning Devil Slayer magic in an instant. But it's not a problem because you won't get demonized like normal Devil Slayers. Just like Dragon Slayers, Devil Slayers get their magic by learning the demon's magic. They can be taught by a demon or anyone who knows demon's magic. Then just like Dragon Slayers, their magic can turn them into demons. WTF, now I won't just turn into a dragon, but a demon too. Asks Ben with a frustrated tone. Don't worry, it won't happen to you. There is a good reason for me to suggest you eat the sun demon and gain his magic. It is because the demonic power will suppress the dragon power. The black matter is a materialization of the Sun Devil Slayer magic. It doesn't look like a sun's power with its black color. But the black color is the characteristic of Devil Slayer magic that is caused by the demonic power. Ben sighs in relief because he doesn't need to worry about being a demon too. The dragonization is troublesome enough for him. So he doesn't want to handle another problem. He's also happy because the Devil Slayer magic can suppress the dragon seed. It suppressed the dragon seed? Does it means that I don't need to stop my growth from now on? Asks Ben to AI Chip. You still need to halt it until your Devil Slayer magic stabilized. It is still struggling to merge completely with you because of the Dragon Slayer magic. How long? Asks Ben. I can't calculate it because it will depend on you. The Devil Slayer magic will get stronger if you keep training and using it like other kinds of magic. If you can solidify your Sun Devil Slayer magic faster, then it will suppress the dragon seed faster too. That makes sense. But shouldn't it start to suppress the dragon seed now? Then it should reduce my growth stopping time, right? Asks Ben. Yes, it reduced your time limit to 2,5 years. Oh, half a year discount, not bad, says Ben happily. With the demonic power suppressing the dragon seed, Ben won't need to worry about the dragonization. Even if his physical powers grow fast, it won't trigger his dragon seed because it will be too busy fighting with the demon seed. But Ben needs to solidify his Sun Devil Slayer magic first. It is still weak because he just got it some minutes ago. While the Dragon Slayer magic has been trained for 5 years. It will be difficult to chase 5 years difference. But both magic types have the same base, the Sunday. That means they have the same basics, like their elements. It will be easier for Ben to adapt to the magic because he doesn't need to start from zero. Alright, so now I need to focus on the Sun Devil Slayer magic, while still training the Dragon Slayer magic. Sigh, I will be very busy from now on. But it will be interesting to try a new type of magic. Hehe, I can't wait to see the power of this Devil Slayer magic, says Ben excitedly. Ben always likes to learn new things in this world, especially magic. So getting this Sun Devil Slayer magic really excites him. He wants to explore this new magic and find out what he can do with it. That must be very interesting, but how do I get out from here? Asks Ben while looking around. You will wake up automatically after half an hour. Your body needs to get used to the Sun Devil Slayer magic that you've just got. Oh, alright, says Ben. With nothing to do, Ben decides to walk around the desert while looking at the battle between the demonic power and Dragon Seed. It looks like Venom trying to overtake Spider-Man's body. What movie is that? Spider-Man 3? Sigh, forget it. I won't be able to watch movies anymore, says Ben while sighing. As he watches the battle that happens there, Ben realizes that this place is getting hotter. He is immune to heat, but he still can feel it and know the temperature easily. So he can feel the rise of temperature in this desert. It's easy to guess the reason though, the Sun Devil Slayer magic. Both magic has the same power source, which is Sunday. So their power complements each other while still clashing with each other because of their different nature. So their personalities are different and can't match each other. But their powers are complementing each other and become stronger. If I can make them work together, then the result will be very strong, says Ben after analyzing the situation. Ben keeps watching the battle in his subconsciousness. He doesn't have anything to do, so he watches the battle. The battle isn't interesting to watch, but it's the only thing for him to watch in this place. Then after 30 minutes, he finally wakes up. Finally, now let's try my new magic. But let's sleep first, says Ben while looking at the sky that has turned dark, so he decides to sleep. You can read up to 30 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 138 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 149 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 109. Village Ruins. Ben sleeps in the coffin because it is the most comfortable place to sleep there. The ground is uneven, so it is not comfortable at all. He sleeps instantly as he closes his eyes because he is very tired now. The next morning, Ben wakes up with a growling stomach. He hasn't eaten any food since he entered this dark valley. His provision was burnt by the high heat and became unedible. Sigh, I need to hunt first even though I'm very hungry now. So troublesome, says Ben as he prepares to leave the area. As he starts to walk, Ben notices that the high temperature has gone. With Escanor's defense mechanism gone, the temperature also dropped because there's no heat source again. But there's nothing to be protected here, so it's not a problem. Ben looks at the skeletons and he has an idea. He grins mischievously and picks a skeleton that has the best condition. Then he put it in the coffin after putting the best looking clothes on it. Hehe, I don't know if it can fool anyone, but I hope it will. Now I just need to make it more believable, says Ben with a naughty expression. After putting the coffin's lid back in its place, Ben writes something on it. He writes runes on the coffin as another defense mechanism. He makes it similar to the one that Escanor made. Well, his magic isn't as strong as Escanor's, but at least it is the same magic. With AI chip's guidance, Ben can make a similar defense like before. He also writes runes that make the temperature raises to 2000 Celsius again, so people won't notice that the real corpse has gone. Nice, when someone opens it, then it will go boom. Haha, I want to see it, but that won't happen. Hehe, take this you greedy bastards, says Ben while laughing like a maniac. Ben leaves the area immediately and runs like a discovered thief. There's no one here, but he still runs as fast as he can. But it just makes him hungrier, so he walks normally after getting to a rather far distance. He arrives at the border after a moment and realizes that the temperature here is lower. His magic range is far smaller than Escanor's even though it has the same temperature. I hope it won't make people suspicious. They will just think that it became smaller because it has gotten weaker by age. Well, it's not my problem, Ben as he leaves the dark valley. Ben takes out his magic revolver and tries to find prey. He uses his magic sense and finds a green goat. The goat is eating grass and doesn't realize Ben's presence. He shoots it and kills it easily, then he roasts it using his fire magic. Thank you for your sacrifice, says Ben to the roasted goat before he eats it. Ben eats every edible part of the goat without leaving anything. It's a lot of food, but he can finish it without any problem. His appetite is always big, but now it has grown bigger. Damn, I'm still hungry. Is it because of the Devil Slayer magic's effect? Ponders Ben. No, you are just a glutton. AI Chip suddenly chimed in and it makes Ben's sweat drop at her. But maybe she is true because his appetite is big. Besides, he hasn't eaten anything since yesterday, so he is very hungry. So Ben hunts again and he eats 2 more goats. This area is full of these guys and other herbivores. It's because this place is close to the Dark Valley and safer than other areas. After his stomach gets full, Ben goes to the village ruins that he found yesterday. He investigates it thoroughly to find any remains of the past mage's civilization. There might be something interesting here. It seems some people have found this place and took the valuables. The ones that got left here are just the broken items. Well, many people have gone to Dark Valley, so this village must have been found too. But there should be hidden items or something else, says Ben as he looks around. Ben uses his magic sense and AI chip scanning ability. A place like this must have some secrets that aren't easy to find. It just needs a lot of effort to find those secrets. His feeling is right because Ben finds a secret after 3 hours of searching. He looks at the map that AI chip made as he walks around the ruins. This village was built in a strange pattern and there are small stones scattered everywhere. The stones didn't look strange at first, but they become strange if watched from above. The scattered stones are actually shaping a formation. It is a formation of big 3-layered circles with some big runes inside. A.N. I changed the magic letters formation into runes formation to make it shorter. Ben checks the stones and they all have hidden runes written on them. People without knowledge about runes and good magic sense won't notice them because they're hidden very well. What runes formation is this? Does it still work? There's only one way to find it out. But first, I need to scan all these runes, says Ben. Using AI chip scanning ability, Ben scans every rune on the stones here. He needs to know it and save it for references. These runes might be useful in the future. Besides, these are ancient runes formation, so he needs to learn them. It only takes half an hour for him to finish the scanning. AI chip's scanning ability has increased over these years because Ben kept using it. He saved all the runes in the database before getting ready to activate the runes formation. Ben goes to the outer layer and stands outside the formation. He takes a deep breath and prepares his MP. Then he slams his right hand and flows his MP on the formation. The formation glows blue for a moment before dimming again. It seems this thing is getting rusted, says Ben. He tries again and it still failed. Some more tries and they all failed. Now Ben starts to think that there is something wrong with the formation. He checks the scanning result in AI chip's database and tries to find the problem. But without any knowledge about this runes formation, he can't find the problem easily. Even with AI chip's high computation ability, this is still difficult. He needs to find clues, so he checks the ruins again while AI chip analyzes the formation. As he checks the ruins, Ben finds some drawings in the ruins of the houses. He looks at them and tries to learn them seriously. He keeps learning them until finally, he realizes something. This village was Demon's village, not human mages, says Ben with a surprised tone. Through the drawings, Ben finds out that this village's residences were demons. They built their village here to avoid contacts with humans that would hunt them down. That was also why Escanor buried Midas near this village because the ancient demons respected him. So that's how I should activate the formation, says Ben in realization. Ben goes to the formation's outer layer again and does the same thing as before. But now he uses his Devil Slayer magic power to activate the formation. If this village was Demon Village, then they must have used demon power. Luckily, I have that power now, says Ben while grinning. Now the activation doesn't fail and the blue light doesn't dim. Ben keeps flowing a lot of MP into the formation until it is fully activated. When it gets fully activated, a wide square-shaped stone gets lifted in the village's center. Under the stone is stairs that lead to the underground. Underground again? I hope there won't be any giant centipede here, says Ben as he enters. Get inside. You can read up to 30 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 139 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 150 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 110. Hidden Room. Ben enters the underground room and then the stone door closed. It gets very dark so Ben wants to make a light orb. But then some lacrima lamps on the wall lit up. It is very convenient now because he doesn't need to spend his MP, even though the light orb just needs a little MP. Before he continues to walk down the stairs, Ben inspects the lamps. He is interested in the automatic mechanism of these lamps. Wow, this is high-tech. The lamps can turn on automatically when they detect someone passing by. I don't know if there's such mechanism in this age because I never found it, says Ben as he scans a lamp with AI chip. AI chip finds that the secret is inside the lacrima crystal. It has some runes installed in it and they're rather complicated. But it's not a problem for AI chip's scanning ability that gets enhanced by Ben's magic sense. After scanning a lamp and finding out how it works, Ben resumes walking down the stairs. He goes down rather deep and finds many drawings on the wall. Ben looks at them and scans all of them with AI chip. He keeps walking until he finds a giant stone gate that has 2 door sides. The gate also has drawings on it, which are 2 scary-looking red and blue demons. There's also a small plate in the center of the 2 sides. The plate is composed of 10 circles that have random pictures. Ben knows that it is a puzzle and he needs to solve it if he wants to open the gate. But a puzzle like this will have something like a punishment that will fall on him if he failed. It's not a problem though because he has AI chip that can simulate the puzzle before he works on the real thing. AI chip only needs half a minute to solve the puzzle. Ben moves the circles following AI chip's guidance. Without any surprise, the gate is opened after he finished the puzzle. Such a trick won't work on him who has the best computer, AI chip. If AI chip failed on this kind of thing, then no one will succeed. He enters through the opened gate and finds a dark big room. This room is rather empty and there's nothing in it except for 5 pillars. These pillars are connected by a pentagram drawn on the floor. Ben knows that all of those aren't normal pillars and pentagram. They must be triggers to something in this room. The problem is, it might be a good thing or a bad thing. So like usual, Ben asks AI chip to scan the pentagram and pillars. He needs to be very careful in a place like this because it can cost his life. No one can help him here, so he can only depend on himself. Ben's cautiousness is not baseless though. AI chip really finds hidden runes on the pillars and the pentagram is made out of runes too. But AI chip can't find out the function of those runes. This is very tricky, says Ben as he thinks of what he needs to do. Ben looks around to find any clue that might help him solve this problem. He knows that simply flowing Devil Slayer magic won't be enough. They won't use the same trick twice. After looking around for half an hour, Ben finally knows what he needs to do. Well, guess what he needs to do? He needs to activate the pillars in the correct order to activate the pentagram. Ben knows it after looking at each pillar's details. They look very similar, but there are some differences that become his clues. Each pillar has patterns and drawings that look similar, but Ben and AI chip found the differences. Looking at the patterns on these pillars, then the order should be pillar 42153. I hope it's not the opposite or even another order, says Ben. Don't worry. I think you can handle the problem that will appear if you're wrong. That's not the problem. I won't get anything if I fail to activate it correctly, says Ben. Ben then goes to the center of the pentagram and suddenly 5 small pillars come out of the floor. On top of them are small transparent crystal balls. They're positioned in line with the real pillars. I need to flow my MP to these crystal balls, ponders Ben. Ben takes a breath and prepares himself before flowing his MP on the crystal balls following the order that he has made. The pentagram and pillars glow in yellow color every time Ben flows his MP. Then after he finished flowing his MP on all 5 pillars, the patterns on the wall, floor, and ceiling also glows. Ben doesn't know what happens and can only prepare himself if something bad will happen. But his worry doesn't come true because the light gets dimmed and nothing bad happens. Then, an altar suddenly appears in the backside of the room. There is a small shelf on the altar that has some books on it. Ben approaches it and picks a book after confirming that it's safe. The books are written in an old language and luckily, Ben has learned some of it from Rubal. He read one of the books and gets very surprised by its content. Curse, says Ben in surprise. He checks the other books and they all are about curse. This is what he has looked for some years since he knew about curse. It is different from magic, so of course, it makes Ben curious. Ben is very excited now after finding these books about curse. Furthermore, he gets these after getting Devil Slayer magic. His luck is very good today. Then Ben inspects the altar thoroughly to find if there's more secret. But he finds nothing except for runes to preserve the books so they won't get destroyed by something. So Ben picks the book and puts them inside his backpack. He leaves the underground room because there's nothing else there. The altar also returns to its initial position and the room gets dimmed again. Ben goes out through the same path and the same stone door. Hee, what a big harvest, says Ben happily as he leaves the ruins. Ben goes to where he parked his car and leaves the area. He doesn't want to stay here for too long because he wants to try his new magic and learn the curse. Ben has cancelled his previous plan to try his magic here because it is not safe. The Dark Valley has been visited by many people before Ben. So there might be more people who will come here. It will be bad if they find out that Ben has taken Midas corpse and gets the Sun Devil Slayer magic. It's not like he is afraid of them, but it can lead to bigger problems. People who want the magic might attack his guild. Furthermore, the Magic Council might try to do something after knowing that he has 2 Slayer types of magic. And now, he has the books about curse that are only known by demons. The Magic Council is the biggest pain in the ass. Having Dragon Slayer magic has made them get interested in me already. If they know I have a Devil Slayer magic too, then they will want me to join them in any way. Sigh, if they aren't the source of our jobs and money, then I won't follow them at all. So troublesome, says Ben while driving. With that, Ben's personal mission has done. But is it the end of the problem? You can read up to 30 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 140 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 151 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 111. Trying new magic. Ben arrived in his village the next day. The way back home is always faster than the opposite that took him 2 days. Well, he also has more MP now and he drove faster because he wants to try his new magic soon. He stayed in the capital for a night because he wanted to sleep in a hotel after sleeping in a coffin last night. Besides, he also needs to buy some items for his sisters and he wanted to eat good food. There's no trouble that is worth mentioning on his way back to the village though. The only problem is he doesn't have any partner now, so it is very boring. So this is truly the end of his mission. His sisters are very excited when he arrived in the village. Too bad he doesn't bring any souvenirs from the forest. As if he will give them skeletons or ruins as souvenirs. But he still brings them some goods that he bought in capital. Ben reports what he did and found in the forest to Rubal. He never hides something like this from the old man. Besides, he needs the old man's help to read the books of curse because they used old language. You're very lucky, aren't you? Devil Slayer magic and books of curse. Will you start to hunt demons now? Asks Rubal. Nah, that's too bothersome. I won't bother myself to hunt them. I'll just fight them if they attack me. Just like the dragons, it's not like all demons are my enemy, says Ben. Well, do what you want to do. So, what will you do with the books of curse? Asks Rubal. I'll learn them, of course, says Ben. And you need my help, right? As I thought, says Rubal before sighing. Rubal doesn't like the curse because it used someone's negative emotions as fuel aside from MP. But he knows that Ben will still learn it even though he knows about it. It will be useless to try stopping Ben, so he will just teach Ben. He knows Ben is responsible, so he doesn't need to worry. When do you want to learn it? Asks Rubal. After I tried my Devil Slayer magic and have some understanding of it. I don't want to learn too many things at once because it will just slow my progress, says Ben. Alright, I will learn these books first then. I'm also very curious about the curse that the demons used, says Rubal. Alright, I will go to sleep now. This mission is not difficult, but very tiring, says Ben. Ben then leaves the guild building and goes to his home. His sisters have waited for him with sleepy faces. They missed him and now want to sleep together even though the bed is small. He can't say no, so they sleep together on the small bed. Luckily Wendy is small and the cats are even smaller. So they can use the bed even though it's very narrow. The next day, Ben wants to try his new magic immediately, but the girls are pouting because they want to play with him. He has left for a few days, so they didn't have time to play with him, especially Wendy and Carla who have less time with him than Bella. Ben can only sigh and follow their demand to play with them. The new magic won't go anywhere because it is in his body already. His sisters need his attention more than the new magic. They go to Clover Town and play there for a full day. They also meet with some of their ex-students who still stay in Clover Town. The girls are very happy today and Ben is happy seeing them happy. Ben finally can try his son Devil Slayer magic the next day. He tries it on the mountain behind the village to avoid any accident. It will be very bad if the magic goes out of control and destroy the village. Ben starts from the most basic thing. He uses basic spells, or to be more precise, magic manipulations. Which are just generating the elements on his hands. He tries all of the sun's elements to see the differences with his Dragon Slayer magic. The clearest difference is the color of each element. All of the Devil Slayer magic's elements have reddish color in them. The fire, plasma, and solar get even redder than when he used Dragon Slayer magic. The other difference is the power. Ben can already feel that the Devil Slayer magic is weaker than Dragon Slayer magic. At least it is weaker than Dragon Slayer magic in its basic form. It doesn't mean that the Devil Slayer magic can't be as strong or stronger than Dragon Slayer magic. Slayer magic is magic that will get stronger if used on the correct targets. Devil Slayer for demons and Dragon Slayer for dragons. The proof of Devil Slayer magic's high potential was Midas' ability to slay many dragons in the past. Even though his element was strong, but that still means that demons can be stronger than dragons and that also applied to their magic. Ben believes that there's no weak magic, there are only weak users. All of it will depend on the user's ability to optimize their magic potential. Even the most basic transformation magic can be used to kill people if used correctly. Ben keeps using the basic spells to get used to the magic first. It is very easy to use the basic spells because of his high mastery over his son Dragon Slayer magic. It is like a high schooler learning kindergarten lessons. He uses the basic spells for an hour to reach their highest power. Also, he starts to understand the magic after an hour of training the basics. He wants to make sure that his basics are strong. Then Ben tries some real spells, not just basic magic manipulations. But he doesn't know any Sun Devil Slayer spells, so Ben uses his Sun Dragon Slayer spells but with Devil Slayer magic power. Of course, the first real spell that he uses is Roar spell. He doesn't know whether it will work because demons don't roar like dragons. But surprisingly, it works. He can use similar roar spells as dragons roar with every element. Calling it a Sun Devil's Roar doesn't sound right. I need to change the name, says Ben. Ben ponders about the correct name to replace the roar. He thinks of demon's characteristics to find the best name. Ugh, it's hard to find the best name replacement. Let's just go with Sun Devil's Scream for now. I hope I will find any record of Devil Slayer magic to know the real spell name, says Ben as he gives up to find another name. After that, Ben tries the other spells like Fists and Kicks. He just used those variations on this first day. It doesn't sound much, but there are 6 elements that he needs to train, so it becomes a lot. Ben trains until he runs out of MP in the afternoon. He almost faints of MP deficiency because he was too excited. Every new thing always makes its owner excited, as long as they like it, and Ben likes his new magic, who won't? Let's train this until it reaches my Dragon Slayer magic. But I will keep it a secret and only uses Dragon Slayer magic in public. This will be my hidden card, says Ben as he returns to his home. You can read up to 30 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 141 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 152 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 112. Another task. For the next 6 months, Ben keeps training his Sun Devil Slayer magic. Of course, he still trains his Dragon Slayer magic occasionally. He doesn't take any job in these 6 months to focus on his training. It makes his sisters happy because they can play and train with him more often. They also have some vacations in these 6 months. Myra and Elfman join them sometimes, but they never interact with other fairy tale mages because there's no need to. Currently, Ben can use most of his Dragon Slayer spells for his Devil Slayer magic. He just needs to change the magic power that he used. The only exceptions are for advanced spells that are very difficult to use. Some advanced spells like Secret Arts can't be used yet using Devil Slayer magic. Even medium-level spells like transformation modes are also quite difficult to use. He can use the transformation modes, but they're still weak and imperfect. His Sun Devil Slayer magic mastery is very good already for someone who has just trained it for 6 months. This also makes his time limit for stopping his body's growth reduced to 2 years. So now he can grow normally again at 17y.0, not 18 like before. I think it's enough for now. 6 months won't be enough to learn everything, so this is a very good result already. Now let's move to the next step, curse, says Ben after training. Ben goes to the guild building to meet with Rubal. He will learn the curse together with the old man. It is a dangerous art with unknown risk, so he needs Rubal's supervise. I will ask again. Are you sure about this? Asks Rubal. No matter how many times you asked, my answer is still the same. I will learn this curse power, says Ben. Sigh, you have Devil Slayer magic and now you want to learn curse. I hope you don't turn into a demon yourself, says Rubal. That won't happen. At least my dragon seed won't allow that to happen, says Ben. That better be the case, says Rubal. Ben then opens the first book and reads it with Rubal's help. AI chip scans and records as Ben reads the book. This will help Ben remembers the book's content and also learn the old language at the same time. These books just contain the basics of curse power. There's no curse type or spell at all in these books. They just explained how curse worked and made to its details. But this doesn't make Ben disappointed, he gets very excited instead. The method to make curse and explanations of how it works, perfect. This will be a difficult thing to do, but this also means that I can make my own curse. There's no need to worry about having different types of power than what I used before. I can make my own sun curse, says Ben excitedly. Good for you, isn't it? You always like to do things your way, so this is perfect. I'm sure if there is a type of curse in these books, you won't use it and still make your own curse, says Rubal. I will use it if I like it, you know. Maybe if it has the power like one of my elements. I don't want to use other types of elements for now because it will take time to learn them, says Ben. Ben has learned a lot of magic types, but he always used his Dragon Slayer magic in these 5 years. Well, he used some other magic like Requip because it is convenient. But mostly, he used his Dragon Slayer magic. The reason is training too many types of magic will only slow his progress. He just used those magic as references to make new spells and strengthen his magic. Also, he just likes to learn new magic even though he won't use it. It will also help him if he faces enemies who use the magic that he knows. He will know his enemies' strengths and weaknesses easily. Ben learns the books of curse for a week to fully understand them. He also tasked AI Chip to simulate some of his spells if used with curse power. Just like what he thought, it is very difficult and complicated. Don't rush it. Take your time and learn it slowly. It's not like you have a deadline to master this curse power. You better focus on your Slayer's magic for now and think about the curse once in a while. Mastering the Devil Slayer magic to a high level is more important for you right now, says Rubal. Sigh, you're right. I always said that learning too much at a time will just slow the progress. But now I am doing just that, says Ben while sighing. It's good that you finally realize it. Then you are free now, right? Asks Rubal. Yeah, I guess so, says Ben. Let's talk privately, says Rubal with a solemn expression. What's wrong, Gramps? You are rather strange today. Are you sick? Asks Ben worriedly. I'm fine, just follow me, says Rubal. Ben frowns but still follows Rubal to the guild building. The old man tells everyone to leave before sitting on his couch. Ben sits in front of Rubal and waits for everyone to leave. So, what do you want to talk about? Asks Ben. I have a task for you. This is not a difficult task but will take a long time to finish. The good thing is, this will go in line with your dream, says Rubal. What is it? Asks Ben. I want you to explore the whole Fiori and find the magic library. Your task in the library is to learn everything you want there. It's what you always wanted, right? Asks Rubal. Yeah, it is. But why are you suddenly asking me about it and giving me this task? Asks Ben. Because I am worried about you. You have a big problem like your dragon seed, but you never have time to focus on solving that problem. I'm afraid that it will be too late if you don't start to focus on it now. You need to do it now while you have two things to stop your dragon seed currently, says Rubal. Ben widens his eyes a little because Rubal is right. This is the best time for him to focus on solving his problem. Magic Library might contain the best solution except for sealing Acnologia in his body. Even if he doesn't find another solution, learning the magic collections in Magic Library will help him grow a lot stronger. This journey is what he really needed right now. Not only he can explore Fiori, but he can also train and learn magic in that legendary library. Still, Ben thinks that it's not the whole reason for Rubal to give him this task. He feels that the old man hides something, but he doesn't know what is it. It makes him remember when the old man refused his ex-students from joining their guild. What about the girls? Asks Ben. You can only go with Bella like usual. I will train Wendy and Carla while you aren't here, says Rubal. Alright, says Ben. Also, you need to return before you turn 17, no matter what, says Rubal. It gets even more strange for Ben, but he just nods and agrees with the old man. Just what is Rubal's real reason? You can read up to 30 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 142 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 153 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 113. Start the journey. Ben finally agreed to do the task that Rubal gave him. He will start his journey in 3 months after his 16th birthday. So he will have 1 year to explore Fiori, find the magic library, and learn all the magic books that are stored there. Ben also finally knows why it will take 1 year for him to finish his journey. It's because Rubal told him to not use his car and go on foot. The old man said that he need to walk because he is just exploring Fiori. It will be a waste if he explores his kingdom, which isn't too big by car. He needs to know how it feels to explore on foot before he explores with the car. Only then he will be a true explorer. This is also his first world exploration, so he needs to use the traditional way first. For the next 3 months, Ben will prepare himself and Bella for their journey. He will also enjoy his time with Wendy and Carla to the max because they won't meet for 1 year. It will be the longest time for them to part since they met 5 years ago. He also tells Myra about his plan to explore Fiori next year. They have gotten closer in these 6 months. But Ben still doesn't make a move on her and wait until they're a little older. He still has many things to do and doesn't want to be in a relationship for now. Ben keeps training both of his Slayer magic and leave the curse for now. Strengthening his Slayer's magic is more important than learning the curse. He will surely face many dangers in his journey and strong magic is what he needed rather than new power like curse. The Dragon Slayer magic is strong already, so he focuses on his Devil Slayer magic. Ben tries to use all his Dragon Slayer spells with his Devil Slayer power. This way, he won't need to make new spells and just modify the ones that he has. After 3 months, Ben's 16th birthday finally come. He celebrates it in the village first by holding a party with everyone. They always hold birthday parties for everyone in the village and the parties for their young members are bigger than the adults. Will you really go tomorrow? Asks Wendy with a sad expression as she sits on Ben's lap and hugs him while burying her face in his chest. Yeah, we will go tomorrow as we've planned. I will leave the guild to you, says Ben while rubbing Wendy's hair. Wendy still doesn't want Ben to leave tomorrow. It's very rare for her to be selfish like this because she usually just agreed to Ben's decisions. But now he will go for a year, the longest time for him to leave. That's why she needs to be selfish if she wants her brother to stay. However, even Wendy's pledge won't change Ben's decision. After 3 months, he finally realized that he needs this journey. He can't stay in his comfort zone by staying here because he won't grow that way. That night, Ben sleeps together with his sisters again. They've slept together for 3 months now because they won't meet for a year. This will be the last time for Wendy and Carla to sleep with Ben and Bella before they leave. The next day, Ben and Bella will finally start their journey. Wendy and Carla can't stop crying and keep holding Ben's clothes to stop him from leaving. It makes everyone sigh, but they know the girls' feelings. Wendy, Carla, you need to let him go. It's not like he won't return, says Rubal. Sniff but, master, says Wendy while sniffing. Instead of trying to stop him, you need to support him. Tells him to be careful and calls you often. You need to pray for his safety rather than stopping him now, says Rubal. Wendy looks down while sniffing before saying, be careful Ben-Nii-san, Bella. You need to call us every day. Ben smiles and rubs Wendy's hair, then he says, all right, we'll be careful. I don't know about calling you every day, but we will call you often. No. You need to call us every day. Yells Wendy angrily. Everyone is surprised to hear Wendy getting angry and raise her voice. It's the first time for her to yell angrily like that. Ben is also surprised, so he can only say, all right, we will call you every day. Promise? Asks Wendy while raising her pinky at Ben. I promise. You also need to keep training and never slack off while I'm not here. Don't just play around with Carla, says Ben while locking his pinky to hers. I know, says Wendy embarrassedly. Bella and Carla also join them and make the promise together. Ben picks up his big backpack before bidding farewell to everyone in the guild. Bella sits on Ben's shoulder and then they leave the village. Ben's journey has finally started. For the starter, Ben will explore Was Forest where his village is located. He has explored most of it but hasn't explored every side. There are dangerous places that he couldn't visit in the past and didn't have time to explore those places. He will explore the whole Was Forest before he explores other places on Fiori. It will be strange if he hasn't explored his home ground when he explores the other places. Ben walks deeper into the forest and goes to a place that he never visited before. He goes to the border between Fiori and the Country of Seven. He will explore the location around the border and the northern beach line. When Ben and Bella go to the border, they encounter some magical creatures like usual. Ben just attacks and repels the ones that are hostile toward them. The creatures here aren't that strong because it's still near their village. But it will be different as they go further to the north. Ben walks for hours before he finally reached the border. The border is a long rocky mountain that goes from Clover Town to the northern beach. It is not a tall mountain, but it is full of dangerous cliffs and creatures. Of course, Ben wants to climb it, but he needs to fill his stomach first. He puts his backpack down and takes out the prey that he has caught on his way here. Then he roasted it with his magic before he eats it together with Bella. Sigh, we'll reach this place in an hour if we used our car. Damn, I also haven't built a new car, says Ben while eating. Milk, says Bella. All right, here's your milk. We will need to think of a way to supply your milk from now on since we will be in the wilderness most of the time, says Ben. Buy milk, says Bella as she drinks her milk. We won't go to town every day, so we can't buy it easily. That's why we will stock your milk when we are in town and you also need to reduce your consumption, says Ben. Bella has a horror expression when she hears that she needs to reduce her consumption. But she knows it is needed if she wants to keep drinking milk every day. So she nods and drinks her milk very slowly now to make it last longer. After eating, they start to climb the rocky mountain. Ben doesn't have many experiences at mountain climbing, so he has a hard time climbing it. Then when he climbs the cliff, some troublesome creatures appear, wyverns. Damn lizard, says Ben with a pissed tone. You can read up to 30 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 143 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 154 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 114. Beginning. 3 green wyverns appear when Ben is climbing the cliff. The wyverns are flying in a circle above Ben as if he is their prey. They want to intimidate him because he entered their territory. Also, Ben and Bella look delicious to them. You better leave before something bad happens to you, says Ben calmly. The wyverns understand Ben's words and look at each other. But they ignore it and roar at Ben before flying down at him. Sigh, you will live if you just ignore me. Alas, you bring it upon yourself, says Ben. Ben raises his left hand and aims it toward the 3 wyverns. Then, a dark purple magic circle appears on his left hand. Sun Dragon's mighty pull. The 3 wyverns get pulled toward Ben at the same time. Ben prepares another spell as they get closer to him. He takes a deep breath and a dark purple magic circle appears in front of his mouth. Sun Dragon's heat roar. Ben shoots a very hot red heat beam from his mouth. The three wyverns can't evade it because they are pulled by Ben's gravity pull. They get hit by the heat roar spell and feel the very high temperature. The wyverns scream as they get cooked by the heat beam. Ben stops his spells after he doesn't sense the wyverns' MP anymore. The cooked wyverns fall to the ground below while letting out steams from their bodies. I told you to ignore me, but you won't listen, says Ben. Stupid lizards, says Bella. Yeah, they sure aren't smart at all. Let's move faster, their carcasses will draw many creatures' attentions, says Ben as he resumes his climbing. Ben uses gravity magic on his limbs to help him climb faster. He can do it earlier, but he wants to do it normally first for experience. But now he needs to climb faster because of the wyverns' carcasses and it will get dark soon. They reach the peak right before the sunset and have the chance to watch it. The mountain isn't tall, so they can reach the peak rather fast. But this mountain is very long and it splits Fiori with the nations in the east. They watch the sunset together because it's a rare chance for them to enjoy it. It's a beautiful sight that they won't see often. They also look at the country of Seven that also has a wide span of forest near the mountain. Sigh, I thought there will be a town to see from here. But there's only forest and mountains everywhere, says Ben. Ben build a camp and they eat the meat that he roasted before lunch. Tomorrow, they will walk on the mountain to the north. They have never gone to this mountain before, so there might be something interesting here. The next day, Ben and Bella resume their journey and walk to the north. Ben walks while looking at the forest using a binocular sometimes. He has a high point of view, so he can look at many spots from there. This way, he can look at the mountain and the forest at the same time. But the forest is full of trees, so he can't see everything there. Still, he can cover most of the locations in the forest from a higher POV. Ben keeps walking with Bella sitting on his head like usual. She also looks around to help Ben finds any unusual things. They keep going for hours but haven't found anything that catches their interest so far. At night, they call Wendy and Carla because they've promised to call every day. Bella tells them everything that happened since yesterday. She is very excited and it makes the two girls jealous. Don't worry, you can have your journey too when you are strong enough, says Ben. But we want to join your journey like Bella, says Wendy. That's right, you need to take us on your next journey, says Carla. Then you need to train harder and get a lot stronger. I can protect Bella because she is alone, but I can't protect the three of you at the same time. That's why you need to grow stronger so you can protect yourself, especially you, Wendy, says Ben. But I'm not as talented as you, Ben-Ni-san, says Wendy with a sad tone. Don't underestimate yourself. You have trained magic since you were 5, while I just started when I was 10. Now you are 11, so it's still early. I was not as strong as you in magic when I was 11, right? Have more confidence, says Ben. That's right, Wendy. Ben-Ni trained very hard to reach his current level. If you want to be as strong as him, then you need to train as hard as him too. I know you can do it, says Carla to motivate Wendy. Bella trained, says Bella while nodding. Yes, yes. You also trained hard, says Ben while rubbing Bella's head. I understand, I will train very hard and surprise you when you go home, says Wendy with high spirit. I can't wait for that, says Ben while smiling. They keep talking about other things until they get sleepy. Ben closes the call after Bella gets asleep and Wendy also can't hold her sleepiness again. They go to sleep immediately to be ready for tomorrow. But Ben doesn't tell the girls about one thing. He won't take Wendy and Carla with him no matter how strong they will be in the future. It's not because of their strength, but because they will eventually find their dreams. They are still too young now, so they just want to be with him who they look up to as big brother. But they need to think about themselves too and will think about it as they grow up. Everyone has their own dream and life journey, including them. Ben doesn't want to make Wendy and Carla follow him all their life. He wants them to live their life like they want, including Bella. If Bella wants to do something that she wants, then Ben will let her do it as long as it's a good thing, even if it means they need to separate. Even so, Ben will always be there for them and ready to help them. They are his family in this world, people that he loves very much. He will do anything for their safety and well-being. The same thing that happened to his biological family won't happen twice. Ben and Bella resume their journey on the border mountain. They encounter some wild mountain creatures. Some of them are hostile while the others aren't. They just attack the hostile ones like usual and kill the edible ones for their food. They haven't found strange or unique things so far on the mountain except for its endemic creatures. There are some caves that they found, but those are just wild creatures' dens. Some caves have a small number of lacrima crystals in them, but that's a common thing. Maybe it's a mistake to take the mountain route. I hope the forest has interesting things in it, says Ben while looking at the forest with his binocular. Bella also uses her small-sized binocular to look around. Ben bought her a binocular after she whined for it. So he bought binoculars for her, Wendy, and Carla. It's a cheap item and he has money, so there's no problem buying a few extras. While looking around with her binocular, Bella suddenly sees a shiny thing on the mountain peak. It's very far from their location, so it can't be seen clearly even with binocular. She tells Ben about it and then they go to check it. When they reach the location, they find a sword that gets stabbed on the ground. Only the red hilt can be seen while the blade is buried. The hilt is plain without any decoration, but it still looks very good like new. Beside the sword, there is a stone with writings on it. I left my sword here for the worthy person. If you can pull it out, then this is yours. Ben rubs his chin after he read the writings. Very suspicious. You can read up to 30 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 144 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 155 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 115. A new sword. The sword and writings are very suspicious for Ben. Why would someone leave a sword on this peak for anyone who will find it in the future? There must be something bad in this sword. Maybe a curse or other bad things. Says Ben while inspecting the sword hilt and stone. Ben commands AI chip to scan the sword, stone, and the surrounding area. He needs to be very careful with this because it might be dangerous. But this is also his chance to get this sword for free. This sword might be a good quality sword, so it will be a waste to leave it. But even if it's not good at all, he doesn't have any problem with it as long as it isn't dangerous. It's free, after all, so there's no loss for him. AI chip finished scanning the sword and there's really a problem with the sword. It doesn't have any demon soul or curse in it like what Ben thought. But it has magic attached to it that became the reason why not everyone can pull it out. Enchantment, asks Ben in his mind. Yes, an unknown spell is enchanted in this sword. I don't have any data about this spell, so I don't know its name. But I can predict its function, which is to make it attached to the ground. Maybe it's a gravity spell that makes the sword very heavy, asks Ben. No, I will know it easily if it's gravity. Such a mysterious magic spell. But it's not dangerous, right? Asks Ben. No danger is detected. But maybe there is a danger that I can't detect with my current database level. This is a very old sword from centuries ago, so we will need more data from that age if we want to be sure. Sigh, so troublesome. Past knowledge isn't easy to find in this age. Let's just pull the sword. A man needs to have big guts and nuts, says Ben while grinning and cracking his neck. Ben tells Bella to take a rather far distance and get ready to protect herself. This might be very dangerous or maybe nothing will happen at all. But they need to be very cautious about this. After Bella gets to a safe distance, Ben gets ready to pull the sword. He takes a deep breath before placing his right hand on the red hilt. When Ben pulls the sword, he can feel that the sword is fighting back to his pull. What the? AI chip is right, this is not a gravity spell that makes the sword heavy. It's like the sword is alive and pulling me back. It refused to leave its place. Interesting, says Ben excitedly. Ben exerts more strength to pull the sword. But the sword also pulls stronger to match his strength. It's like the sword is programmed to match the strength that he used. Wait. Why did I become this stupid? There is a much easier way to do this, says Ben in realization. Ben releases his grip and takes a step back. Then he takes out his revolvers and chooses gravity bullets. He aims his revolvers down and he starts to shoot the ground around the sword. Hehe, let's see if you can stay there if the ground is destroyed, says Ben while smirking. Ben keeps shooting until the ground breaks completely. After that, he stores his revolvers again and uses gravity magic to lift the rebels. As the rebels float, the sword also floats with them. It makes Ben grins because his plan worked perfectly. He grabs the sword and releases the gravity magic. Now the sword doesn't fight back again like before and just becomes a normal sword. Ha, easy, says Ben smugly while playing with the sword. Ben plays with the sword while inspecting it. It is a long sword that has red color in the center, just like the hilt. The blade's length is 1 meter and the width is 5 centimeters. While the hilt's length is 30 centimeters without any ornament. The sword's design will be very plain if not for its red color. But even though it's plain, Ben knows that it is a high-quality sword. At the very least, he knows that it's made of high-quality materials. I don't know what the materials are, but those must be of high quality. This sword can flow MP very well and even kept that enchantment for centuries without getting weakened. It also doesn't have any rust even to this day, says Ben as he inspects the sword detailedly. The sword also has good weight and balance. It's not too heavy nor light for Ben. He is not a swordsman, but he can use swords to some degree. So he won't sell this sword and save it for himself. Ben then tries to use the sword with some moves. He can handle it well even though he only has a little experience with swords. Then he tries to cut the stone that has writings on it using the sword and it gets cut cleanly. Damn, such a clean cut. This sword is incredible. Maybe it's a good time to replace my daggers as my main weapons. They aren't suitable again for my current level, says Ben. Ben is still curious about the sword's power, so he flows his fire magic on it. The sword now has fire on it and Ben can control the fire a lot better than when he used his daggers even though they are made of mithril. That means this sword's materials are better than mithril. That, or maybe the swordsmith's skill is just far above Ben, which is obvious. He isn't a professional smith, so being able to make a pair of daggers and some guns is good enough for him. Let's see if you can do it because my daggers can't, says Ben as he pulls the sword to his back. Ben gets ready and then he swings the sword horizontally to the front. From his swing, a wide sharp fire arc appears and flies in the air. He can generate his magic using the sword, something that his daggers can't do. It makes Ben excited and he laughs happily. This means he will have more options in the fight when he uses the sword. He can use the sword for short, medium, or long-range battles, very flexible. Ben decides to make the sword his main weapon from now on. He rarely uses a weapon, but if he needs it, this sword will be the best weapon to use. His secondary weapons will be his revolvers and daggers. He resumes his journey with Bella while still playing with the sword. Bella wants one of his daggers because he won't use it often now, so he gives it to her. The dagger becomes a sword when Bella holds it because it is rather long for her body size. Do you want me to teach you how to use it? Asks Ben. No, Kin, says Bella. Alright, you can train on your own. But you can always ask for advice once in a while, says Ben. Bella nods while looking at her new sword, dagger, happily. She decides to walk beside Ben now while swinging her sword like him. Then she suddenly takes a pink ribbon from her pocket and ties it on her new sword's hilt and scabbard. Ben's face turns dark and his mouth twitches when he sees it. But Bella is very happy right now, so he let it be and hold the pain in his heart. The dagger that he made to look dangerous has become cute now. I'm glad she doesn't ask for both daggers or my heart will really bleed, thinks Ben while holding his pained heart. They resume their journey with Ben holding back his tears seeing his cool-looking dagger become a cute sword in Bella's cute hand. You can read up to 30 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 146 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 157 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 116. A Demon. After getting the sword, Ben becomes more excited about his journey. He explores Was Forest with Bella and covers the whole forest in 2 weeks. They found some interesting things, but none of them are as good as the sword. Ben also have a battle with a group of lizardmen last week. Those lizardmen are the ones that attacked his village in the past. They've moved to a small lake near the North Beach. Now he can defeat them alone without using any tool like lacrima bombs. But lizardmen are tough and it needs a lot of effort for him to defeat them all. Besides, those lizardmen are getting stronger too, just like him. He tried to fight them using his new sword, but it didn't work. His swordsmanship is still very bad and couldn't defeat the lizardmen. Even though the sword's quality is very high, but his skill isn't suitable to handle it. So Ben fought the lizardmen using his usual fighting style and succeed to defeat them. But he wanted to be able to use his sword perfectly. That's why he started to train his swordsmanship every day since he defeated the lizardmen. Ben trained his swordsmanship following the manuals that he saved in AI Chip's database. He's glad that he was collecting many kinds of books even though he didn't need them at that time. So now he doesn't need to worry when he finally needs it. Currently, Ben and Bella is moving toward the mountains area at the west of Was Forest. There are some mountains of different sizes and heights there. It will take a longer time to explore every mountain there. I've gone to the mountains at the south area of this mountain range. I just need to explore the middle and north area, says Ben while looking at the map. Ben then starts his exploration on the mountain range. He keeps using his magic sense and AI chip to scan his surrounding. The combination of his magic sense and AI chip scanning can cover an area with a 1 kilometer radius. As he walks and looks around, Ben plays with his magic and new sword. Bella also follows him and plays around with her sword. This way, they'll get used to handling the sword even though it doesn't increase their swordsmanship. Days passed and they haven't found anything noteworthy again. Only some battles with strong wild magical creatures that happened in the last 8 days. Even now, they encounter a magical creature, but it is different. Oh, a demon, what a coincidence, says Ben while grinning. They find a demon in a cave located in one of the northern mountains. This demon isn't an Aetherius, Ben can feel it because of his Devil Slayer magic. It has a different aura from the Aetheriuses that he met in the past. What a human do in this place? Asks the demon as he comes out from the darkness. The demon has the appearance of a middle-aged human. But he is very big and tall with a height of 3 meters. He also has 3 sharp horns on his head and a pair of sharp long fangs in his mouth. I was just exploring this area when I found this cave. I sensed demonic energy from here, so I checked it out. I never thought I will find a demon in here though, says Ben. You can sense demonic energy? Are you a devil slayer? Asks the demon curiously. I am, says Ben while nodding. Oh, how rare. I thought devil slayer doesn't exist at this age. What kind of devil slayer magic that you used? Asks the demon curiously. Why should I tell you? I don't even know you and you are a demon while I'm a devil slayer, says Ben while frowning. Come on, just because I'm a demon and you're a devil slayer doesn't mean that we can't talk, right? Devil slayer is just a name for humans who can use demons' magic. It's the same as dragon slayer who learned dragon's magic, says the demon. Well, you're not wrong. But even if you are a human, I still won't tell it to someone that I just met, says Ben. That makes sense. Then how if we just talk about casual things? You don't have a problem talking with a demon, right? Asks the demon. Haven't we talked for some minutes now? Asks Ben back. You're right, it's not a problem then. So let me introduce myself. I am Morgbit, a hermit who has stayed here for, 200 years I think, I can't remember it too well now. Anyway, it's been hundreds of years since I live here alone, says Morgbit. I'm Ben, 16Y.0, a mage from Fiori. This is, says Ben while pointing at Bella. Bella, cute cat, says Bella smugly. Haha, you sure are a cute cat. Welcome to my home. I don't have anything here, not even chairs for guests. So how if we go outside where the scenery is better? Asks Morgbit. Sure, this place is also smelly. When is the last time you clean this place? Asks Ben while rubbing his nose that starts to get itchy because of the bad smell. I never clean it, that's too troublesome, after all, says Morgbit casually. Ben and Bella have disgusted expressions before they run outside to get the fresh air. Morgbit now feels bad because of it. But he never had any guest and never expect one to come. So he never needs to bother cleaning his home in case he has a guest. I think I need to clean this place after this. But that will just be a waste of energy though, says Morgbit with a sad expression. Morgbit follows Ben and Bella to the outside and sees them breathing deeply many times. They really enjoy the fresh air that they get after getting out of the cave. You look like people who have just come out of prison, says Morgbit. We are, says Ben while Bella nods in agreement. Their honesty makes Morgbit sweat drops and laughs nervously. The three of them then find a place to sit and cook the prey that Ben caught. He doesn't sense any malicious intent from Morgbit, but he is still cautious of this demon. Ben knows that not all demons are evil, just like humans. The example is Midas who wasn't evil, even though he was a battle maniac. It's just that most demons are evil because they're the embodiment of negative emotions. Ben has some talks with Morgbit while roasting the meat. Morgbit wasn't from this area, he came from far on the north side of this continent. He was traveling with his wife in the past, but she passed away in this place after getting ill. So you don't want to leave her? Asks Ben. Yeah, life is meaningless without her. So I want to stay close with her even though she has gone, says Morgbit with a solemn expression. But living 200 years alone isn't easy, right? Asks Ben. You're right, it's very hard for me to live here alone without anyone. Maybe it will be better if we have a child, but we didn't. I thought of killing myself many times before, but I always stopped because of Audrey's last wish. She wanted me to live, so I won't disappoint her, says Morgbit. She must be proud of you now because you still keep your promise. Although I'm not sure if she's happy seeing you living alone like this for 200 years, says Ben. Haha, I'm sure she won't be happy because she asked me to find a woman that will take care of me after she died. But as I thought, no one can replace her in my heart, says Morgbit while smiling warmly. At least you can find a friend, you know, says Ben. I have, it's a giant red eagle. I met him 50 years after Audrey's death. But he died 20 years later and it made me afraid to have another friend. I'm afraid to be left again, says Morgbit. Ben looks down because deep in his heart, he feels the same as Morgbit. He's always afraid that his loved ones will leave him again like his biological family. They get silent after that and just watch the meat getting roasted. It's done, let's leave the heavy topic and just enjoy the food, says Ben. All right, replies Morgbit. They start to eat the meat and stop talking about the sad things. A human, a demon, and a cat have started to become friends. You can read up to 30 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 146 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 157 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 117, 117. Demonic Craftsman. Ben and Bella build a camp in front of Morgbit's cave. They don't want to sleep inside even though Morgbit has offered it to them. Their nose is sensitive and the cave smell is just unbearable for them. The next day, they resume their exploration and Morgbit joins them. He finally has friends again, so he wants to enjoy this time before Ben and Bella leave. Besides, he knows this area very well and can be a good guide for them. Morgbit takes them to some interesting spots because that's what Ben aimed for. They go to a hot green lake that is full of sulfur. It smells very bad, but it is very good for health, so they plan to return there later. Then they go to a giant tree that has grown to more than 200 meters high with 25 meters width. This giant tree is also a medium for the ether nano to come out of the ground. That's why it can live for thousands of years and grew this big. The wood will be a good material for staff or something. But it doesn't seem right to pluck a branch, so maybe a fallen branch will do, says Ben. You can make magic items? Asks Morgbit. Yeah, although I'm not that good at it. But I think my creations are better than many crafters out there, says Ben. Oh ho, did you make this sword, then? Asks Morgbit while pointing at the sword on Ben's back. No, I found this. My level is still far from being able to make something like this sword. I can only make something like this, says Ben while taking out his revolver. Morgbit looks at it very seriously while mumbling unclearly. Ben ignores him and starts to look for the giant tree's fallen branches. He still doesn't know what he'll make, but he can't ignore good materials like this tree's wood. Bang bang bang! Morgbit suddenly shoots the revolver at a tree in the distance. He wanted to test the revolver after inspecting it for a while. But his action surprised Ben and Bella, so he gets a scold from them even though he is much older than them. Well, sorry about that. I'm just intrigued by this magic weapon. You sure have a unique idea for this magic item. I would never think of using a spinning barrel to change the lacrima crystals. Installing different elements with one type of magic is also a good idea. But it still has some flaws, especially the output power, says Morgbit. Well, I didn't make it for my main weapon or my battle. It's just for my backup when I run out of MP. But you seem to know about magic item crafting, says Ben. Because I'm a magic item craftsman. I went on my journey with Audrey to learn about magic items from all over the world. I've crafted numerous magic items since Audrey passed away. It is the only thing that I can do, after all, says Morgbit. Can I see them later? Asks Ben. Sure, you also can take them if you want. I don't have any use for most of them. As a crafter, I want my creation to be used rather than just sitting in a dark room like that, says Morgbit. Why don't you just sell them? Asks Ben. Do you think I will need money when I live in this wilderness? Besides, I am a demon, so it will be difficult selling them to humans, says Morgbit. That makes sense. Alright, I will take the ones that I like if you allow it, says Ben. Ben continues his search for falling branches. He gets a lot of them because no one took these things except for Morgbit, who only took them once in a while. He also collects the fallen leaves, the green or even the dried leaves. After that, they go to a canyon where many ferocious creatures live. This place also has a lot of minerals and herbs. But if someone wants to take those things, the creatures will attack them to death. The creatures here need the minerals and herbs for their lives. The herbs are useful for their health, power, etc. While the minerals are keeping this canyon's ether nano density high, and it will make them strong. That's why most of the creatures here have a high level of power. Ben even finds some B-class creatures become an A-class here. S-class creatures are scattered everywhere, so normal mages will die if they attempt to enter this canyon. Your kingdom has attempted to conquer this place a few times in these 200 years. But none of those attempts succeed. They finally stopped it around 50 years ago after sacrificing many of their high-ranked mages. These creatures are too strong and their number is too high, says Morgbit. It sure doesn't worth the trouble. High-ranked mages are too valuable compared to these minerals and herbs. Many other places have these things, after all, says Ben. Yeah, and they couldn't go all out here because it will destroy this place. That's the biggest reason why they always lost, says Morgbit. They leave the canyon and return to Morgbit's place because it starts to get dark. They have dinner together while Morgbit tells Ben and Bella a story of his past. An old fossil like him always has many things to share. Morgbit's story isn't something like a movie or anime protagonist. But his story is full of messages about life, and Morgbit always gives them some good life advice in the middle of his story. Just like what people said, wisdom comes with age. The next day, Morgbit takes them to his magic item storage. Ben and Bella need to use masks though because of the cave's bad smell. But the storage room doesn't smell that bad because Morgbit made special ventilation for it. Man, you need to make ventilations for your main rooms too, says Ben as he takes his mask off. That's too troublesome. Besides, living in such an environment for hundreds of years has made me get used to it. It's not a problem as long as I can use this place to sleep, says Morgbit. Sigh, whatever, says Ben as he gives up telling Morgbit about it. Ben and Bella look around with Morgbit explaining the magic items to them. He created many kinds of magic items from weapons, armor, utility tools, and even tools without any useful purpose. The old demon just likes to create things, no matter what they are. There are many failed creations too in the back of this room. The number is even higher than the successful ones. This means that even a veteran crafter like him still can fail when creating new items with new ideas. Do you have some items that you like? Asks Morgbit. Yeah, I like many of them honestly. But I don't know if I will take them because I don't have any use for them. Taking them with me will just waste their potential too, says Ben. Just take them. Leaving them here will be worse than that. You might need them later, no one knows what they'll face in the future. Besides, you can always give them to someone else if you don't need them, says Morgbit. Are you that desperate to remove them from here? Asks Ben jokingly. Haha, yeah. After all, I don't have much time left, says Morgbit with a solemn face. Ben gets surprised and looks at Morgbit. What do you mean? You can read up to 30 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 147 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 158 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 118. Last Days. As you know, I've lived for hundreds of years. It's a long time to live for any creature. Not every demon can live past 100 years, just like humans. But I can live up to this age because I am a high-ranked demon, says Morgbit. So you think that you will die soon? Asks Ben. It's not an assumption, it's a fact. You might not know that a magical creature like a demon can feel when their time is near. That sense will get stronger for a high-ranked creature or a strong mage. You will know it when you are old because you are strong, even for your age. You still can grow and will keep getting stronger. So you will understand it in the future, says Morgbit. But you won't know the exact time, right? After all, it's just a feeling, says Ben. It will be better if that's the case. Too bad that I know exactly when I will die of old age. A high-ranked demon like me has, says Morgbit. When? Asks Ben seriously. 13 days, that's my time limit. So I have a selfish request for you, says Morgbit. Ben nods and Morgbit says, can you stay until that time and bury me beside Audrey's grave? That's the only thing that I can hope for. You can take everything here as payment. I will still do it even without payment, you know. We might have just known each other for 3 days now, but you are my first demon friend. So I will fulfill your final wish. Besides, it will take time to explore this whole area. So 13 days is not a long time, says Ben. Morgbit widens his eyes a little when Ben said that they are friends. He never thinks that Ben will see him like that because he is a demon while Ben is a human. Their kinds are always at odds and have killed each other for ages, so it's very surprising that Ben sees him as a friend. You sure are a strange human kid, says Morgbit while smiling. I don't judge someone from their race or species, but by their attitude toward me. Just like what you've said to me, not all humans are good, and not all demons are evil. Everyone has a different personality and I can't judge everyone to be the same, says Ben. Morgbit smiles and says, you will be a great mage, kid. After that, they leave the cave and resume their exploration. Ben doesn't take the magic items for now and focuses on the exploration. While Bella takes a ring and puts it on her tail because it's too big for her finger. The ring is made of rainbow-colored crystals. It is shaped like a plain ring but has an eagle carving on it. The ring has a usage to reduce the user's weight so it's very suitable for Bella and will help her fly easier. They explore the mountains one by one with Morgbit's guidance. There are many interesting spots but there's no treasure to take. Ben also fights with some strong wild creatures that they encounter on their way. Morgbit is very impressed at Ben's strength and magic. Ben always used his Devil Slayer magic in front of Morgbit. He doesn't want to shock the old demon by showing his Dragon Slayer magic. The Sun Devil Slayer magic is enough to impress Morgbit. And as an old demon, Morgbit knows that there's only one demon who has the Sun magic in history. But he doesn't ask Ben on how Ben got his Devil Slayer magic. Everyone has their secret and Morgbit doesn't want to ask it because it will ruin their friendship. Besides, he doesn't really care about it and just wants to enjoy his last days. There's no need to think about difficult things when he's about to die. Ben also introduces Morgbit to Wendy and Carla when he calls them. Both of them are afraid at first, but then they get along well because Morgbit is very friendly. It's a good result because Ben wants to teach them that they can't judge a book by its cover. Days passed and it has been 10 days since Morgbit told them about his remaining days. He only has 3 days left now, but he is still as lively as before. But Ben knows that he is dying because AI chip has scanned his body and he is really getting weakened significantly. With Morgbit's guidance, Ben and Bella can cover the whole mountain's range faster. They finish it on the 11th day while it will take a month if they do it by themselves. Now they have 2 days to enjoy their time together with Morgbit before he dies. Kid, you've known about Devil Slayer magic, but do you know about curse? Asks Morgbit. I know. In fact, I want to learn about it after finishing my journey, says Ben. How long will it take? Asks Morgbit. 11 months. I need to finish this journey before I turn 17 and I've gone for almost a month. So I still have 11 months left for this journey, says Ben. That's too long. You need to use this journey to temper yourself and get stronger. So why don't you learn curse and train it along your journey? Asks Morgbit. I think that's a good idea. But I don't know much about curse. I only know the basics and don't know any spell or type of curse. So I will need to make my own curse from scratch, says Ben. Then, do you want me to teach you? Asks Morgbit. Are you sure? Curse is demon's secret technique, right? Asks Ben. It's not. Curse is never a secret technique. It's just that demons, especially Aetheriuses, are better at using curse. Even humans learned it in the past, but they could never be as good as demons at it, says Morgbit. Because it uses negative emotions. Asks Ben. That's right. Demons and humans have negative emotions. I know many humans are even eviler than demons, but that's not the problem. The problem is that demons can control their negative emotions better than humans. That's why we can utilize curse to the max, says Morgbit. Morgbit starts to explain curse to Ben with more details than the books. Clearly, the books can't explain everything like the user. Ben gets more knowledge about curse in an hour from Morgbit than all of his 6 books. They learn about the theory behind curse that day. Then they try some curse spells in the next day. Morgbit just uses simple spells so Ben can follow him. But even if the spells are simple, Ben still has a hard time trying them. The biggest problem is controlling the negative emotions in his heart. It's not like he doesn't have negative emotions, but he can't control them and utilize them for the curse. Don't worry. You will be able to do it if you keep training it. Try to meditate every day to control your emotions. It will help to control not only the negative but also positive emotions. That way, you can strengthen your magic too, says Morgbit, who now has a very pale face. Morgbit sits on the ground with Bella sitting on his lap while playing with her goblin doll. All right, I will try to do that. Tomorrow is the last day, I think, says Ben with a solemn expression. Yeah, that's why I want to fully enjoy this day, says Morgbit. Do you have another wish before it ends? Asks Ben. No, having friends on my side on my last day is enough for me. At least I won't be alone when I leave this world, says Morgbit. Ben just smiles softly while Bella has a sad expression. There's nothing they can do, so they just accompany him. Morgbit also has waited for his death all his life so that he can meet his wife again. They train until afternoon and Ben takes Morgbit to see the sunset for the last time. That's the least he can do for Morgbit before the old demon leaves this world. Finally, the next day, Morgbit breathed his last at noon. Ben buried his body beside Audrey's grave just like Morgbit asked. Bella cries in Ben's arms because it is the first time she lost a friend. Ben is also sad, but he can hold his emotion and part with Morgbit while smiling. Goodbye, my friend. Our meeting is short, but you've given me a lot in our short interactions. I hope you find happiness there, says Ben before he walks away to continue his journey. You can read up to 30 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 148 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 159 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 119. Back to Port Town. Ben resumes his journey with Bella after burying Morgbit's body. He took all Morgbit's creation like what the old demon asked. He even took the failed ones and left nothing behind. Right now, Ben and Bella move to the northern beach line. They will explore the beach while going to the west again. There's also a town that they can visit on their way. It's the town that they visited on their job to the newly discovered island. They go to the town because they need to fill their supplies. The needed supplies are seasonings, hygiene materials, and most importantly Bella's milk. Her milk stock has almost emptied now and she kept reminding Ben about it, so they need to fill it soon. On their way to Port Town, they fight with some wild creatures. Bella can defeat some low or mid-level creatures now, so she can help Ben fight. She used her gunslinger and even used her new sword sometimes. Even though she rarely fights, but Bella is quite good at battle actually. Ben always trained her together with Wendy and Carla. She even trains more than both of them because she's always with Ben on his jobs. Ben taught her mostly on long-ranged attacks using her gunslinger. Her flying ability is a big advantage and she needs to use it. She's also strong enough to lift Ben and takes him to fly for a short time. They walk along the beach and coastline while taking some breaks every few hours. Bella will always play in the water while Ben swims or fishing. The way to Port Town is very relaxing even though some creatures attack them every once in a while. Ben and Bella arrived in the Port Town after 5 days and immediately go to the market. They buy everything they need before renting a room in a hotel. They won't stay here for too long and will resume their journey in 2 days. Mayor? Asks Bella while swimming in the hotel's bathtub. No, we won't visit the mayor. I have a feeling that she will ask us to do something if we meet her. We can't refuse her if that happens because she is very pushy, says Ben while relaxing in the hot water. Wants mayor's milk, says Bella with a begging tone. Hey, that's very ambiguous. You need to say that you want the milk in mayor's residence, says Ben with a sweat drop. Same, says Bella. Sigh, it's not the same. Anyway, we can't go there because it will be troublesome. I will buy a lot of milk on the farm tomorrow, alright? We can buy some flavor essences too if you want to make the milk tastier, says Ben. Okay, says Bella with a sad tone. Thank you for your understanding, says Ben while rubbing her head. The next morning, they go to a farm on the outskirt of the town. It is the best place to buy a lot of fresh milk, after all. Unluckily, they meet someone that Ben wants to avoid, the mayor's assistants, Mark. Oh, Ben and Bella-chan, long time no see. Are you on a job? Asks Mark. No, we are just traveling, says Ben with a resigned expression. You don't seem to be happy seeing me again after a few months, says Mark. Of course, I'm happy, says Ben, still with a resigned expression. You don't look like that. But it is strange, you still look exactly the same as before. A boy your age should have grown a lot, but you doesn't change at all, says Mark while inspecting Ben. That's just your imagination. How much do you think a human can change anyway? I am not a caterpillar who can turn into a butterfly, you know, says Ben. Maybe you're right. Anyway, you need to meet the mayor if you're not on a job. She must have wanted to see you guys after a few months, says Mark. Can we skip that? We have things to do, says Ben. Come on, it won't take too long. You must have come here to buy milk for Bella-chan, right? Too bad that the mayor has bought everything here for the residence's stock. So you can only get it by asking the mayor directly, says Mark. Ben has a dark face hearing that, and it gets worse when Bella starts to beg him with some tears. He can only sigh and agree to meet the mayor even though he doesn't want to. His only hope is just that the mayor won't ask something too troublesome. They go to the mayor's residence and meet with the stressed woman. It seems there's a big problem happening in Port Town and she can't solve it. Ben wants to run away immediately when he sees it, but the mayor calls him as soon as she sees him. Ah! Ben, you come at the right time. You need to help me, says the mayor excitedly. Ugh, I have a job to do, says Ben in escaping position. You said you are just traveling, so you shouldn't have any job now, says Mark while tilting his head. Ben curses the guy inwardly while the mayor gets excited. Really? Then you should have time to help me a little. Don't worry, I will pay you with sufficient reward for an S-class mage, says the mayor with a hopeful tone. Ben sighs and turns around. He gives up after hearing her saying that. Bella also looks at him with begging eyes because they can only get the milk that she wanted here. Sigh, what is it? Asks Ben. You'll help? That's great, says the mayor excitedly. Wait. I haven't agreed to anything, it'll still depend on the job, says Ben. It's okay, I know you can finish this job, says the mayor. The mayor then explains what she wants Ben to do. She wants him to release a kid and some people that got captured by a dark guild. It is a high priority job because the kid is a daughter of a high-ranked noble. The authorities have found the dark guild's whereabouts and have attempted to free the little girl. But the dark guild threatened to kill the hostages and will just free them when their demand is granted. What did they wanted? Asks Ben. They want us to release their guild master that got detained by Magic Council and of course, money, a lot of money, says the mayor. The Dark Guild's master is someone who has massacred some village. They are one of many dark guilds who worship Zeref and want to awaken him. That's why the Kingdom and Magic Council can't release their guild master, but the noble kid also needs to be released. Why don't you ask for Big Guild's help? Asks Ben. We've contacted the nearest big guild, Blue Pegasus. But their best mages are not available currently. The other big guilds are too far and it will take time for them to send their mages. But we can't wait for it because the Dark Guild gave us a time limit. We need to grant their demands in 2 days and this is the second day already, says the mayor. Sigh, where's their location? Asks Ben. You will take this job? Asks the mayor happily. Yeah, I am not that heartless to let some people die when I can help, says Ben. The mayor gets very happy and immediately orders a soldier who knows the location to guide him. Ben leaves immediately with Bella and the guide to the location. He swears in his heart to beat up those guys into pulps for disturbing his relaxing time in the town. You can read up to 30 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 149 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 160 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 120. Burning Balls. Ben goes to the location of the Dark Guild that kidnapped the noble kid and some other people. A man from the mayor's personal guards guides him to the location. It is in the forest on the west side of the town. What's your name? Asks Ben to the man. Yes, my name is Raymond, Sir Mage. Replies Raymond while saluting. Don't be too stiff, I'm not your superior. Just relax man, says Ben. Yes, I understand, says Raymond with a firm tone. Ben sighs hearing Raymond's answer and Bella just shakes her head. This guy is too stiff, maybe because of his discipline training in the force. Ben just let him be and asks about some details of this incident. The kidnapping happened the previous night in the kid's parents' mansion in this town. The dark mages used a sleep spell on everyone in the mansion. Then they kidnapped the kid and some attendants from the mansion. They didn't kidnap the girl's parents because they have a meeting with the mayor. So they kidnapped the girl and some of the attendants who take care of her. They also kidnapped some kids from the town to make sure that the mayor will grant their demands. So they choose the time when her parents were away because the mansion's protection would get weaker as the guards get split. They must have planned it very well. I even assume that they have insiders too, says Ben. Yes, you are correct. They've bribed one of Sir Alex's men to know his schedule. He disappeared after that incident and we saw him in the Dark Guild's location helping the Dark Mages, explains Raymond. How many people that got kidnapped and how many mages are there? Asks Ben. 23 people were kidnapped. 1 noble daughter, 7 children, and 15 adults. As for the mages, we don't know their exact number, but we saw 16 people when we tried to attack them before. We assumed that there are more of them there, says Raymond. What's their hiding location? Asks Ben. It's a cave, a former iron mine that has been closed for 10 years now. There are many rooms there, so we don't know exactly where they hide, says Raymond. It's okay, I can detect them with my magic. But a cave is a very tricky place. My biggest concern is whether the cave will collapse or not, says Ben. They keep walking while Ben thinks of a strategy to release the hostages. The dark mages must have planted traps in the cave because they knew that the town will send mages to attack them. Ben needs to be careful because those dark mages must have prepared to get attacked by S-class mages with such a big incident. Their defense will be strong enough to hold S-class mages and they should be strong enough to fight S-class mages too. They reach the cave's location after walking for half an hour. There are some small mountains of red soil around the cave which are the result of mining. The cave's entrance is quite big too and Ben can sense 3 mages are hiding behind the entrance. Ben's group hides behind a big tree far from the cave. The guards haven't realized their presence so they can do a surprise attack. Ben looks around first to understand the location while thinking of a strategy. You guys wait here while I will attack those 3 guys. Don't come out no matter what happened later. These guys are strong and you won't be able to handle them. But keep your vigilance high and be ready to fight anytime, says Ben. Bella and Raymond nod while preparing their weapons. Ben nods at them before he moves stealthily among the trees and soil mountains toward the cave entrance. He suppresses his presence and magic power to make sure that the hiding guards won't find him. Ben reached the entrance in a short time and get ready to attack. But then he stopped when the guards talked to each other. He eavesdrops on them first to get some pieces of information. But what he hears doesn't make him happy, it makes him mad. Hey, I think after they release Master, we need to just give them the kids and men. We need to keep the women, says Guard 1. I agree with you. We don't need to pay for prostitutes and can just use them anytime we want, says Guard 2. Have you tried that green-haired woman? She is still very tight even though she isn't a virgin. I can't last even for a minute in the first round, says Guard 3. Ha, you are just too weak. I can last for 3 minutes with her, says Guard 2. Are you guys sure you aren't premature? Asks Guard 1. Humph, you can say that after you try it, says Guard 3. Ben is furious now because these guys are talking about women like they're tools. He doesn't like this kind of thing even one bit. Forcing women to satisfy their lust is always wrong in any way. So he decided that he will give them nightmares. Death is too good for people like them. I will let you live, but your whole life will be a nightmare, thinks Ben. Ben creates a dark purple magic circle on his right hand. Then he points his right hand to the cave's entrance. Sun Dragon's gravity increase, 10 times. The 3 guards suddenly feel their bodies are getting very heavy. They fall on the floor in an instant and lay flat there. None of them can move their body, not even their mouth because the gravity is too heavy for them. Ben walks slowly toward the guards and stands before them with a scary expression. The guards can only watch his feet because they can't even lift their heads a little. Their heart beat faster as Ben walks closer to them, they're very scared right now. Everyone has lust, but not everyone can control their lust. Those who live following their lust will get destroyed by lust itself. So you will get destroyed by your own lust, says Ben with a low angry voice. He walks to the guards and shoves soil into their mouth so they won't be able to scream. Then Ben creates 3 heat balls on his right hand. He throws them between the guards' legs, just under their crotches. The guards feel their little brothers getting hotter as Ben moves the balls to their balls. They want to scream, but their mouths are filled with soil, so they can't. Luckily, Bella and Raymond can't see it because of the dark cave, or they will get traumatized. Ben keeps the heat balls until the guards' balls melt and they faint. He moves them to the side before going deeper into the cave. As a mage from Legal Guild, he can't kill without consent, but he can do what he wants as long as they are still alive. As he walks deeper, Ben keeps using his magic sense and AI chips scanning to detect the traps. There are many traps along the way just like what he predicted. But all of them aren't hidden well and he can detect them easily. Ben also has found his target's location through his magic sense. There are two groups inside the cave, which are the hostages and dark mages. He can differentiate them easily through their magic power. He decides to free the hostages first as it is his first priority. He reached the hostages' location in a short time and gets angered seeing their conditions. The hostages are crying on the corner with the women protecting the children even though they're not in good conditions with their clothes tattered. There are two dark mages who guard the room and they just laugh seeing the hostages' conditions. Ben has an angry expression and flashes to the two guards. He grabs their mouths and closes them while burning their mouths with his flame. Ben then says, "Now, what kind of hell that I need to give you? You can read up to 30 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 150 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 161 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 121. Tough guy. Ben wants to burn the two guards' balls like they're friends. But there are children here, so he can't do it. He just uses his knee to crush their balls while he holds their head high and burns their mouth with his flame. The guards are frothing as they lose consciousness. Ben throws them to the side before approaching the hostages. His sudden appearance surprises the hostages and makes them wary even though he has just defeated the guards. "I'm a mage from Kate Shelter. The mayor sent me here to free all of you, so you can rest assured," says Ben while showing his guild's mark on his forearm. The hostages get relieved when they see Ben's guild's mark. Even though they never heard of Kate Shelter, but Ben's action has proved that he is their ally. However, Ben frowns when he counts the hostages' number. "If I'm not mistaken, then there should be 23 of you here, but there are only 19. There should be one more kid and 3 women," says Ben. "Why yes, they are detained separately," says a green-haired woman. "She must be the woman that those guys in the entrance were talking about. They've done such a terrible thing to her, but she's still this strong. Sigh, it makes me feel ashamed of myself. I need to control my emotion better," thinks Ben. "Is it the noble kid?" asks Ben. "Yes, it's Ms. Alefsha and 3 of the youngest maids," replies the woman. "All right, I'll take care of it. You guys just follow me, for now, to get out from here," says Ben. "You won't go anywhere," says a man from behind Ben. Ben looks back and sees some people are standing at the room's entrance. They are the dark mages who kidnapped the kids and women. There are 15 of them here and they brought the noble kid and 3 maids with them. I've defeated 5 before, so there are 20 of you, not 16. Do you have other members who haven't shown up?" asks Ben. "Humph, why should we tell you?" asks a bald man. "There's no one else," says a short man at the same time. "Idiot, don't tell him that," says a fat man while knocking the shorty's head. "Good, so you all are here. It will make my job easier. Now, release them, and I won't make you suffer like your friends there," says Ben while pointing at the 2 fainted guards. The dark mages look at their friends and curse those 2 together. They ignore Ben's threat and start to threaten him back using the noble kid. "Oi legal mage, don't make any move or I will cut this kid's throat. You know that dark mages like us will really do it, unlike you," says a red-haired man who holds the noble kid, Alefsha. "Hi. He helped me," says Alefsha who has blonde twirling hair with a panic expression. "Shut up, or I'll kill you now," shouts the red-haired man. Alefsha closes her mouth and eyes while trembling scaredly. Ben looks at them and thinks of a way to release the 4 hostages. It has become very tricky because they've found him out. He has made a blunder by not taking them out first. "Stay back," says Ben to the hostages behind him while he raises his hands like he gives up. The hostages move back to the corner and the dark mages approach Ben. They are still putting their guards up as they get closer to Ben. Ben just stays still as the dark mages are getting closer to him slowly. The dark mages finally surround Ben and grin because he doesn't do anything. Then they start to attack him using their bare hands and feet. None of them use magic to make it more satisfying for them. Bam bam bam. Ben just stays silent and takes all the attacks with his body. He keeps getting hit, but his eyes are still firm, and keep looking at the 4 hostages that get held by the dark mages. None of the attacks can make him flinch or scream in pain and it's frustrating the dark mages. "Damn, he tries to be tough. Let's see how long you can keep that act," says a blue-haired man who joins the attacks. Bam bam bam. They keep hitting Ben from every angle, but he still doesn't fall. The hostages who look from behind are looking at the sight with horror expressions. They feel very bad for Ben because he takes all those attacks for them. Seeing Ben still standing firmly after getting hit numerous times makes the dark mages very frustrated. They finally decide to use their magic to attack Ben now. All of them move back and prepare their magic to attack Ben. Now you won't be able to stand again, says the blue-haired man as he makes a yellow magic circle. The dark mages shoot different types of magic at Ben. Ben just looks at it and he takes all the magic attacks without any defense. Luckily, some of the attacks are fire and light magic, so they don't affect him. The other attacks still affect him, but at least it reduces the damage that he gets. Boom boom boom. Big explosions happen on Ben's spot as the magic attacks hit him from every side. Smoke and dust are scattered because of it and cover Ben's location. No one can see Ben with the thick smoke and dust around him. The dark mages grin because they're sure that Ben has been defeated. He has been injured by the previous attacks, so now he will surely fall. They let their guard down because of it, but it's a fatal mistake. Bang bang bang. Some shots suddenly are heard from Ben's position. The dark mages see some flashes of yellow light come out of the smoke toward their group in the entrance. They look at the entrance and see their friends who hold the hostages are falling to the ground while holding their arms, legs, or stomachs that gush out blood. What happened? Asks a man who stands near the falling dark mages. They were shot, says Ben who suddenly appears in front of the man in his light mode. Shouts the man before he gets punched to the ground by Ben. He defeated 5 enemies in a short time. Ben grabs the 4 hostages and flashes to the other hostages at the back of this room. He puts the 4 down before turning around and looks at the shocked dark mages. The change of events happened very fast and they still can't process it. Yo you, how can you? Asks the blue-haired dark mage while pointing at Ben with his trembling hand. How can I survive your attacks? Simple, you are just too weak, says Ben. The dark mages widen their eyes and think that Ben is just bluffing. But they can't refute it too because Ben is standing in front of them in good condition. They know they are not weak, so it only means that Ben is too strong for them. The dark mages start to get nervous and it is what Ben wants. Of course, there's no way that he wasn't injured by their barrage of attacks. Even though he wears armor that reduced the damages, but he is still injured. However, such injuries are usual for mages like him who have fought many hard battles. If he goes down easily because of such attacks, then he won't get qualified as an S-class mage. Now, it's my turn, right? Asks Ben while grinning and dispelling his light mode. He has many wounds on his body because of the dark mage's attacks, but he still looks strong. The dark mages steps back while putting their guards up for any attack from Ben. Ben raises his hands to the front and creates a dark purple magic circle in front of him. Sun Dragon's gravity increase, 10 times. The remaining 10 dark mages suddenly feel the heavy gravity and fall to the ground. They can't move their bodies and can only watch Ben preparing another attack. Too bad I can't use big attacks because it will make the cave collapse. But to defeat you guys, I don't need to use any big attack, says Ben while having a big light ball on his right hand. It's the end. Sun Dragon's rays. Says Ben while raising his light ball. Shoo shoo shoo. Many small light bullets shoot out from the big light ball. They fly to the dark mages and rain down on them. Ben keeps shooting until all the dark mages get defeated. Job's complete, says Ben as he dispels his magic. You can read up to 30 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 151 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 162 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 122. Surprise attack. The Dark Mages has been defeated and all the hostages are safe. Now they just need to leave the cave and return to the town. Can you all walk? Asks Ben to the hostages. The hostages check themselves and try to stand up. Most of them can stand, but 4 of the kids and 2 adults can't even stand. They are too tired and stressed after being held captive for 2 days. I'm sorry, I can't stand. Please don't leave me behind, says a little girl scaredly with some tears in her eyes. Ben smiles thinly and approaches her before rubbing her head. I won't leave you, so don't worry. We will return together, says Ben kindly. The little girl smiles and nods before wiping her tears. Let's go to the cave entrance first. I will carry the 2 adults who can't walk, so can you guys help the kids to walk? Asks Ben to the adults who can walk on their own. The adults nod and help the kids to stand and walk. Ben lifts the 2 adults and puts them on his shoulder before walking to the entrance. He also reduces the gravity around him to make the hostages walk easier. They reach the entrance in 15 minutes because the hostages can't walk too fast. Ben calls Raymond and Bella who still hide in the forest. He asks Raymond to call for help while he will stay here with the hostages. After Raymond left, Ben checks the hostages' conditions. He isn't a doctor, but he knows about medic. It is a must for him who wants to explore the world to learn medic because he never knows what will happen in his journey. Ben gives the hostages some first aid treatments using the tools and medicines that he brought. They only have some superficial wounds, but their psychological trauma must be deep. He can't do anything about it, but at least they are safe now. He will leave that problem to the professional. Suddenly, Ben senses a strong magic power moving toward them from the forest. It moves very fast, so he knows it isn't a living being, it's a magic spell. Ben flashes between the hostages and the incoming spell while preparing his magic power. What happens? Asks the green-haired woman. Stay back. I'll take care of this, shouts Ben. A flash of white lightning can be seen moving fast to their location. It destroys the trees that it passed through without losing any of its power and speed. Ben takes a deep breath and a yellow magic circle appears in front of his mouth. Sun Dragon's light roar! Shouts Ben as he shoots a light beam. Boom! Ben's light beam clashes with the incoming lightning spell. They collide for a while before Ben's light beam destroys the white spell. The light beam moves toward the source of the lightning spell and surprises the attacker. Boom! An explosion happens far in the forest and Ben stops his spell. He looks at the explosion site and clicks his tongue. The attacker has evaded his light beam. Damn, who the hell is that? Curses Ben while trying to find the attacker. Ben finally finds the attacker who hides deep in the forest. He's just about to send an attack when suddenly a big lightning ball flies into the sky. It moves to their position and then many lightning bolts rain down from it. TCH, what a troublesome guy. Sun Dragon's solar sphere. Says Ben while creating a big golden dome from solar energy to protect everyone there. The lightning bolts rain down on the sphere and many explosions happen on its surface. None of the lightning bolts can pass the dome, not even damage is created. This spell is the first defense spell that Ben created, so it's very tough because Ben kept improving it. Ben searches the attacker again while defending the lightning bolts. He finds the guy's position and immediately calls his new sword using Requip. Ben grins and charges his sword with solar energy before swinging it down toward the guy's direction. Take this, you bastard! Solar slash! Says Ben as he swings his sword. A golden slash attack flies at high speed toward the attacker. It cut through the trees and ground as it moves amidst the lightning rain. The attacker sees it and gets surprised once more by Ben's attack. The attacker clicks his tongue and stops his lightning spell to defend against Ben's attack. He makes a big white magic circle and shoots a big lightning attack. Then the lightning beam and golden slash collide. But Ben's attack is stronger than what the attacker thought. So he needs to use more power in his spell to match Ben's attack. Both attacks finally destroy each other after colliding for a minute. After destroying Ben's slash attack, the attacker wants to get away, but Ben has arrived at his location. Ben has created a defense rune formation to protect the hostage, so he can chase the enemy. So this is where you are, says Ben while grinning. Ben looks at the attacker, which is a tall man with blonde hair like him. The man has a cross-shaped scar on his face and wears a black cloak. He also has a black goat head tattoo on his forehead. Who are you? Why'd you attack us? Asks Ben. Why should I tell you? Asks the man back. Well, you don't need to. I just want to know it before I beat you up, says Ben while grinning. Humph, a brat like you think you can defeat me, Joran, the Vice Master of Hell's Floor? In your dream, says the man. Ben is stupefied by the man. He just implied that he won't tell his identity, but then he revealed it after Ben mocked him. It's whether he is an idiot or a big idiot. Also, Ben finally knows the Dark Guild name now after the man said it. He never bothered to ask anyone before because it's not important. And this guy is the Vice Master, which means he is the one with the highest authority right now because their master is detained. Ben ignores the useless thought and attacks Joran. He activates his sun mode immediately because he doesn't want to play around. The hostages can't wait anymore and need to be treated properly soon, so he needs to defeat this guy fast. Joran sees Ben, who is covered in golden flame, flashes toward him very fast. So he also covers his body with his white lightning to enhance his speed and strength. Ben arrived in front of him and they start to fight at close range. Both of them move very fast because of their magic properties. But Ben gets the upper hand in a short time because of his magic's temperature. Lightning is hot, but the sun is far hotter and it burns Joran's skin upon contact. I don't want to play around with you, so I'll finish this fast. Sun Dragon's solar domain. Says Ben as he spreads his golden flame everywhere. The spreading golden flame creates a dome that covers both Ben and Joran. The temperature inside the dome is very high and it makes Joran feel his body is being burned inside out. He screams as he falls to the ground because he can't stand the heat. Your guild's name is Hell's Floor? Then you should try how it feels to be in hell, says Ben before punching Joran multiple times until he loses consciousness. Ben puts his left foot on Joran's body and dispels his magic before saying, with this level of strength, you dare to threaten the kingdom? Your guild is really a joke. The dark mages in this guild are weak. There's no S-class mage in their guild, even this vice master isn't an S-class, just close to it. Maybe only the master is an S-class in their guild. If they didn't have hostages, then they'll get destroyed easily by any S-class mage, alone. Sigh, but at least, this has ended for sure, right? Says Ben unsurely before going back with the unconscious bastard. You can read up to 30 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 152 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 163 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 123, 123. Little Girl's Request. Soon after Ben defeated Joran, many people come to their location. They are the mayor and her men that come here after Raymond informed them. Ben is glad that they didn't come when Joran was still conscious or it will get more troublesome because he needs to protect them too. As I thought, I can always rely on you, Ben, says the mayor as her men take care of the hostages and the defeated dark mages. Sorry, but I don't want you to rely on me. That's too troublesome, says Ben unhappily. Ha ha ha, alright, I won't rely on you. I'll just prioritize to call you if I need a mage's help, says the mayor. That's the same thing, says Ben while sweat dropping. Hey, you, calls Aleftia so suddenly. Ben and the mayor look at the little noble girl who has a white cloth covering her body now. What's wrong, Aleftia? Asks the mayor. Not you, auntie, but him, says Aleftia while pointing at Ben. Me? Asks Ben confusedly. Yes, you. Ca, can you be my bodyguard? My parents will pay you a lot of money, says Aleftia. Ben is stupefied at the sudden request, even the mayor is surprised. Sorry, but I can't do that. I don't like being tied in one job like that, says Ben while smiling. Why? We can pay you a lot. You'll also be freer than the other bodyguards, says Aleftia with trembling hands. Ben sees it and knows why she suddenly asked him to be his bodyguard. He crouches down to get on her eye level and pats her head. Don't worry, you are safe now, no need to be scared anymore. Your parents will make sure that you will be safer from now on, so this won't happen again, says Ben. But, says Aleftia before Ben hugs the little girl and pats her head. It's okay, don't be afraid anymore. I'm here now, everyone is here. There's no bad guy anymore, you are safe, says Ben kindly. Aleftia starts to cry in Ben's arm and he just stays still. The mayor has just realized what happened now and smiles softly. She never thought that Ben can be this understanding at his age. The little girl cries until she gets tired and falls asleep. She has been very stressed in these 2 days of being detained. Even adults can get very traumatized by this incident, not to mention a little girl like her. Ben picks her up and carries her like a princess. A maid who came with the mayor wants to take the job from Ben, but Aleftia is holding his clothes tightly unconsciously. They just laugh and let her stay like that. She must feel safe with you, says the maid. Yeah, and it seems the other kids also think the same, says the mayor while looking back. Ben raised an eyebrow and looks back too. He sees the other 7 kids are gathering and look at him. No, they look at Aleftia with envious eyes then look at Ben with hopeful eyes. His mouth twitches but he can only sigh seeing this. Sorry, but I can't carry all of you. I only have 2 hands here, says Ben apologetically. The kids have a disappointed look and make Ben feels very bad. He can't carry you, but is it okay if you can stay with him until we reach the town? Asks the mayor while crouching in front of the kids. The kids look at each other before nodding at the same time. The mayor smiles and pats their heads before calling her men. Ben raised an eyebrow because he doesn't know what the mayor's idea is. Soon, some open carts that are pulled by 2 horses each come. The mayor has prepared these carts to transport the hostages back to the town. These carts are slow, so they have just arrived now. Ben now understands what she meant and smiles. The kids then get on a cart and Ben joins them with Aleftia and Bella. After he sits, the kids are rushing to get closer to him and it makes the adults laugh. Sigh, why'd I become a babysitter so suddenly, ponders Ben in his mind. They all return to the town and the kids are sleeping on the way. The kids sleep with their heads on Ben's legs and they all are holding his pants so he can't move at all. You are really popular, hey? Asks the cart driver jokingly. I hope I'm more popular with girls rather than kids, says Ben jokingly too. Haha, don't worry, you are handsome, so girls will like you. Maybe you just don't realize it. Besides, girls like a man who is kind to children, at least good girls are. Look. Even those girls keep looking at you, says the driver while pointing at the girls in the front cart. The girls around his age who got kidnapped are looking at him now. They all then look away when the driver is pointing at them and Ben looks at them. No. Ben with Myra, says Bella so suddenly in disapproval, surprising Ben. Oh ho, so you already have a girlfriend, says the driver while smirking. No, she's just a friend, not my girlfriend. Well, not yet, at least, says Ben. He doesn't know that Bella has paired him with Myra already, so it surprised him. The driver laughs teasingly and starts to give Ben some tips to get close to a girl. Ben just sighs and listens to it because he can only talk with the driver to kill time. The group arrived in the town after an hour because they moved slowly. It is difficult for the carts to move in the forest, after all. But at least there's no problem on their way here. Many people are gathering in front of the town gate. They are the families of the hostages and curious people. Ben wakes the kid and tells them that they've arrived. The kids wake up and look around. They see many people and then see their families there. So they start to cry and almost jumped from the cart, but Ben and some mayor's men can stop them in time. Some mayor's men help the kid get down from the cart slowly. Then they run immediately to their parents while crying loudly. Their families also run at them and they hug each other while crying. Elefsha also wakes up because of the commotion and looks around curiously. She sees many people are there and then sees a pair of young adults with good clothes. They have haggard faces even though their clothes are pretty and they run frantically to her location. Papa! Mama! Shouts Elefsha before she tries to jump from the crate. Ben catches her because it is very dangerous. He carries her again before jumping down from the cart. Then he walks to her parents and puts her down in front of them so they can hug each other. Thank you so much for saving our daughter. I don't know how to repay it, says Elefsha's father. Don't worry, it's my job, after all, says Ben. No, we still need to repay you. Just say what you want, we will give it if we can, says Elefsha's father persistently. Ben just sighs and says, we can talk later. Just focus on your daughter for now. Elefsha's father nods and checks his daughter again. Ben turns around to meet the mayor, but someone holds his pants, so he stops. He looks back and sees that Elefsha is holding his pants. Don't leave, says Elefsha with teary eyes. Ugh. Ben feels a stab in his heart seeing her cute face. I just want to meet the mayor to take care of the bad guys, says Ben. But, says Elefsha before her father cuts her sentence. Elefsha, you can meet him later after you rest. He won't leave the town soon, so don't worry, says Elefsha's father. The little girl looks down and nods before releasing her grip. Ben rubs her hair before leaving to meet the mayor. Sigh, I'm always weak against children, says Ben as he walks away. You can read up to 30 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 153 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 164 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 124. Getting attached. Ben meets with the mayor to finish his job. There are some council officials there, so he needs to make a report directly. They finish the process fast because they need to take the Dark Mages to National Branch soon. After the meeting, Ben and Bella go to the mayor's residence. Elefsha has returned to her house with her parents, so they can rest now. They have lunch and a bath before going to sleep. Ben wakes up in the evening and finds a little intruder in his bed. Elefsha is sleeping on his left because Bella sleeps on his right. It makes his face darken, but he doesn't do anything that will disturb the little girl. Sigh, it seems I can't get up now. Let's just improve my magic to kill time, thinks Ben. Ben asks AI Chip to make some simulations from the data and Ben's ideas. He focuses on improving his Sun Devil Slayer magic because he has just learned it for a few months. As for the curse, he leaves it for now because he still needs to improve his emotion control first like what Morgbit told him, especially the negative emotions. All his Devil Slayer magic spells are derived from his Dragon Slayer magic spells. He doesn't have any knowledge of Sun Devil Slayer magic, so there's no other choice. It's not a problem though because he has AI Chip to help him. Ben works on the improvement for the whole night. The girls finally wake up in the morning and Bella is surprised to see Elefsha there. But she doesn't mind it and acts like nothing is wrong there. Why are you here? Asks Ben to Elefsha. I couldn't sleep in my home, so Papa and Mama took me here. Auntie Amanda told me to sleep with you and I really can sleep here, says Elefsha. Auntie Amanda? Who's she? Asks Ben confusedly. She is my mother's sister, this house's owner, says Elefsha. Ben blinks his eyes, he has just learned the mayor's name now. It makes him realize that he always called her mayor and never asked for her name at all. Luckily he learned it from Elefsha now or he will get ashamed if he learned it from someone else. A knock suddenly is heard from the door and Mark comes in. He tells them to have breakfast with the mayor and Elefsha's parents. They go there and have breakfast immediately because Ben is very hungry. He doesn't eat anything last night, after all. Elefsha sits very closely to Ben and their chairs are almost touching each other. She keeps peeking at Bella who sits on Ben's lap while eating roasted meat. Her mother and aunt are giggling while her father has a worried face. Elefsha, you need to focus on your meal so you can recover faster, says Elefsha's father, Harold. Elefsha just nods but still doing what she did earlier. Harold's mouth's corner twitches and his wife, Veena, giggles seeing that. Ben raised an eyebrow in confusion, but he just ignore it and keep eating his food. Amanda has told her staff to prepare a lot of food because she knows Ben has a big appetite. His appetite surprised the Noble family as it is their first time seeing someone can eat so much food. They can't understand where all the food disappeared because Ben's body still looks normal. Do you use magic to digest all those food? Asks Harold curiously. No, I just eat a lot because I need a lot of energy too. You can say that my body is special and normal portion isn't enough for me, says Ben. Ben's body is affected by his Slayer magic, including his appetite. That's why his appetite is big since he became a dragon slayer. Now, he has Devil Slayer magic too, so his appetite has grown even bigger. After the meal, Ben wants to buy supplies for his journey again. But Veena stops him and asks him to accompany her daughter. She will ask her men to get all his supplies, so he doesn't need to do it himself. He wants to refuse, but the little girl is holding his pants with hopeful eyes already. It gives him no choice, so he agrees and Alefsha gets very happy. Her father doesn't seem very happy though, but he says nothing after seeing his wife's glare. They go to the garden behind the mansion and sit in a gazebo. Alefsha finally can sit on Ben's lap because Bella lays on his head. She didn't ask anything and just climbed up herself. It surprised Ben, but he just let it be, and they talk. How old are you, Alefsha? Asks Ben. 8. Says Alefsha unsurely. Ha ha ha, you should know your own age. Well, you should know all about yourself, so find it out after this, alright? Asks Ben while rubbing her head. Okay, replies the little girl. Alright, I've asked you first, now you can ask me anything, says Ben. Tell me the stories when you did your jobs, says Alefsha. Sure, but it will be long, says Ben. Ben then tells her some stories about his mage jobs. Of course, he filters them and tries to make the stories friendly for children. Many scenes are not meant for children because they're too scary, after all. Bella also joins his storytelling by doing an act on the table to make the story clearer. Her act is accurate, but it looks very funny when she is the one who does it. Still, it makes Alefsha happy seeing her funny act. It makes Ben and Bella happy seeing her happy like this. At least they can help her recover a little by doing this. They keep telling her the stories for a few hours because there are many stories that they can tell her. Alefsha also finally learns that they are traveling around the kingdom now. It makes her very sad when she knows that they can't stay here for too long. She doesn't want them to leave and keeps hugging Ben while holding his clothes. Ben doesn't know what to do with it and asks for help from the adults. Alefsha's parents then have a negotiation with her. Finally, she agrees to let Ben and Bella resume their journey after staying here for 3 more days and accompany her playing. The next day, he accompanied Alefsha to play in the field as she requested. She only plays with Bella though because they play girls' games that Ben never know. Bella teaches Alefsha some games that she played with Wendy and Carla. The 2 little girls are playing happily with Ben watching from the side. But then they start to use him as their playing object. They play with his hair by tying it with rubber bands on many spots. Ben just let it be to make them happy and satisfied. It's already a good thing that Alefsha can smile and laugh again after what happened before. He knows she won't forget it easily, but at least she can ignore it for now. At noon, the other children victims come there. They were called by the mayor to come here with their parents. The adults' talk will be boring for the kids, so they come here with the mayor's instruction. With more kids, they can play more games together. The new games and some friends make Alefsha very happy. She doesn't have any friends who will play these kinds of games that will dirty their clothes. All of her friends are nobles or rich kids, after all. Ben works on his magic again while supervising the kids. There's nothing he can do there, but he still needs to be productive. The kids will be fine too because there are guards who keep watching them. They finished playing in the afternoon and everyone returns to their place. Ben's group also returns to the mansion and rest. They play many things that Alefsha wants for the next 2 days. Then finally, it's time for Ben and Bella to resume their journey. Alefsha is very sad, but she needs to let them go because she has agreed to it. Ben rubs her head and then gives her a silver bracelet that has some colorful gems on it which are lacrima crystals. Wear it any time and it will protect you when you're in danger. It will also send a signal to me so I will know when you're in danger and I will go to help you, says Ben as he pats the little girl's head. Alefsha nods and wears it before hugging Ben and Bella. Then they bid farewell and leave the port town, resuming their journey. You can read up to 30 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 154 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 165 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 125. Going south. Ben and Bella continue their journey after staying in Port Town for a few days. They go to the west, toward the forest where they saved the kidnapped people. The forest is smaller than Was Forest, so they can cover it in 2 weeks. There's nothing noteworthy in the forest. Maybe because it is close to a town, so it has been explored many times before. The valuable spots or things must have been exploited or taken. They then go to the mountain range in the southwest. The area is also smaller than the one where they met with Morgbit. But now they don't have any guide, so it takes a longer time for them to explore the area. After exploring the mountains range for a week, they find an abandoned fort on one of the peaks. It has been abandoned for a long time because vegetation has grown on its wall and floor. The fort is also destroyed on one side, so it's clear that the owner left it after it got destroyed. Was there a war in the past that required a fort to be built here? Ponders Ben as he gets inside the fort. He tries to find any clues about this fort. But most of the items here have been destroyed by age, especially papers and fabrics. There are some other items like weapons too, but their conditions are not good. Finally, he finds a carving on the wall. It is a picture of humans fighting with dragons. Now Ben can guess that this fort is from the age where dragons still ruled this land. This place must have been destroyed by a war between humans and dragons. If the cause was war, then this place must have been abandoned for hundreds of years. No wonder that plants have even grown on the stone wall now, says Ben as he continues to look around. Ben checks on the weapon that remain and scans them. He finds out that none of the weapons are magic weapons. It is not strange because humans' magic wasn't that developed in the past. Even now, Ben still feels that magic development is still not good enough. For a whole day, Ben investigated the abandoned fort. He scanned every part and found other carvings that confirmed his guess. Also, he found out that this fort wasn't owned by Fiori, but a kingdom named Elsa, which surely has been destroyed in the past. There's no other interesting finding except this fort's history. But it is satisfying enough to know about the past that he never knew before. It's the first time he knows about a destroyed kingdom named Elsa, after all. Ben and Bella stay in the fort for the night and call Wendy and Carla like usual. They also talk with Rubal and the old man confirmed that there was a kingdom named Elsa in the past. It has been destroyed by dragons just like what Ben guessed. Ben boy, you need to investigate that fort carefully. A place where a war with dragons happened usually has some treasures, says Rubal. Treasures? They kept gold here? Asks Ben. Not that kind of treasure, but treasures from dragon's body, dragon scales, says Rubal. What? Is that true? Asks Ben in surprise. There's a possibility. But it is small because they might have taken it to their capital or other places. Those scales are very valuable, after all. Still, there might be leftovers, so you need to search carefully, says Rubal. All right, I will search more thoroughly tomorrow, says Ben. Ben and Bella then talk with Wendy and Carla until they get sleepy. Then they sleep after Ben puts up a defensive formation to protect them. They wake up in the morning and investigate the fort again after breakfast. They try to find the dragon scales like what Rubal told them. But they can't find anything even after investigating until afternoon. Even with AI chip's scanning ability, Ben can't find any trace of dragon scale there. Sigh, it's almost dark now. Let's resume it tomorrow, says Ben. "K," replies Bella with a tired face. The next day, they continue their searching, but they really don't find anything. So Ben decides to end their search because it's just a waste of time. Besides, he doesn't need a dragon scale that much, although he'll take one if he can. Ben continues his exploration in the mountains range. He explores every location with Bella while using AI chip to scan his surroundings. There's no other interesting thing after they left the fort and finished exploring the mountains in 3 weeks. From the mountains range, they go to the south. There are 3 towns and a mining camp area there, and they visit all of those. They have never gone to these towns before, so they are very curious. There's an unfinished railway that goes through the towns and mining camp. It is planned to go all the way to Magnolia and merge with the active railway. But the distance is very far, so it will need a long time to finish. Ben and Bella go to the mining camp first, which has become a small town. This is a camp town for mining workers who work in a mine near this place. It's a big mine where many types of metals and minerals can be found. There's no specialty in this town because they just serve mining workers' basic needs here. But at least the food that is sold in this town always has big portions and is cheap. It's because the workers eat a lot, so the portions are big too. Ben can fill his stomach easily without spending too much money. He and Bella stay there for a day before going to the next town, Gallows Town. They just need to follow the railway and reach the town in 8 hours on foot. Gallows Town is located beside the sea, so it's also a port town. This town is a place that connects Fiori with other nations through trading, especially nations from other continents. The sea trade route is passing the sea around here, after all. The trading activities here are massive and Gallows Town alone isn't enough to handle it. So the kingdom built another region, Dawn City, in the south. They split the activities in the both region to make the tradings easier. Ben and Bella explore Gallow Town for 4 days and buy some supplies there. Then they go to Dawn City and explore it for 3 days. They wanted to stay longer, but they can't waste too much time there. Then they go to the next location in the south, Matza Valley. The valley is located on the north side of the mountain range where Ben got his Devil Slayer magic. There is a small town there and it is where the unfinished railway started. Ben and Bella just stay there for a day before resuming their journey. They explore the beach line first because it will take less time than exploring the mountain range. It takes them 3 days to explore the beach line. They immediately start to explore the mountain range after that. Ben only has explored the dark valley inside the mountain range, so there's still a lot of locations that they need to explore. This mountain range is very wide, just like the one near his village. There's no guide like Morgbit here, and they need to explore every location too. So it will certainly take a longer time to explore the whole area. After 2 weeks, they find another old fort, but this fort is not destroyed, although it's not used anymore. It's also owned by the Fiori Kingdom and was built far in the past. Ben explores it and finds nothing there. The kingdom must have taken everything there before stopping all its activities. They resume their exploration after that and find the Dark Valley after a week. It hasn't changed at all since he left it, so no one has succeeded in reaching the center so far. He is rather disappointed because his trap hasn't been used, but he let it be and resume his exploration. Then after another week of exploration, some km in the east of Dark Valley, they find something that makes them very excited. It is something that Ben always searched for, Magic Library. He smiles excitedly as he says, finally. You can read up to 30 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Clicking that Power Stone / like also seemed to be a good choice, hehe. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 155 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 166 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 126, 126. Magic Library. Ben finally finds the Magic Library without any prior event. It's quite surprising for him to find something big like this without any opening event. Usually, there will be a drama that happens before he finds something. Huaidai protested. This is a good thing, so I should be happy instead. Let's call Gramps and inform him about this, says Ben as he takes out his Lacrima Vision. Ben calls Rubal and tells him about the Magic Library. Rubal congratulates Ben and tells him to learn everything there. Of course, he needs to stop if the 1-year time limit for his journey has been met. Don't worry, we will only stay here for 6 months. We've been on this journey for around 3 months and I predict that the remaining locations will also need 3 months to finish. So there are 6 months to spare and I'll use it here. I can always return here in the future if I haven't finished, says Ben. Alright, that's a good time planning, says Rubal. They talk a little more before closing the call. Ben and Bella then go to the library's entrance and try to find a way to open it. He doesn't have the key to open the door, so he needs to find another way. Should I destroy it? But that will be a problem if someone from the kingdom comes to check it. They'll know that it's me who causes it and it will be a problem for the guild, ponders Ben. Ben thinks of it and then looks at Bella who just drinks her milk happily. Then he gets an idea and tells Bella to fly around the library that is shaped like a tower. She needs to find any opening on the library's wall. Bella nods and flies around the library as she goes up. Ben also looks for any opening at the lower level while Bella investigates the upper levels. The library tower is very tall and it is also wide, so it will take a long time to finish. It takes them an hour to cover the whole area. Well, Ben finished faster because he just looked at the lower level. Bella needs to investigate the whole area until the top level, so she needs a longer time. After she returned, Bella reports what she found to Ben. She found some small openings that seem to be ventilation and water disposal systems. But they're very small and the biggest one is on the top level. Even so, it is only big enough for Bella to enter. Ben also found some holes that seem to be water disposal systems. But all of them are too small and protected by magic too. It is to prevent anyone or anything to enter the library. It seems the lower level has tighter defense because it is easy to reach. But the upper level's defenses are low because it's hard to reach. The upper level's ventilation and water disposal systems seem to be the main system, so they are wider, ponders Ben. Ben decides to use the top level's opening, but he needs to do something to enter it. Bella, I will use transformation magic to be small. You need to take me to the biggest opening where you can also get inside, says Ben while giving Bella a bottle of milk as a reward. Bella takes it happily and nods as she opens the bottle cap. Ben also eats first before starting his plan. He will read a lot after this, so he needs to fill his stomach first because he knows he will get too engrossed in it. After eating, Ben starts his plan immediately. He transforms into a normal cat with brown fur and a yellow line from the head to tail. Bella walks around him and looks at him curiously. Enough, let's start the plan, says Ben. "K," replies Bella as she grabs Ben. Bella then flies to the top level while holding Ben in her hands. She flies quite fast and reaches the top level in 3 minutes. They find the opening soon and it is also protected by magic, but it's weak, unlike the one on the lower level. Ben can breach it easily even without AI chip's help. He hacks the defense system without any problem and doesn't turn the alarm on. They get inside and walk slowly into the ventilation pipe system. Ben needs to walk very slowly because Bella needs to crawl as the pipe is just as big as her. So she can't move easily in the pipe and needs to crawl slowly. They finally reach an exit after following the complicated piping line for half an hour. So this is the magic library. The interior shape is quite different from the exterior. How many books are here? Asks Ben as he looks around and transforms back to his real form. The interior of this tower is shaped in hexagon, different from the cylindrical exterior. Ben can see the lowest floor from the top floor even though many bridges and stairs crisscrossing along the way. It is also very dark here, but it can't disturb his sharp eyes. There is an unknown number of books on the shelves that are placed on the wall on every floor. It makes Ben very excited to see so many books in one place. So much knowledge about magic is placed in front of him right now. Ha ha ha, all of these are mine, ha ha ha, says Ben like a maniac. Bad Ben, says Bella while slapping Ben's forehead angrily. Ben's sweat drops and stops his laugh with a cough. Then he starts to explore the library while AI chip scans the bookshelves. Ben and Bella walk from the top to the bottom floor. The bridge and stairways are very complicated like a labyrinth. Luckily, Ben has AI chip that can map the library and all its paths. They reach the bottom floor after walking for an hour. The library is very tall and the paths are complicated, so it needs a long time to reach the bottom. AI chip also has scanned all the bookshelves and the books' titles. Now it will be easier for Ben to find the books that he wants. How many books that you found? Asks Ben to AI chip. 1,083,143 books are found. Ben's jaw dropped seeing the number of books that AI chip found on the bookshelves. There might be more books that are hidden somewhere. The sheer number of books in this place is thousands of times than what he ever read in the past. He knows that the number of magic types is less than the number of books because one magic type usually has many books about it. Besides, not all these books are magic books. Some are just other knowledge of magic like history, not the magic itself. On the bottom floor, Ben finds some information about the library. There is a list book that contains all the book titles and where the books are located. But the number of books in the list is less than what AI chip found, so they forgot to add the remaining books to the list or they wanted to hide the books. Ben also find the library map, but it's not detailed, so AI chip's map is better. There are 4 warehouses on each point of the compass. He knows there are hidden rooms in this library where important or dangerous pieces of information are hidden. Alright, let's start it, says Ben while grinning and cracking his neck. You can read up to 30 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Clicking that Power Stone / like also seemed to be a good choice, hehe. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 156 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 167 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 127. Scanning magic books. After learning the library's layout, Ben checks the 4 warehouses. He starts from the north then follows the clock's rotation. The warehouses contain tools for the library's maintenance and many damaged books. So they stored the damaged books here and replaced them with good copies. But some books didn't have any copies, so they store those books in special storage. I'm very lucky to find these books although they aren't complete. I still can get some knowledge for references, says Ben as he opens a crate filled with damaged books. He starts scanning the damaged books that don't have any good copies. Even if they aren't complete, they are still useful as references. Besides, he has AI chip that can always help him with this kind of thing. With these many books, how many int points I can get? Asks Ben to AI chip. Probably around 1000 points, so you'll get 100,000 MP raise. WTF. There are more than 1 million books in here, you know, thinks Ben in protest. Yes, but as your points get higher, raising them will keep getting more difficult. Even you should have felt it now. Ben has a realization as he looks at his current stats. Name, Ben Cooper. Epithet, Karna, the sun's child. Real age, 16. Body age, 15, halted. Status, alive. MP, 256,651/256,651. STR, 230, halted. AGI, 230, halted. STA, 230, halted. Int, 282. He sighs after looking at his int points that only raised 35 points in months. But he didn't learn many new books like what he did in the past, so it's not strange. If it's not for his new Sun Devil Slayer magic and curse, then maybe his int stat won't raise at all. Well, 100,000 MP is high, so I can't protest. Besides, it is a bonus, not the real reason why I learn these magic books. I can raise my MP through other means, so it's not a problem, thinks Ben as he flips a book's pages. It takes him a day to scan all the damaged books in the warehouses. Bella is playing alone with her toys as he scans the books. The book scanning is just too boring for her, so she prefers playing with the toys that she brought. At night, Ben plans his library's exploration and sets his priority. There are many magic books that he wants to scan, but he needs to have priority. There will be no end to it if he keeps following his wants. I have time limit and needs, so I need to plan this thoroughly, ponders Ben as he makes his plans together with AI Chip. He plans it while Bella is sleeping soundly beside him. She is also being one of the factors in Ben's plan. He can't just think about himself and needs to think of Bella too. After making the plan, Ben goes to sleep. He wakes up the next day and has breakfast on the bottom floor. As he eats, Ben tells Bella about his general plan. Bella, we'll go to the town once every 2 weeks to buy supplies. You can do what you want when I read the books, says Ben. "K," says Bella. Ben rubs her head before going to a bookshelf on the 4th floor. It's a bookshelf containing a magic type that Ben always searched but he never find it, space magic. He really wants to learn it since he could use Requip because it is high-level magic. There are 4 magic types that he has always wanted to learn. They are space magic, time magic, white arts, and black arts. Those 3 are very rare and their rarity is the reason why Ben wants them, not because of their power, especially for black arts. But for space and time magic, Ben also wants to use them if he can. These 2 are very useful for almost everything, even everyday life. There are many things that he can think of if it's about space and time magic usage. As a magic item crafter, he also wants to craft items with space or time power. But he doesn't have much knowledge about them before. The only space magic that he knows is Requip, and as for time magic, he only knows Body Age Seal that he used on himself currently. This library has a lot of space and time magic books. Although they're not as many as the other types of magic. As for the black and white arts, there are only a few of them, especially the black arts because it is forbidden magic. There are 96 books about space magic in this library with 57 magic types. It is a lot if he just looks at the number, but it is very few compared to the books about other types of magic. It is also a small number if he looks at the age of this library. For hundreds of years collections, the space magic books in this library are not many. But Ben is still glad that there are almost 100 of them. It's because the books of time magic are even less than that. There are only 34 of them and they only contain 16 magic types. Ooh, there are 3 books about Requip here. These books have more detail about this magic. Hehe, I can improve my Requip here. Then there is this teleportation magic, a very useful magic, says Ben as he looks at the book's titles. Ben starts from Requip, the one that he is most familiar with. This is also the space magic that he used often, so he needs to improve it. Bella also uses this magic, so improving it is a must for them. 6 months isn't a long time, so he needs to learn things that will be useful to him first. As for the others, he can learn them in the future when he has time. He already knows the library's location, so he can always return here. That day, Ben scans half of the space magic books in the library. He only scans 48 books in a day and it is a big problem. 48 is a lot, but compared to the books in this library, that number is minuscule. I have 6 months, so there are 180 days for me to learn these books. If I can scan, let's say 50 books a day, then I can only learn around 9,000 books in these 6 months, not even 10,000. Damn, I need to find a way to make it faster, ponders Ben. Return later. Asks Bella while reading a pictured magic introduction book for children. Of course, we will return here in the future. 6 months won't be enough to learn all these books. But at least I want to learn around 100,000 in these 6 months. At least it will reduce the time for us to return here in the future, says Ben. Return, walking, tiring, says Bella unwantedly. Sigh, we don't have another choice. Even with a magic car, it will take a long time because of the distance. If only we can shorten it, then we'll, says Ben before widening his eyes in realization. Ben realizes that there is magic that can help him with that problem, teleportation magic. He opens AI Chip's database because he has scanned the books about teleportation magic. AI Chip transfers the books contained to Ben's brain directly. It finished in a minute and Ben now has the knowledge of teleportation magic. One problem solved. Now, what should I use to be able to scan more books in a day? Says Ben as he scrolls through the books list in AI Chip's database. I suggest this magic, clone magic. It allows you to make copies of yourself, so you can read more books at one time. However, the clones have different personalities which embody your emotions. A black magic, hey? I never used one before even though I've learned some. It seems to be a good solution, but will you also get copied? Asks Ben to AI Chip. Probably. So you're not sure of it? Sigh, whatever, let's just try it tomorrow, says Ben as he returns to his sleeping place. It's night already, so he needs to rest. You can read up to 30 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Clicking that Power Stone / like also seemed to be a good choice, hehe. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 157 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 168 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 128. Clones. The next day, Ben starts to learn the clone magic. It's the first black magic that he'll learn, so he's very excited. He learns it first before teleportation magic because it will be more useful later. By learning it first, he will be able to make clones to learn a few things at once. After having clones, Ben will be able to scan the books while learning teleportation magic too. It is more effective than learning teleportation magic first. He scans the book about clone magic. There's only one book of it, so it doesn't take long for him to finish scanning it. AI chip transfers the book's content to Ben's brain and he knows every page of the book in an instant. Ben starts to train the clone magic on the bottom floor. He focuses on his training and Bella understands it, so she doesn't disturb him. She just plays with her toys and reads some pictured books that Ben bought for her. The clone magic is quite easy to learn for Ben. He can make 2 clones after a day of training. There are some mistakes in the beginning. He could only make 1 clone at first and it was transparent like a ghost. But he could improve it fast with AI chip's help. Besides, he has a lot of knowledge about magic after learning many books. He also has a great talent for magic, AI chip told him that. Now he can make 2 good clones with different personalities. One clone has his wrath, while the other one has his gluttony. The personalities that they took after are rather unique. None of the 2 get good personalities. I still have good personalities, right? Why don't they take after one of my good personalities? Ponders Ben. Bastard. You don't want us to be here, hey? Asks the wrath clone angrily. Hey, can you give me food? Asks the gluttony clone. Ben has a dark face hearing them and gets rather pissed. They are just his clone but they dare to get angry at him and asked for food. He needs to put them in their place, so he beat them up easily and makes them behave. We're sorry, boss. Says the 2 clones while saluting with many bumps on their head. Alright, I will call you again tomorrow, says Ben. Yes. Replies the clones before Ben dispels them. After dispelling the clones, Ben eats with Bella and sleeps after that. He wakes up the next day and uses his clone magic. The 2 clones appear again and Ben gives them jobs. Angry guy, you train the teleportation magic. Hungry guy, you scan the books. I will train the clone magic again and try to make more of you, says Ben. The 2 clones salute and do their jobs immediately. Bella stays with the real Ben and joins him in training clone magic. She wants to have a clone too for her playmate, so Ben teaches it to her. After a day, Ben succeeds to make the 3rd clone with greed personality. Bella still can't make any, but she has been able to make an imperfect clone that appears like a ghost. She's very happy already after making that ghost-like clone, so Ben tells her to keep training it. The Wrath clone has scanned 50 books today and it's a good result. The Gluttony clone has also succeeded in training teleportation magic, but he still can only teleport to a short distance. But it is a very good result. Ben dispels the 2 clones and all their memories return to him. Luckily, AI chip can filter the memories and just send the important things to Ben's brain. So he doesn't need to process the memories again. A week later, Ben succeeds to make the 4th clone with envy personality. Now he is sure that his clones' personalities are based on 7 deadly sins. He doesn't know why they are like that, but that's not a problem as long as they do their jobs. His teleportation magic also has improved. Now he can teleport to 500 meters but still can't go further. Too bad that he can't teleport to exit and enter the library because there's a defense mechanism for that. But it's not a problem for him because he has found a spare key for the library's main door. He doesn't take it though, he just used it to make a duplicate. It will cause a problem if he took the real key, after all. Ben keeps doing what he does for the next few days. He trains clone magic, Gluttony trains teleportation magic, while the other 3 clones scan the books. So now his scanning runs 3 times faster and he can scan around 150 books a day. But he can't make the 5th clone even when his supplies run out in 2 weeks after he entered the library. He doesn't think much about it because any magic will get harder to improve as their level get higher. As for Bella, she finally could make a clone after Ben trained her intensely. Her clone has a strict personality, very contrast with her laid-back and playful personality. But her clone still likes to be pampered by Ben like her real self. Bella's clone also likes to play, so Bella can play with her every day. Except for her strict personality, she is a carbon copy of Bella. It's like seeing Carla in Bella's body, so it's quite amusing. In these 2 weeks, Ben also has scanned many books. He has finished the space, time, white arts, and black arts magic books. There aren't many of them, after all. But he doesn't train them yet and just store the data in AI chip's database. Now he and his clones are scanning the magic books of his elements. He prioritizes what he wants and will use in the future. As for the others, he will scan them later after finishing his priorities. Ben and Bella leave the library and go to Dawn City. They need to buy supplies and some other things there. They can always hunt for food in the forest, but there are things that they can only get in the town like hygiene items. He left the 4 clones in the library to continue their jobs though. Ben wants to keep being productive, so he left them there. They don't need real food and just need MP supplies from him, after all, so they can keep working. Even so, they still can feel hungry, especially gluttony. So Ben told them to hunt animals in the forest. They have half of Ben's power, so there shouldn't be any problem. In the town, Ben buys many things that he and Bella needs. He also buys some entertainment items for Bella because it will be boring for her while he trains and scans the books. Ben also gets a few big news in the city. So the countries on Ishgar have finally severed every diplomatic tie with Alvarez Empire. It's quite late considering what they did before, says Ben as he reads a newspaper. Bad guys? Asks Bella. Yeah, we've cut our relationship with the bad guys. But this won't be the end. They will return to try what they did before. So we need to prepare for it and get stronger, says Ben. Bella hit bad guys, says Bella while punching the air with her small hands as she sits on Ben's shoulder. Of course, you will defeat the bad guys. Bella is strong, after all, says Ben while smiling and rubbing Bella's head. Bella gets happy and continues her punching axe while Ben walks around the market. They return to the magic library after buying what they need. But some people are stopping them while they walk in the forest. Hehe, you carry so many things, kid. They must be heavy, so why don't you give them to us? We will help you carry them, says a middle-aged man. The other men laugh sinisterly and they all withdraw their weapons. Bella sighs and shakes her head with a pity expression before saying, "Unlucky bad guys." You can read up to 30 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Clicking that Power Stone / like also seemed to be a good choice, hehe. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 158 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 169 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 129. Silver Key. Some robbers are stopping Ben and Bella. They are mages too, but they're weak so Ben just uses his gravity magic to increase the gravity 5 times. The robbers can't even lift their fingers and Ben defeats them easily. Why bother robbing people with your measly strength? Asks Ben while tying the robbers with a rope. We don't have another choice, we need to fill our family's stomachs, says a robber. What a classic reason, says Ben unfazed. The robbers try to persuade Ben to release them using all kinds of reasons. But he doesn't budge and keep tying them and checking their belongings in return. Now he is the one who robs the robbers. There's nothing that piqued Ben's interest among their stuff. They only have some money and pieces of jewelry that looked cheap. But then, he finds a good item in one of the robbers' pockets. A silver celestial spirit key. It's Nikora's key, a very common and cheap item. But it's still a free item, so I will take it, says Ben as he keeps the silver key. Ben takes the robbers to authority and they are arrested. With this, the key owner's contract will also get nullified, so he can make a new contract with the Nikora. Bella, you will have a new friend after this, says Ben. Bella is happy to hear that and she asks Ben to make the contract now. But Ben tells her to be patient as he will make the contract in the library. It's easy to make a contract with a celestial spirit, but he wants to do it in a quiet place. After they arrived in the library, Ben activates the silver key immediately. Then a Nikora appears in front of him and Bella gets excited seeing it. She walks around the celestial spirit and looks at it curiously. The Nikora has a blue color, wearing sunglasses and white headphones. It keeps whistling and tapping its feet while dancing around happily. Bella watches the Nikora curiously and follows its dance. Ben raises an eyebrow and tilts his head seeing this strange Nikora. He never knows there's such a unique celestial spirit like this guy. But it's not that strange when he remembers that celestial spirits are living beings too, so they have different personalities and preferences. What's your name, little guy? Asks Ben. Pyun, Pyun, says the Nikora with rapping beats. Ben is dumbfounded hearing that and he doesn't understand anything that the spirit said. Sigh, let's make a contract so I can understand what you say, says Ben. The Nikora stops its dance and nods to Ben before signing a contract. They agree to call the Nikora every Monday and Friday. Ben named it G because it reminds him of B from Naruto. G, your job is to play with Bella. I won't ask you to do difficult things, so just have fun, says Ben. G nods before disappearing because it is Sunday now, not his contract day. Ben and Bella prepare their food and eat before resting. They will resume their activities tomorrow as it's almost night now. The next day, Ben summons Ji and tells it to play with Bella as he starts his current daily activities. Ben makes 4 clones and gives them their usual tasks, except for Wrath. He orders Wrath to train clone magic while he scans the books again. Ben scans the fire magic books, Envy scans the heat magic books, while Greed scans the gravity magic books. Gluttony still trains the teleportation magic on the bottom floor with Wrath who trains clone magic. There are tens of thousand books of each fire magic. It is one of the most popular magic since hundreds of years ago, after all. As for the heat and gravity, there are only a few thousand of them. It's a lot, but still very low compared to the fire magic books. Ben and his clones do their tasks every day. It goes well. Their book scanning speed also increases slowly and they can scan 55 books a day after a month of stay in the magic library. It's just 5 books, but there are 3 individuals who scan the books, so it means 15 more books in a day. Bella also keeps playing with Ji every Monday and Friday. But she is quite lonely on the other days even though she has a clone as a playmate. So Ben buys 6 more Nikora's Celestial Spirit keys. He chooses Nikora's keys because they are easy to find and cheap. Each key only sold for 20,000 jewel, so 6 keys are 120,000. He buys 6. He can summon 1 every day for Bella's playmate. Besides, Nikoras don't need a lot of MP because they are weak. They can't fight too, but it's not a problem because Ben doesn't need them to help him fight. Their task is just to be Bella's playmates. All his 7 Nikoras have different colors. Their colors are blue, white, green, yellow, brown, red, and black. It's a coincidence that they have different colors because he can't choose them when buying the keys. The 7 Nikoras also have different personalities, but they all are docile and hear him. Their names are Ji the blue, Snow the white, Yuki the green, Dio the yellow, Choco the brown, Akashi the red, and Popo the black. They have different personalities, but they all are docile and always follow Ben's orders. All of them can be summoned 2 times a week. So Ben can call 2 Nikoras every day to be Bella's playmates. Bella is very happy with her new playmates. She keeps playing with the Nikoras and her strict clone. She never trained her clone magic again after she could make a clone. But it's not a problem and Ben never asks her to train it again. After 2 months in the library, Ben finally succeed to make his 5th clone. Just like what he assumed, his clones are based on 7 deadly sins. The 5th clone is laziness and he always looks sleepy. But Ben can tame him too and make him follow his order. The laziness clone was also tasked to scan the books. So now Ben can scan 4 times faster with 220 books a day. Ben has almost scanned 10,000 books in these 2 months. Now with the 5th clone, his scanning speed will get even faster. But this speed isn't enough to reach his target to scan 100,000 books in these 6 months. I need something to enhance my scanning speed. Is there anything useful among Morgbit's magic items? Asks Ben to AI Chip as he scrolls through the list in her database. There's none. But I have a suggestion for you. There is an item to increase reading speed, but I don't know if it can increase my scanning speed too. It might be possible. If it raises my reading speed, then it is increasing my brain's processing speed too, right? With my brain working faster, you will also work faster, says Ben. That makes sense, so let's try it. The magic item's name is Gale Force Reading Glasses. Ben nods and goes to Dawn City the next day. He goes to a magic item shop and buys the glasses. It's the lowest variant with 2x reading speed because he just wants to test it. The glasses worked and he is very excited by it, so he wants to buy the highest variant. But the shop doesn't have it and only has the 18x reading speed. Ben is disappointed, but he still buys it and returns to the library. 18x is good enough for him and he can learn the glasses to make it himself later. With 55 books per individual daily, 18x faster means each he and his clones can scan 990 books a day. And with 4 individuals scanning the books, he can scan 3,960 books every day. That means he can scan 475,200 books in the remaining 4 months or 120 days. That is 4 times more than his previous 100,000 targets. If I have the highest variant with 120x speed, then I will finish scanning every book in the library soon. Too bad they don't have it, but this is enough for now, says Ben as he leaves the shop. He buys 8 glasses for him, his clones, and spares. Then Ben returns to the library with an excited face. He can't wait to see the result after he and his clones use them. You can read up to 30 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Clicking that Power Stone / like also seemed to be a good choice, hehe. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 159 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 170 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 130. Leaving the library. Time goes by and it has been 6 months since Ben arrived in the magic library. He has scanned 422,751 magic books, a lot less than his prediction of more than 475,000 books. Some issues made him fail to scan that many. Ben forget to consider that he is still a human, not a robot. He has feelings and can get bored doing the same thing every day. He needs entertainment too, so he left the library a few times to get some entertainment. It's not the best result, but it's very good already. I've scanned around 40% of the books here and that's enough. Besides, I've finished scanning all books about my elements, so it's fine. I can always return here anytime in the future too, says Ben. In the last 4 months, Ben has improved his clone and transformation magic. He can make 7 clones now and they have 7 deadly sins personalities like his prediction. Luckily, Ben can tame them all, so there's no problem at all. He wanted to make the 8th clone and is very curious about its personality. But it is very difficult and he never has any progress in it since he made the 7th clone last month. He felt like hitting a big wall in his clone magic and needs to break it through. Ben doesn't think much about it and will just improve this magic slowly. He is not in a rush to improve it again and 7 clones are good enough because he knows many mages can't make more than 4 clones. As for teleportation magic, Ben can teleport up to 5 kilometers now. It can't be said to be long distance, but it's not short too. He can only increase it from 500 meters to 5 kilometers in the last 4 months because this magic is very difficult to train. Ben also has duplicated the library's key so he can enter it anytime. He also has learned the library's defense mechanisms and can breach them easily now. He can even build similar defense mechanisms now with all his scanning results. Other than magic books, Ben also scans other books like Magic World's history. Many things in history piqued his interest and give him some enlightenment. Many big events make him happy or sad too. One such event that makes him sad is about Nirvana. The event happened around his guild's location, so it piqued his interest. Nirvana was made by Nervits who lived in the forest where his village is located. The Nervits have a similar appearance with Rubal and his guild mates. That's why Ben gets very interested in it. But something doesn't sit right in his heart when he remembers some strange things in the guild and Rubal's actions. Maybe Gramps and the others are their descendants and don't know much about this event. That should be why they never told me about this thing. Well, I'll ask them after I return home, says Ben to stop his thinking. After packing their belongings and removing their trays from this library, Ben and Bella leave the magic library. They resume their journey and walk to the east. There are 3 months left for them to finish their journey, so they need to be fast. While moving to the east, Ben tries to make some magic items using the new magic that he learned in the library. He experiments every time he rests along the way. Morgbit's magic items also help him to make better magic items as he also learned them. The first magic item that he wants to make is a storage magic item. There are storage magic items in different shapes, but their number is not many. That's why they are very expensive even though their spaces are small. Ben also never saw them and only heard about them because of their rarity. Only a few people have such items as the king or big guild's masters. A small guild like his will never even see a glimpse of them. He experimented many times for many days since he left the magic library. His experiments make his journey getting slower, but it's not a problem for Ben. There aren't many places to visit in his journey, after all. Ben has explored the east side of Fiori in the last few years. So he just needs to explore the south and central sides. Those places can be explored fast and 3 months are enough. The south side has a small forest and a wide span of savanna. There's also a big and long river that split it with the west and central sides. Ben and Bella really enjoy their time there because it is a very peaceful place. The creatures here are wild, but they're not ferocious and aggressive. They don't attack people and just hunt for prey. So, no creature attacked Ben and Bella while they walk around the south side's forest and savanna. Sigh, it's good that this place is peaceful. But doesn't it have anything interesting? Ponders Ben as he lay on the grass relaxedly. Milk, says Bella as she raises her milk bottle. Yeah, milk is interesting, but it's not from this place, says Ben. Ben and Bella resume their journey after resting for some minutes. They keep searching for anything interesting as they walk. For hours, they find nothing, but finally, they find something when the sun is almost set. Oh ho, this is a big finding, says Ben excitedly. What they find is a wide crater on the ground. In the center of this crater is a black shiny stone, it's a meteor. The meteor has the size of a volleyball, so it's big considering that meteor got burnt as they move through the atmosphere. It's very rare to find a meteor this big because most of them will get burnt to ashes. But it's also strange that such big-sized meteor is still placed where it fell. Usually, people will take it already because it seems to be here for a long time. The fall must have created tremor and it should glow very bright as it fell from the sky. Did no one realize it at all? Ponders Ben curiously as he enters the crater. Ben checks the crater and meteor using AI chip that scans the place. AI Chil assumed that this crater was created around 9 months ago. It makes Ben even more curious as to why this meteor is still here after 9 months. Maybe no one realizes it and no one came here for months. It's my luck, I guess. AI chip, scans the meteor, says Ben. AI chip scans the meteor and it takes 3 minutes to scan it completely. The scan result surprises Ben to his bone and he smiles like an idiot. What a big luck and a bad luck at the same time, says Ben as his smile disappears. The big luck is that the meteor is made of some rare and good metals and minerals. While the bad luck is the meteor will explode if he lifts it wrongly. The explosion can happen because the meteor fell on a crystal and created a chemical reaction that can create an explosion. Ben thinks of a way to take the meteor safely. He won't let this chance goes by just because of such hindrance. Meteor is very rare and it even has rare metals and minerals in it. Alright, let's do this, says Ben. Ben takes a deep breath and concentrates. He gathers his MP and activates his light mode. Then he grabs the meteor and runs away before teleporting as far and as fast as he can. A big explosion happens in the crater and creates a big shockwave that reached Ben's location who has teleported to 50 kilometers. If he is still in the crater, then he will get engulfed in the explosion. That looks scary, but this is worth it, says Ben as he looks at the meteor happily. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Clicking that power stone / like also seemed to be a good choice, hehe. I've uploaded 1 chapter 160-165 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 chapter 171-176 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 131. Suspect. Ben resumes his journey after finding the meteor. The big explosion should have gathered the attention of people nearby. This place is also close to Lamia Scale Guild, so they might hear the explosion and send some mages to investigate it. He isn't afraid to face those mages, but it will be a problem if they assume that he is up to something bad. Those mages will report their finding to the Kingdom and Magic Council, so it will be a big problem for his guild. Ben leaves the area hastily while still erasing his traces. He teleports many times to leave the forest as fast as possible. It needs a lot of MP but that's not a problem for his current MP capacity. Name, Ben Cooper. Epithet, Karna, the sun's child. Real age, 16. Body age, 15, halted. Status, alive. MP, 347,318/347,318. STR, 230, halted. AGI, 230, halted. STA, 230, halted. Int, 694. His MP raised a lot in these 6 months because his Instat also raised a lot. He has scanned more than 40% of the books in the library. So his Int points also raised a little more than 400 points. His MP raised 40,000 points just from the raise of his Int points alone. It gets even higher because he also trained his MP capacity. The MP training raised his MP by around 50,000 points, even higher than what the Instat cost. But that's a good thing because that means he isn't reliant on the book scanning and his Instat to raise his MP. If he is too reliant on that, then he will not improve without raising his Instat. Ben escapes to the north, toward the central side of Fiori. There is a river on the north of the forest and he will hide there for now. Before going too far, he makes 7 clones and makes the clones transform into different magical creatures. You guys stay and watch if there are people who come here. Inform me when you find something. Stay low and don't get discovered, so act as natural as possible, says Ben. Yes, boss, replies the clones. Ben nods before leaving using his teleportation again. The clones also leave and spread while acting like wild creatures. They act as if they're scared because of the explosion but they don't go too far from the explosion. Some minutes later, 5 people really come to the explosion site, and they all are women. Ben's clones see the women and know that they're Lamia Scales mages from their guild marks. Such a big explosion, it destroyed a wide area and caused a big and deep crater like this, says a curly red-haired woman as she looks at the deep crater. What can cause such a big explosion like this? Asks a short-haired woman. I don't know, let's look around to find any clue, says a woman who wears a black scarf. The other women nod and they spread to investigate the location. Ben's clones keep acting like wild creatures while keep watching over the mages. The clones keep their distance from the mages and suppress their MP to avoid suspicion. In another place, Ben finally reaches the river and rests there. He drinks the river water and fills his flask too. Then he hides in the bushes while keep spreading his magic sense. Phew, I feel like being a wanted criminal because of this thing, says Ben as he holds the meteor in his hand. Ben suddenly feels something coming from the north. It has strong magic power, so he suppresses his MP and raises his guard. Ben also transforms into a bull and hides Bella under his body. Soon, a massive metal thing flies in the sky from the north. Ben looks at it and knows that it is Magic Council's magic airship. The airship has silver metallic color and is shaped like a ship with wings. Damn, it even piqued the council's attention, says Ben grumbly. The magic airship keeps moving to the south and Ben doesn't get detected at all. He sighs in relief before leaving to search for a hiding place. He is still in his bowl form and Bella sits on his back as they search for the hiding place. After some minutes, Ben's clones also see the magic airship coming. It also gathers the Lamia Scale Mage's attention. They all look at the magic airship as it lands on the ground slowly. After the magic airship landed, many council mages come out of it. They are led by a man who wears glasses and a man with a scar on his left temple. They're Lahar and Doranbolt from Council's Custody and Enforcement Unit. It is not their job to investigate this, but they're the only ones who were ready to move fast. Besides, the explosion might be caused by a mage, and their unit has strong mages who have been trained to fight strong mages. Are you mages from Lamia Scale? Asks Lahar to the women. Yes, we came here after hearing the big explosion, says the curly red hair woman. Lahar nods and asks, can you share your finding with us? The Lamia Scale mages nod and tell the council members of their findings. There isn't much that they can share, however. But it is better than nothing and they shouldn't start from scratch. Thank you for your cooperation. Now you can leave this matter to us, says Lahar as he leaves with his men. The Lamia Scale mages aren't pleased by that. It's like Lahar isn't respecting them by telling them to leave after getting what he needs. But they say nothing and leave the location. They know they can't mess with the council because it can endanger their guild. But they still grumble on their way back to their guild. They can't do anything except grumble, after all. Ben's clones see it and ignore it. Their job is just to watch what happened here and report it to Ben. Now they need to watch what the council members do after the Lamia Scale mages left. The council members investigate the location more thoroughly. It is clear that they are more trained in this than the Lamia Scale mages. Well, their organizations have a different purpose, so their members are trained differently too. But still, they can't find any valuable information in their investigation. Ben has erased all his traces on this location, after all. Even experienced investigators won't find his traces easily as he is an expert at this. The Magic Council members finally give up after an hour of investigation. They just take a lot of pictures and some samples from the location. But they can't hypothesize anything and assume that it might be a natural phenomenon or the culprit has escaped. After the council members left, Ben's clones dispel themselves. Ben received their memories after they got dispelled. He sighs in relief as no one finds any clue that might make him being suspected. Ben is in a cave located on a cliff near the river. He found it while searching for a hiding place before. There is a red bear inside the cave, but Ben could kill it fast and use the cave to hide. Phew, we're safe. Let's cook this bear and stay here for a night, says Ben. "K," replies Bella who is playing with Choco. Today is February 27th, so there are less than 3 months to my birthday at May 12th. I need to get some birthday gifts for Wendy and Carla who have their birthdays before mine, says Ben as he roasted the red bear. Bella. Asks Bella. Of course, you'll have your gift too. But you will get it together with the others, okay? Asks Ben. "K," replies Bella. They eat after the bear cooked and slept. Their journey is getting closer to its end. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Clicking that Power Stone /like also seemed to be a good choice, hehe. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 166 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 177 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 132. Central Area. The situation has subsided down, so Ben resumes his journey. He explores the forest again because he hasn't covered it all. But he needs to be careful because the council might still watch over the forest. So he transforms into a goat-like demon with 2 big horns. He also makes Bella wear a T-Rex costume as a disguise. She can't use transformation magic, so he needs to disguise her with a costume. They explore the forest, savanna, and surrounding areas. It takes a month for him to finish his exploration. He can move faster if he doesn't keep experimenting with his storage magic item project. But it is important, so he keeps doing it even though it slowed down his journey. If he succeeds, then it will be a very useful item for him, his sisters and his guild. Ben goes to the central area of Fiori Kingdom after finishing his exploration in the forest. He avoids moving too close with the National Council branch though. They might suspect him to be the explosion's culprit if they see him coming from the forest. Well, he is the culprit, but he needs to hide that fact or it will cause a big problem. He and Bella move stealthily while still using their disguises. They can move past the National Council branch safely and reach the mountain near Capital Crocus. They remove their disguises and start their exploration in the mountain's range. Town? Asks Bella. No, we won't go there for now. We'll explore this area first to erase any trace that might lead the council to us. They are very persistent, big pain in the ass, says Ben as he walks into the mountain. They explore the mountains and Ben keeps doing his experiments. There's no good finding in a week and Ben decides to go to the town. They go to capital Crocus to buy supplies and search for news of what happened in the kingdom. Ben buys their necessities while asking around for news. But there's no big event in the last month since Ishgar cut all ties with Alvarez Empire. The only thing that piqued Ben's interest is a rising star from Fairy Tail. Salamander, hey? That little dragon slayer has made a name for himself. Although he made many troubles, typical of Fairy Tail mages. I'm very curious if his fire can affect me, although it seems to be impossible. But I won't know until I try it, says Ben while grinning. Myra? Asks Bella excitedly. There's no news about her, so I don't know. Let's call her later at night because she might be on a mission now, says Ben. Bella nods before asking Ben to buy milk. They go to buy milk for Bella in a shop and they buy a lot of milk there. The shop owner is very happy that they buy a lot of his milk stock, so he gives them a VIP card. Sigh, this card will be very useful if we live around here. But this is still useful every time we come here, thinks Ben. Milk. Milk. Demands Bella. Yes, yes. Here's your milk offering, Your Majesty, says Ben as he gives Bella a bottle of milk. They leave the shop and go to a mansion around the central area of the town. This is Joseph's mansion. He is the big merchant who has helped Ben take care of his sisters when he joined the magic vehicle race. Ooh, Ben, Bella, long time no see. Come in. Says Joseph excitedly. They enter the mansion and some maids prepare drinks for them. Joseph's wife, Lisa, comes to the living room and immediately hugs Bella. She is very excited to see the little cat after such a long time. Are you on a mission, Ben? Asks Joseph. No, we are exploring the kingdom since last year. It's been 10 months since we started this journey and it's almost finished. We are exploring the nearby mountains and need to fill our supplies, so we came here. We decided to visit you before resuming our exploration, says Ben. Wow, you have done a big thing at such a young age. I have the same dream to do what you do in the past. Too bad I'm not a mage and don't have the necessary strength to do that, says Joseph sadly. Yeah, the wilderness is dangerous. Many places almost kill mages like us. So such journey will be very dangerous for normal people, says Ben. Joseph sighs hearing that and has a bitter smile. He knows it is impossible as he is a normal human and he is old already. But don't be too sad. There are places that you can visit. They aren't too dangerous, although you still need some mages as guards. But I think hiring them won't be a problem for you, says Ben while smiling. Really? Then maybe I should go to those places when I have time. It can be a good recreation for this retired merchant, says Joseph. Give me a map and I will show you the places. But retired? Have you given your business fully to your son? Asks Ben. Yeah, the era has changed, and we need regeneration. My son is ready to take over the business, so I decided to give him full responsibility. My decision is right because now the business grows with his new and fresh ideas, says Joseph while gesturing his butler to take a map. That's good to hear, says Ben as he sips his drink. It's also thanks to you. He saw you have succeeded as a mage at such a young age. So he gets motivated and does his best in his field, says Joseph. Ben smiles hearing that. Everyone will be happy to know that they've become someone's inspiration to be better. Lisa also smiles and thanks Ben for it while still hugging Bella and giving her more milk. The butler returns and gives Ben the kingdom's map. Ben draws marks on the map with colored markers. He shows the safe locations with green color and dangerous locations with red color. Don't go too close with the red locations because strong creatures might go there. You still need to be careful even in the green locations. I suggest you hire an S-class mage or a few high-class mages though. We never know what might happen in the wilderness, says Ben. That will need a lot of money, says Joseph. Well, money or your safety? Asks Ben teasingly. Joseph sighs and can only nod after Ben said that. Ben has gone to those locations, so he knows the danger in those places. It will be very bad if Joseph ignores an S-class mage's warning like him. Ben and Bella leave after staying there until afternoon. At night, they call Wendy and Carla before calling Myra. Bella is very happy to see Myra because it has been 5 weeks since they called Myra. The next day, they resume their journey and explore the mountains range. Both of them also go to the cave where Ben met Smog, but nothing is found there except the traces of Smog's skeleton. The mountains range doesn't have anything interesting. The kingdom must have explored this area and taken all those things. But, strangely, they didn't find Smog and Ben knows the reason. Smog must have put a defensive spell to stop anyone from finding his location. Ben also won't find it unless Smog called him and showed him his location. A dragon's spell isn't easy to breach even after many years. Ben and Bella finished their exploration in the mountains range after 6 weeks. It's April 27th, so there are still 2 weeks from their time limit. They decide to visit Myra and Elfman before going home. Let's see the infamous salamander too while we're there, says Ben while grinning as they depart to Magnolia. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Clicking that Power Stone / like also seemed to be a good choice, hehe. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 167 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 178 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 133. Stop by. Ben and Bella go to Magnolia on foot. They can hitch a ride from Capital Crocus as many people go there with vehicles. Most of them are riding carts pulled by horses though. But Ben decides to not ride any vehicle in his journey. They have walked for months, so it feels wrong to ride a vehicle just because they are almost finished. He wants to feel the full sensation of walking on this journey. It takes them 2 days to walk from the central area to Magnolia. Ben used his teleportation every once in a while to move faster. But it still takes them 2 days because they want to enjoy watching the surroundings too. They arrived in Magnolia and go to Myra's house. But she's not home, so they go to the hospital to check on Lysina. There's still no progress with her condition, but she's also not getting worse, she just stays the same. Ben and Bella leave the hospital and go to a restaurant to eat. Myra must have a job now, so they need to wait. They walk around the town while waiting for Myra to come back home. When? Asks Bella. Maybe in the afternoon or night. If she hasn't returned at night, then we'll ask her guild. S-class jobs can take days to finish, after all, says Ben. Bella is rather disappointed so Ben rubs her head to cheer her up a little. They walk around the town until afternoon and return to Myra's house. The light is on, so someone is home. It can be Myra or Elfman. Ben knocks on the door and then hears someone come. The door opens and it is Myra who opens it. She gets surprised to see them and immediately jumps to hug them. Ben. Bella. Long time no see, says Myra excitedly. Why yet, long time no see, says Ben nervously as he feels 2 big and soft things on his chest. She grows a lot in a year. Although it's not her height that grows, it's something else, says Ben as he peeks down. How are you doing, Myra? Asks Ben. I'm fine, Elfman is fine too. Lysina is, still the same as last year, says Myra sadly. It's okay. We've visited her this noon and she looks healthy. At the very least, her condition doesn't deteriorate, says Ben while rubbing Myra's head. Yeah, I know. You get a lot taller since we last met, says Myra while measuring Ben's height with her hand. Bella? Bella? Asks Bella while jumping excitedly. You also seem to grow cuter, says Myra as she grabs Bella and hugs her. Hi, cute, says Bella happily as Myra rubs her cheek on hers. Sigh, Elfman also grows very tall now. Only I didn't grow, says Myra with a sad tone. No, you grew too, just in different parts, thinks Ben while looking at Myra's 2 mass destruction weapons. Ben has started to grow again 2 months ago after dispelling his body age seal. His Devil Slayer magic has suppressed the dragon seed to an acceptable level. So now he can grow normally again and he grew a lot in these 2 months. Now he is 185 centimeters high at 16y. Will be 17 in some days. From his initial 170 centimeters height, Ben grows 15 centimeters in 2 months. It's like his growth that has been halted explode in these 2 months. Not to mention he still can grow because his body's age is 1 year younger than his real age. Name, Ben Cooper. Epithet, Karna, the sun's child. Real age, 16. Body age, 15. Status, alive. MP, 356,617/356,617. STR, 245. AGI, 243. STA, 246. INT, 696. His physical stats also grew in these 2 months. They didn't grow a lot, but they still grow. Seeing those numbers increase after a long time has given Ben a strong sense of satisfaction already. Myra invites Ben inside while still holding Bella in her arms. Ben enters the house and asks about Elfman. Myra says that he is in the guild building having a party with the boys. Ah, that's right, I've heard about a rising star from your guild. The news makes him sound interesting, says Ben. Rising star? Who? Asks Myra curiously. Salamander, says Ben. Ah, Natsu, hey? He sure got famous very fast since last year. He caused a lot of problems in his job although he could finish them all, says Myra. Sigh, at least he finished his jobs or it will smear Dragon Slayer's name too much, says Ben while sighing. Hi, so you're worried that you will get affected too, hey? Asks Myra. Of course. I haven't taken any job for almost a year, so it will be hard for me to take a job again if Dragon Slayer's name is bad, says Ben. Don't worry, you are not a fairy tale mage. The bad images aren't just for Natsu, but also our guild, says Myra while smiling. Ben has a dark face hearing that. Why are you so happy about that? You're a fairy tale mage, you know. I'm immune to it, says Myra while still smiling. Ben just sighs and leaves that topic. They talk about their stories in this 1 year since they last met. They're too absorbed in their talk and don't realize that Elfman has returned home. Elfman hears them from outside and decides to not disturb them. He knows Myra's feelings toward Ben, so he doesn't want to ruin her time with Ben. That's why he decides to leave and goes to his friend's place even though he also wants to meet Ben after a year. They talk until night and decide to have dinner in a restaurant. After dinner, they go to a public bath and stay there for half an hour before returning to Myra's house. Of course, Ben needs to buy a lot of milk that is sold in the public bath for Bella because she likes it. Elfman hasn't returned. Asks Ben after they enter the house. Maybe he drank too much and got wasted in the guild, says Myra. Should we pick him? Asks Ben. It's okay, this has happened many times. This is a usual thing and he won't be alone there. They must have a drinking competition or something, so it won't be just him who got wasted, says Myra while smiling. You guys really like to cause trouble, hey? Even for yourself, says Ben with a sweat drop. Myra just giggles and then they go to sleep. Ben sleeps in Elfman's room and he fell asleep fast. He is very tired because he has walked from Capital Crocus for 2 days. Besides, the bed feels very comfy for him after he slept on hard ground for months. The next morning, Elfman returns home and meets with Ben and Bella. They talk while having breakfast that Myra cooked. Now she can cook after learning it seriously since last year. Ooh, this is delicious, praises Ben. Delish, says Bella while eating her portion happily. Really? Hee, thank you, says Myra happily. Good for you, Nei-chan. Your hard work has been paid off, thinks Elfman. After breakfast, Ben decides to return home even though Bella still wants to stay. There's still more than a week from their time limit, but the sooner they return home, the better it will be. Bella finally agrees and they bid farewell to the Strauss siblings. Before leaving, Ben gives Myra and Elfman gifts. He gives Myra a necklace with a blue gem ornament, while Elfman gets an arm bracelet with a similar blue gem ornament. Those are Morgbit's magic items that can store MP to be used anytime to fill their lost MP. It's very useful for when they run out of MP even though it will be a rare case for Myra considering her high MP capacity. But there's nothing wrong with being prepared. Well then, we'll take our leave. See you later, says Ben. See, says Bella while waving her hands as she sits on Ben's head. See you later, replies the siblings while waving their hands. Ben turns around and walks away, but then Myra calls him. Ben. Calls Myra. Yeah? Asks Ben as he turns his head back. Suddenly, Myra kisses him on the cheek, surprising everyone there. She blushes before running inside her house. Ben is stunned, and so is Elfman. Only Bella who doesn't think much about it. Ben can only touch his cheek and says, damn. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Clicking that Power Stone /like also seemed to be a good choice, hehe. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 168 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 179 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 134. Home. Ben leaves Magnolia after getting that surprising kiss. It's just a kiss on the cheek, but it still takes a lot of Myra's bravery. It makes him happy, but also makes him fall into a dilemma. Now that Myra has made a very clear sign, he also needs to give an answer. He needs to decide where their relationship will go. It can't be too long or he will hurt Myra's feelings. Sigh, I can't make her wait for too long, but I can't give an answer soon too. There are many things that need to be thought thoroughly, says Ben as he walks. Ben is someone who thinks seriously about love relationships. He has many painful experiences and that makes him insecure about his love life. Losing his blood family has made him afraid of losing his loved ones again. He trains to be stronger and stronger just to avoid that from happening again. That insecurity has subsided since he joined the guild and met with everyone there. Even so, he can't remove that insecurity from his heart. That feeling is still lingering deep in his heart, haunting him. He keeps training to remove that feeling, but through these years, he realized that strength alone isn't enough to protect everyone he loved. Many people are stronger than him and they still fail to protect their loved ones, like Morgbit. They can't even protect themselves, take Midas for example. That's why he never feels that his strength is enough and never will. Damn, I can't go anywhere by thinking about this myself. I need to talk with Gramps and hope he can help me, says Ben a little frustratedly. It takes a week for Ben and Bella to reach their village. It's 5 days before Ben's birthday on May 12th. They could move faster if Ben didn't daydream and stopped too many times. Myra's kiss is affecting him too much. Ben, home. Says Bella excitedly as she points at their village. "Yet, we're finally home," says Ben happily. Ben slaps his cheeks and thinks, "Get a hold of yourself, Ben. Think about that later, you are home now, so you need to show that you are fine." He takes a deep breath and calms himself. Now he shows a nice and relieved expression, ready to meet with his family in this world. Bella can't wait and flies to the village. It makes Ben laughs and he follows Bella to the village. The village guard sees them and gets very excited. He rang the bell and shouts to everyone that Ben and Bella has returned. Everyone in the village gets excited and they run to the village entrance. Wendy and Carla move ahead of everyone and arrived first. They look into the forest and see Bella is flying toward them. Then they see Ben is walking far behind Bella while waving his hands and smiling. "Ben Nii-san, Bella-chan!" shouts Wendy and Carla as they run off. The two girls run to Bella and hug each other happily. They're too happy in fact that they fall to the ground because they move around too much while hugging. Their clumsiness makes the villagers and Ben laugh. Ben arrives near them and helps them stand up again. The girls then hug him happily too and he hugs them back. Wendy and Carla are very happy that they are crying in his arms. Ben smiles and rubs their heads like what he always did before saying, "I'm home." "Sniff, welcome home," replies Wendy and Carla. "You've grown up, Wendy, Carla," says Ben while smiling. "Ben Nii-san too," says Wendy. "Yeah, you grow too much even after halting it for a long time." "What did you eat actually?" says Carla as she measures Ben's height. "Ha ha ha, let's talk about that later, everyone is waiting," says Ben as he points at the villagers. The girls nod and they walk to the village entrance. Rubal is standing in front of the others and they all have smiles on their face. "We're home, everyone," says Ben. "Welcome home," says everyone before they rush at Ben and Bella and lift them. The villagers throw both of them in the air as if they are superstars. Bella is happy and Ben just follows the flow by not doing anything. It finally stops after a minute because Rubal tells them to stop. "You must be tired. Have a rest, for now, we can do anything else after that," says Rubal. Ben nods and goes to his house so he can sleep on his bed that he has left for a year. "Your own home is truly the best," says Ben as he lays on his bed. He sleeps instantly after he laid on his bed and so is Bella. They sleep better than any time in this 1 year, even better than when they slept in a hotel. There's no better place than your own home, after all. They wake up late the next day and no one wakes them up in the morning. Everyone just let them rest after having a tiring journey for a year. They wash themselves before eating their breakfast. After that, the village holds a party to celebrate their success. Some men have hunted many animals this morning for this party. Everyone is happy now because Ben and Bella have returned safely. The party lasted until the afternoon and many people are wasted, especially men. It makes Ben sigh because his guild has started to become like Fairy Tail now. Luckily, this isn't a usual thing like what happened in Fairy Tail. Ben leaves the wasted men and goes to the guild building. He needs to talk with Rubal and report his 1-year journey. He doesn't need to report it actually, but he feels like he needs to tell the old man. Maybe he will get some advice or enlightenment from the old fossil. There are many things that still make him curious in his journey, after all. He hasn't found their answers, so maybe Rubal can help him. The girls are there because Wendy and Carla want to hear his story too. No one mind it, so Ben starts to narrate his journey's story. Bella also chimed in every once in a while. They don't hide anything, even the meeting with Morgbit, a demon. Rubal approves Ben's action toward Morgbit even though the old guy is a demon. Even demon has emotions and different personalities. They can't judge demons to be the same just because they are from the same race. Ben keeps narrating his journey for hours until the sky turns dark. No one wants to stop, so they continue it. They even eat dinner while still hearing Ben and Bella's stories. They finally get into the part where Ben and Bella found the magic library. Ben narrates it excitedly as that is his favorite part. The stories in the library also excite the ones who hear them. It even makes Wendy and Carla want to go to the library on their own one day. The storytelling goes well and everyone is happy with it. But then something strange happens when Ben arrives at the part where he read about Nirvana and Nervitz. Rubal and the villagers' expressions change for a brief. It's just for a moment, but Ben realizes it. As I thought, they have some kind of connection with Nirvana and Nervitz. I will ask Gramps tomorrow when the girls aren't around, thinks Ben as he continues his story as if nothing happened. They finished at midnight after Ben hastened his story a bit. The next day, Ben has a private talk with Rubal in the guild building. Ben doesn't chit-chatting first and asks, "What's your connection with Nirvana and Nervitz?" "Sorry guys, I was in hospital in the last 3 days, and my condition wasn't that good so I couldn't write and upload anything. But now I can start uploading daily again, so don't worry. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Clicking that Power Stone /like also seemed to be a good choice, hehe. I've uploaded 1 chapter 169 of Fairy Tail, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 180 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 135, 135. Unknown Lie. Ben's sudden question surprises Rubal. But the old man has anticipated it after hearing Ben's story about his finding on Nirvana's history. Ben is smart, so the old man knows that Ben will find out that there is a connection between him and Nirvana. As I thought, you will ask about that. Well, as you might have assumed, we are Nervits. Or to be precise their descendants, says Rubal. Rubal's answer is something that Ben has predicted and it sounds true. The Nervits lived more than 400 years ago, so Rubal and the native villagers must be their descendants. But he can feel that something is amiss, but he doesn't know what it is. Then what about Nirvana? Is it the real reason for you to send me on this journey and find the magic library? You want me to learn about Nirvana's history, right? Asks Ben. Exactly, says Rubal. Why don't you just tell me about it instead of sending me for an exploration? Asks Ben. Because I want you to learn about it objectively, not subjectively from my perspective as Nervit's descendant, says Rubal. Ben gets silent for a moment before saying, then you can reveal everything now, right? Rubal nods before saying, I have a dream, the same dream that I shared with everyone here. Of course, not you and your sisters, but the natives. Our dream is to find and destroy Nirvana forever. It is a great invention of our ancestors, but also a horrible past, a regret of our tribe. Because it destroyed your tribe? Asks Ben. Because it destroyed our tribe in a very horrible way, says Rubal. Rubal starts to tell Ben about Nirvana and the reason it was created. Just like what Ben has read in the magic library, Nirvana was made to transform darkness into light. It was created to stop the war that happened at that time. The war stopped and the Nervits were happy. But they never thought that Nirvana has a side effect. When an amount of darkness got changed into light, the same amount of light will also change into darkness. The light that got changed into darkness is our ancestors, the Nervits. They turned mad and evil, they started to kill each other. Only a few survived because they were too far from Nirvana, we are their descendants, says Rubal. Nirvana was sealed after that because no one at that time could destroy it. That's why it became a mission for their descendants to destroy Nirvana. But up to this day, no one of the Nervits' descendants has the power to destroy Nirvana. Even you? Asks Ben. Even me. You might think that I am very strong, but you are wrong. If we fight all out now, I'm sure you will defeat me in no time. Sure, I have strong magic power, but I am not a true combatant like you, says Rubal. Ben ponders what Rubal has explained. It all makes sense to him now, but something is still amiss. He can't remove that strange feeling in his heart. He doesn't want to suspect that the old man is lying to him, but that strange feeling just doesn't want to leave. Ben thinks, I know that he doesn't have bad intention, but I have a feeling that he is lying. Sigh, whatever, he won't be able to hide it for too long. I will try to uncover it slowly. So you want me to find and destroy this Nirvana? Asks Ben. Yeah, but not now, you are not ready yet. Even if you are ready, I can't let you do it alone, the risk is too big. You need to know that it's not just us who want Nirvana. Some people in the dark side also want it, says Rubal. Dark guilds? Asks Ben. That's right, but I'm sure it's not just them. Bad people with bad intentions are everywhere and Nirvana is a treasure for them. It needs to be destroyed before falling on the wrong hands, says Rubal. Ben raises an eyebrow before asking, so what's exactly that you want me to do? You want to destroy that thing, but forbid me to do it. If it's not me, then who will do it? You will, but you need to wait for now. I have asked some friends to help us. They will help us search for some people that will help you in this mission. We need to prepare thoroughly for this. I don't want to make the same mistake as my ancestors, says Rubal. Ben gets silent for a moment before sighing and nods. He can tell the old man that he is ready to do it alone and sure that he can do it. But he knows that the old man is a worrywart. Rubal will never let him go alone even if Ben has the capability to do it. After that talk, Ben walks out of the guild building with many things in his mind. The strange feeling in his heart is still lingering, but he decides to ignore it and trust the old man. That strange feeling is also not a bad feeling, but more of uneasiness, so he can ignore it. Ben boy, calls Rubal. Yeah? Asks Ben as he turns around. I'm sorry for putting you into this even though it's my problem, says Rubal with a sad expression. What are you talking about, Gramps? I won't reach this level now without you. You took me in and helped me many times, so it's just right for me to help you. We are family, so your problem is my problem, says Ben while smiling before he leaves the building. Rubal smiles and has some tears flowing from his eyes as he thinks, I'm sorry that I can't tell you the truth now, Ben. But I promise I will tell you everything when the time is right. Ben doesn't know what Rubal thinks and just goes to the field. The girls are there because he told them to wait there this morning. He arrives there and sees them playing with Yuki, the green Nakora. You guys like him? Asks Ben. Yes, he is very cute, says Wendy. Why did you tell us to come here? It's not just to make us play with him, right? Asks Carla. You get smarter, Carla, says Ben while rubbing Carla's head. Humph, just say it, no need for praise, says Carla tsunderly. Ben smiles and takes out 3 small red gift boxes from his pocket. He gives one to each of them, except Yuki of course, which only gets a sandwich. Your birthday gifts, says Ben while smiling. The girls smile happily and immediately open the boxes. Inside the boxes are necklaces with the same design as Myra's. Wendy and Carla's boxes also have rings with the same design as the one that Bella wears on her tail. Myra? Asks Bella while holding the necklace. Yeah, it's the same as Myra's necklace, says Ben. The necklaces have the same usage as Myra's necklace, to store MP and use it in an emergency. It will be useful even for Wendy who can eat air to restore her MP. But eating air to restore MP will take a longer time than using these necklaces, so it's better for emergency situations. As for the rings, they can reduce the weight of their user. They are very useful for Bella and Carla to make them fly faster. The ring will also be useful for Wendy as it can increase her agility because she gets lighter. She needs good agility as a wind dragon slayer, after all. I have one more gift for each of you, but you need to wait because I need to make them first. I just need to find good materials to make them, says Ben. Ben said that, but the girls are too absorbed trying their new necklaces and rings that they don't listen to him. He sighs and just picks Yuki to relieve his sadness because his sisters are ignoring him. My sisters choose gifts over their brother. It's such a sad moment, right, buddy? Asks Ben to Yuki with dropped shoulders. Pyun, answer Yuki while nodding and eating his sandwich. Both of them just sit there silently and watch the girls try their new necklaces and rings. It makes Ben happy that they like his gifts, but he's also sad that they are ignoring him. Luckily, it ends soon as they thank him and play with him until afternoon. At least he is not forgotten. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Clicking that Power Stone / like also seemed to be a good choice, hehe. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 170 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 181 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 136, 136. Spatial storage. The next day after giving the girls their gifts, Ben goes to the town. He will take the materials that the kingdom gave him as compensation for his broken magic car. It broke in his job to investigate the newly found island a few months before his journey. Those materials are saved in Ashibana town and he hasn't taken them. So he goes there with the girls using their old model magic car. He will also buy other materials that he needs for crafting some magic items. They arrived in Ashibana after 3 hours of slow driving. Ben decides to walk around the town with the girls first before buying the materials. It's been a long time since they spend their time like this, after all. He buys them a lot of things in the town, especially clothes. They've grown since last year, so their clothes aren't fit again now. The villagers have made some clothes for them, but they couldn't make too many. In the afternoon, they finally buy the materials that Ben needs. He just buys a few and then takes the magic car materials in the mayor's residence. They get the materials easily because those are Ben's items in the first place. Ben and Seo return to the village before the sky turns dark. He drives slowly and enjoys the sensation of driving a car again after a year. Even though this car is an old model, but this is still a car. The next day, Ben starts his new project. He will build a new magic car and also make some magic items. With the knowledge from Magic Library, Ben has some magic item ideas that he wants to make now. It will take months if I worked on these alone. Luckily, I have some helpers, says Ben as he made 7 clones. It surprises Wendy and Carla who immediately hide behind the real Ben. "Be Ben Nii-san, there are many of you," says Wendy. "Yeah, they are my clones that I made using magic that I learned in the Magic Library." "Bella can also make a clone, you know," says Ben. Bella nods and makes a clone. Wendy and Carla are stunned to see that and immediately ask Ben to teach them. But Ben can't do it because he has something to do, so he asks Bella to teach them the clone magic, and she agrees. After the girls leave to train, Ben gives his clones their tasks. All his 7 clones will work on the magic car while he will work on the other magic items. He has made the new car's blueprint, so they just need to follow the instructions. The clones work in the workshop while Ben will work in an empty building. He has stored the materials that he needs and the magic items that he got from Morgbit here. Ben wants to modify some of Morgbit's magic items too, so he stored them here. "Alright, let's get started," says Ben as he takes a wide piece of Yeti's leather that has thick white fur. Ben draws a pattern on the inner side of the leather and cuts it. Then he draws a magic circle that contains many small magic letters on it. It's easy for Ben to make the magic circle because he has learned it for a long time. "Good, now for the most difficult part," says Ben after finishing the magic circle. Ben takes some sewing utensils and starts to sew the leather. It takes a long time for him to finish as he has never sewed before. When he finished, a very bad-shaped sling bag is created. Ugh, I can't give this to anyone. But let's try if it works first, says Ben as he flows his magic power into the bag. The bag glows white for a minute before it dims and turns back to normal. Ben opens the bag and it is pitch black inside the bag. He puts his hand inside and can't touch the bottom at all. Spatial storage bag has been created successfully. Ben is elated to hear that. He has succeeded to create a spatial magic item where he can store his items. His hard work for months since he left the magic library has been paid off now. AI chip, explain it, asks Ben. The spatial storage bag's space has the size of 10x10x10 meters, so it's 1000 cubic meters. Can't store air and water without a container, so it's not suitable for a living being. Time flows normally inside like the outside. Can only store items smaller than the bag's mouth. The last part is very problematic. It seems I need to use the second method, says Ben as he puts the spatial bag on a shelf. The second method that Ben means is by drawing the magic circle on his left palm. But the magic circle is a little different from the one that he drew before. Untrained eyes won't see the difference because it is very small, but it will give a very different effect. After he finished the magic circle, Ben flows his MP into it. The magic circle glows white before it disappears as if it's never there. But Ben can feel a connection with the magic circle and knows that he can control it. Spatial storage mark has been created successfully. It has the same specification as the spatial storage bag, except for the items that it can store. The mark can store something a lot bigger than its mouth size. But the user needs to use more MP to do it, based on the item size. The storage inside is also upgradable unlike the bag because it's installed on a living being. Awesome, it's a lot better than I expected. Is there other weaknesses except that it can't store living being? Asks Ben. Yes, it can't be erased, so it will leave a permanent mark on the user's body. Not a problem for me, but it might be a problem for others. I plan to give the girls this as gifts, but the permanent mark might be a problem. Let's just ask them about it. They can choose the mark or bag, says Ben. Ben takes the bag and goes to meet the girls who train the clone magic with Bella. He calls them and shows the spatial storage bag and mark. So, which one that you want? Asks Ben. Bag, replies the girls at the same time. Are you sure? It can't store something bigger than the bag's mouth and it can't be upgraded, you know, says Ben. Ben brings, hi, says Bella while giggling. You will ask me to bring your things like usual, hey? Fine. What about you two? Asks Ben while sweat dropping. I just need the bag because I don't need to store big things like you, after all. 1000 cubic meters is also big enough for me, says Wendy. Me too, the bag is big enough for my stuff. But the bag seems very ugly, says Carla as she looks at the bag that Ben made. Don't worry, I will ask Aunt Iona to make the bag. I will just make the mechanism to turn the bags into spatial storages, says Ben. Ben then leaves to take the Yeti's skin and fur then goes to a house near the village gate. Aunt Iona, are you home? Asks Ben in front of the door. Yes. Oh, Ben-chan, why are you here? Asks Iona, a middle-aged woman with long straight brown hair. Can you make 3 sling bags using this material? They're for Wendy, Carla, and Bella, says Ben. Of course, anything for my cute girls. What about you? Asks Iona happily. I'm okay. The backpack that you made for me before my journey is enough, says Ben. Alright then, the bags will finish tomorrow afternoon, says Iona. The next day, Ben takes the bags that Iona made. They look far better than the one that Ben made. He doesn't think much about it and immediately draws the required magic circle in the bag. Ben finished the bags and then gives them to the girls. They are very happy because the bags are very pretty and very useful. They thank Ben and he rubs their heads before returning to the storage room. Ben looks at the materials and says, alright, let's continue the work. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Clicking that power stone / like also seemed to be a good choice, hehe. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 171 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 182 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 137. New crafts. Ben creates a few more items using the materials that he bought and collected on his journey. Now he is sure he won't lose to RuPaul at creating magic items. There are many books about magic item crafting in the library, after all. He made some new sets of clothes because he has grown taller. They were sewed by Iona, of course. All his new clothes are made of normal fabric with their unique tribal designs. Now, Ben wears a white unbuttoned sleeveless shirt and short red pants. They have some colorful dragon heads and claws motifs on some parts too. He also has short black sleeves on his forearms and an armband on his left upper arm. He wanted his usual modern design, but Ayana was very persistent to make him wear this. So he accepted it and followed the woman's request. She has made these when he was on his journey, after all, so he doesn't have the heart to refuse her request. After having some new sets of clothes, Ben is modifying some sets of armor. They are made by Morgbit and are based on the size of the old demon. So they are too big even for Ben because Morgbit is almost 3 meters high. He modifies their sizes and designs to his liking. But he doesn't fully change the magic enchanted on them. Ben keeps the original enchantments, but he adds some new ones to improve their powers. Not just armor, he also modify other magic items that Morgbit made. Most of them are too big for his use, so he needs to make them smaller. He tries to keep the original design as much as possible, but still adds what he likes. It takes 2 months for him just to finish modifying Morgbit's magic items. Now they are more suitable for his use and stronger after he added better enchantments. It's just that he won't use them that often because he rarely uses magic items and there are too many of them. He doesn't want to sell them even though Morgbit allowed it. They are Morgbit's heritage, the only things that he left in this world. There's no way Ben will give them to unknown people even though they pay for them. The middle of July, hey? The car will still take time to finish. Maybe it'll finish in August, so I'll just make some new items. It's time to use this thing, says Ben as he takes the meteor that he found after leaving the library. He plans to make a new sword using this meteor. The sword that he found in his journey is good, but not that suitable with his power. His magic is very hot and the sword can't hold too much heat or it will break. That's why he will use this meteor that has survived strong heat when it descended from the sky. The blueprint is ready and he has learned the most suitable magic spells as the enchantments. He also has learned the best sword making method. Now he just needs to start working on it. Ben starts by heating the meteor with his heat magic. Then he keeps hammering it to remove the impurities and get the best pieces from the meteor. He dedicated a full day to it and now the meteor's has size reduced significantly. From its initial size of a volleyball, now it just has the size of 2 tennis balls. But it is enough to make the sword that Ben wants, more than enough instead. There are some leftover materials that aren't impurities, but their grades are lower, so Ben won't use them. The next day, he starts to make the sword using the method that he has learned. This method is slow and requires more time than other methods. But the result will be very good and it's not a problem for Ben. It takes him a week to just finish the blade and it looks very strong already. Then he finished making the handle and scabbard in 2 days because they're rather intricate. He put the pieces together and finally his new sword is ready. It is a rather big sized 2-bladed longsword. Its full length is 130 centimeters, and the widest part of the blade is 10 centimeters, which is long and wide for a sword. From 130 centimeters, the blade itself is 100 centimeters, and the handle is 30 centimeters. The blade has blackish color because the meteor is blackish. It is white on its tip and end with some bold curves along its body. The blade is very sharp, durable, and the most important thing is it can hold very high temperatures. The handguard is a dragon head that is made of gold. It opens its mouth, so the blade looks like its tongue. It has some sharp teeth too, making it more realistic. This handguard is the one that took the longest to make. As for the handle, it has scaly patterns with black color and gold linings. It also has a small black lacrima crystal ball that is held by golden dragon claws on its tip. The lacrima is used to store MP to be used when he runs out of it, just like the girls' necklaces. Ben also doesn't forget about the scabbard and he made it using the wood that he found with Morgbit. It is a black scabbard with dragon carving made of gold plates and some gold linings. He has a lot of money, so he wants to spend it like stupid rich people sometimes. Now I need to choose a name, which I'm not really good at. Well, let's just name you Pendragon, although you're not a pen, hee, says Ben jokingly. But then he realizes that his joke is really bad so he looks around to make sure that no one is there. He sighs in relief to find out that he is alone and he swears that he'll never make such a joke again. After that, Ben tests the new sword by using it to cut some trees in the forest. It cuts the trees as if they're tofu and he can infuse his magic on it very easily. Pendragon is a lot better than the sword that he found before. But he won't throw away that sword because it's still a good sword. It's just not as good as Pendragon that he made with good materials and methods. That sword will be used when he doesn't need to use Pendragon. After testing the sword, Ben checks the magic car project. It progresses well and will finish in a week. He doesn't have anything to do now, so he helps his clones to work on the magic car. With Ben's help, the project moves faster and finally finished in 5 days on August 7th. The car looks completely like a car from a movie, Light Runner from Tron Legacy. Ben is a fan of that movie and finally has the chance to make one of the vehicles in that movie. He didn't make it in the past because he needs storage space to put things in the car. But now, he has spatial storage with a big capacity, so there's no need for storage in the car. He just needs to think of the car's usage as transportation. The Light Runner has more abilities than Garuda Phoenix. With more knowledge that he got from the magic library, Ben finally can add some impressive abilities. Not only moving on land, but this car can also fly like a plane, float like a ship, and dive like a submarine. It's like James Bond's car. Ben has a choosy motion sickness that appears on any vehicle except the car because he likes cars. So he can only ride a car for his whole life. That's why he needs a car that can move anywhere to make his life easier. This car also has a better engine than the last one because he and AI chip has worked on it since Garuda Phoenix broke. It also has stronger defense and attack mechanisms as he has more magic knowledge now. Ben takes a ride around the village with the girls to test the car. Then he goes to the town and tests the car's features. The girls are very impressed when the car flips, elevated, and also when the tires transform like in the movie. It also gathers a lot of attention in the town as it is very eye-catching. Ben is very satisfied with this car after testing everything. They return to the village after going around until afternoon. Then the next day, Ben finally gets a job again, a sealed demon from Book of Zeref. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Clicking that Power Stone / like also seemed to be a good choice, hehe. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 172 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 183 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 138, 138. Galuna Island. A sealed demon from Book of Zeref. Asks Ben after Rubal told him his new job. That's right. Years ago, this demon or Aetherius destroyed many places after it got summoned. Long story short, this Aetherius was sealed 10 years ago by a mage using a forbidden technique that cost her life, Iced Shell. This demon's name is Delira, says Rubal. Delira, hey? I know about him. A very dangerous demon with strong power. But what's the problem if he is sealed? Is the seal getting weaker? Asks Ben. No, the problem isn't the seal, but someone is taking Delira for an unknown reason. It is feared that Delira will be released by that person. Delira is also known as the immortal demon who can't die of natural cause. So he might still survive even after being sealed in ice for 10 years, says Rubal. So I need to track and stop this person from releasing Delira. Asks Ben. No, the location has been known, it's on Galuna Island. You know Makarov from Fairy Tale, right? Asks Rubal. Yeah, that short old man is easy to recognize, says Ben. Some naughty mages from his guild is stealing the S-class job on that island. The job is about a curse on that island. But lately, he found out that the curse might be the side effect of moon drip ritual, says Rubal. Moon drip? Says Ben in surprise. It seems you know about it, says Rubal. Yeah, it's a ritual that uses moonlight's power to deactivate any spell. They must have used it to deactivate a very strong spell that can't be deactivated by normal means. Don't tell me. Says Ben in surprise. You're right, and that's what Makarov fears. He has sent an S-class mage, Urza Scarlet, to stop the naughty ones. But a surprising fact came up, the moon drip might be used to release Delira that disappeared 3 years ago, says Rubal. How can he be so sure? Asks Ben. He's not. He is just worried that it might be the case, and so do I. If Delira gets released, then he will cause a catastrophe, and it might affect us, says Rubal. But from every other possibility, why'd he assume that the moon drip is used to unseal Delira? Isn't it too precise? Asks Ben confusedly. It's because there are traces of Delira being transported there. Besides, even if it's not Delira, he might still ask for your help. That job is still an S-class job because moon drip is being used. There's no way someone uses moon drip to deactivate simple spells, so it's still dangerous. You can say it's a parent's worry, says Rubal. Fine, that makes sense. So this job is from Master Makarov, hey? A guild master is giving a job to another guild? What a strange old man, says Ben. Well, he is my old friend, so it's not that strange, says Rubal. Wait. Is he the one, that mysterious friend of yours that you always mean when you asked for your friend's help? And it also seems that he knows my Devil Slayer magic because he won't ask for my help if that isn't the case, right? Asks Ben while looking at Rubal suspiciously. Rubal gets nervous and looks to the side as he whistles. Ben gets pissed and has a brawl with the old man like kids. The old guy was the one who told him to keep the Devil Slayer magic a secret, but he is also the one who told someone else about it. Don't worry, Ben boy. Makarov is someone that we can trust, so he won't spread this secret, says Rubal. Yeah, but you are the one that can't be trusted now, says Ben pissedly. Well, I told him this after he asked me for a bit of advice about this incident. I need to help him, he's my friend, after all, says Rubal apologetically. Alright, fine, whatever, says Ben still with a pissed tone. Then, I will leave this job to you. Ah, he also asked you to hide your identity and not use your Dragon Slayer magic, says Rubal. Tisk, too many rules. Fine, fine, says Ben as he leaves the guild building while grumbling. Rubal can only sigh as he looks at Ben. I should have just told him the job. Ben goes to the field and meets with the girls. He tells them that he has a job and will leave immediately. Bella is running to him, but he stops her. He is tasked to hide his identity, so he can't take Bella with him. Sorry about this. You can blame that senile old man for this, says Ben as he rubs Bella's head. No prob, says Bella rather sadly. Ben smiles and leaves the field to take his car. He has stored all his belongings in his spatial storage mark. So he can move anytime and doesn't need to prepare anything again. He goes with his car, Light Runner, to Harjan Port. Galuna Island is located on the south and the closest town from there is Harjan Port. Ben moves fast using the Light Runner that can move in any track. After 5 hours, he arrived at Harjan Port. He tries to find the fairy tale mages, but they've left the town yesterday. So Ben chases them immediately by driving the Light Runner on the sea like a ship. To be able to sail on the sea, the Light Runner needs to transform. The front wheels open up and turn into boards that make the car float, while the rear wheels turn 90 degrees around and become the turbines that push the car. Ben drives the ship car fast on the sea and he is very excited by this. This is the first time he uses Light Runner on the water as a ship and it works perfectly. He also doesn't feel any motion sickness, so he knows that this trick works. Following AI Chip's navigation system, Ben arrives in Galuna Island at night. He lands on a beach and gets out of his ship car. Then he looks at the sky and sees a purple moon there. There's really a moon drip ritual here, says Ben. He looks at the sky for some time to find the location where the ritual is being held. But it's difficult to see it from the beach like this. He needs to see it from a high point of view where he can look all over the island. Let's move immediately, says Ben as he looks at Light Runner. Ben stores Light Runner in the spatial storage mark on his left palm. Now he has 2 marks, they're on his right and left palm. He dedicated the mark on his left palm to store Light Runner when he's on a job, while the other mark for everything else. After storing Light Runner, Ben changes his outfit to hide his identity. Now he wears a black cloak that covers his whole body and a blank white mask. He also has his red sword on his back and he will use it to show that he is a magic swordsman. Then he goes to the high ground to have a better view all around the island. He doesn't want to get in contact with the fairy tale mages until it's needed. The best way to hide his identity is by not being seen at all. Ben erases his presence and climbs the rocky cliff near the beach. He goes to the nearest peak while spreading his magic sense to avoid any danger. After arriving at the nearest peak, Ben looks around with his binocular to learn the island's condition. Ooh, so that's the village, hey? The villagers seem normal to me. Maybe the moon drip's side effect hasn't Wait. What the hell? Says Ben in surprise when he sees the villagers transform into demons. Ben frowns after seeing that. Is that even the side effect of this ritual? You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Clicking that Power Stone / like also seemed to be a good choice, hehe. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 173 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 184 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 139, 139. Moon Drip. Ben gets surprised by what he sees. The villagers are transforming into demons when the purple moon shines on them. He never heard such a thing happen because of the moon drip ritual. The moon drip ritual's effect on living beings shouldn't be this, it is affecting their mind. It can alter or erase their memories slowly. It can also make them crazy and berserk that they attack other people. As far as he knows it, there's no side effect such as demonization by the moon drip ritual. It might be the side effect of Devil Slayer magic, but surely not the moon drip ritual. That means there's something else that caused it to happen. I want to investigate it, but that can wait. I need to finish my job first and make sure those guys are safe. That pink hair, isn't he that little dragon slayer? So he is one of the naughty mages that Master Makarov meant, hey? He also has a cat like me and Wendy. Then there are a blonde girl and a black-haired shirtless guy. Wait. Shouldn't Fairy Tale send Urza too? Where is she? Ponders Ben. He looks around and doesn't find the scarlet hair at all. Strange, wasn't the old man said that Master Makarov has sent Titania to chase these guys before me? Then she should have arrived first, right? Ponders Ben confusedly. Ben forgets that he has a super fast car that can move anywhere while Urza needs to walk or ride the old model car and ship to come here. Of course, he will arrive faster than her. Well, she will arrive sooner or later, so it's not a problem. I'm very curious about her power that she gets the title of Titania. Let's see her power later when she comes and a problem arises. It's also a good chance to see that little dragon slayer's power. For now, I need to find if the reason for this moon drip ritual is really Deliera, says Ben while rubbing his chin. Ben looks around the island to find where the ritual is being held. The ritual should be held now because the moon has appeared. He finds it easily from his high POV as the moon drip ritual creates a tall purple light pillar that can be seen very clearly. The ritual is held on the other side of this island that's shaped like a crescent moon. It's quite far, so Ben immediately moves there to stop it as soon as possible. The ritual can finish any time and it might cause a big problem. Ben runs to the ritual site as fast as he can while still hiding his presence. He doesn't want to alert the enemies as he wants to gather information first. Information is very important in a job like this, after all. He arrives close to the ritual site shortly after that and hides behind a tree. The ritual is being held on an old temple that looks like it will break any time. On the temple's open place, Ben sees a man with dog ears performing the ritual. He ignores the man and searches for a door or hole to enter the temple. After finding a door, he transforms into a small lizard and goes there. He enters the temple and starts to explore the rather chilly temple. The temple is very big and it takes time for him to find what he searches for. He finds where the moon drip is being sent to and gets very surprised by it. Makarov's assumption is correct, it is Deliura that becomes the target of this moon drip ritual. What a scary old man, he knows what happens without actually seeing it, thinks Ben. Deliura is being covered in thick ice which is the result of iced shell. This ice has someone's soul and life in it because this spell cost someone their life. That's why this spell is forbidden and only used as a last resort. Ben thinks of what he needs to do with the sealed Deliura. He can sense that this monster is still alive and has a strong life force. If the iced shell breaks, then Deliura will surely go on a rampage after being sealed for 10 years. Just when he thinks about that, two people come from another room. It's a short man with thick eyebrows and a woman with pink hair. They talk with each other as they approach Deliura. The ritual is moving a little faster than we've predicted. It will finish tomorrow, says the woman. It's just a day faster, not something that's out of our prediction, says the short man while sweat dropping. But it's still faster than our previous prediction that it will finish in 2 days, says the woman persistently. Compared to the 3 years since this ritual started, that 1 day is minuscule, says the man. The two keep having arguments about it while walking toward Deliura. Ben ignores their scuffle and thinks about the fact that they've done this ritual for 3 years. To do this ritual for 3 years and haven't succeeded to this day, they're very incompetent. Although they also seem to have low knowledge about this ritual and don't have enough people to do the ritual. This ritual requires many people to perform it, after all, thinks Ben. Ben looks at Deliura before thinking again, but 3 years, hey? That means this seal has been weakened a lot. If I stop the ritual now, the seal might break any time in the future. If I let them finish it, Deliura will be released now and I need to fight it. But that will endanger the villagers who live here and the fairy tale mages. What should I do? As Ben ponders about it, 2 other people appear in the room. It's a man with a metal helmet and a man with a tribal mask. They approach the previous 2 and the woman is excited to see the man with a helmet. The helmet man asks about the ritual and the woman explains it. She said the same thing that she told the short man before with a flirty tone. The man ignores her flirt attempt and just focuses on Deliura. It will finish tomorrow, hey? That's good, let's prepare for it, says the helmet man. The others nod before then they leave the room and go to the ritual site. Ben is alone in the room now and he ponders about the group. That man with the tribal mask is stronger than the rest. Why would he follow the helmet man's order? He must have played something here, ponders Ben. Ben makes a clone and the lazy clone appears in lizard form too. He sends Lazy to follow the tribal masked man and finds out what he's up to. As for the others, he doesn't care much about them, they're weak, not threats to him. After Lazy left, Ben approaches Deliura and climbs the ice. He learns the iced shell and also the demon inside it. As he has predicted, the iced shell has gotten weaker, but it's still tough enough to not get destroyed by magical attacks. However, Ben is sure that he can melt the ice with his magic. It will take some effort, but that is not impossible. He won't be able to do it if this iced shell is still in good condition, but now, it has gotten easier to break. Then Ben thinks, it seems I can't stop the moon drip ritual. I need to let Deliura comes out and kill him here. If I stop the ritual now, then Deliura might be released any time in the future. That will cause a bigger problem because he will have time to recover. But if I fight him right after he gets released, then he won't have time to recover himself first and will be in his worst condition. Ben has decided to fight and defeat Deliura after some considerations. It's better for him to know when and where he'll fight Deliura rather than waiting for an unknown time and place to do it in the future. He chooses the option that gives him a chance to make the best preparation, not something with too many unknowns. Alright, let's make a plan for tomorrow, thinks Ben as he leaves the temple. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Clicking that Power Stone / like also seemed to be a good choice, hehe. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 174 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 185 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 140, 140. Brats. After deciding that he will let Deliura gets unsealed and fight the Aetherius, Ben goes to prepare a few things. He has sensed Deliura's power and that demon is strong, so he needs some preparations. Ben finished his preparations before morning and he's ready to fight Deliura tonight. The only problem is those people who try to unseal Deliura. But he will leave them to the fairy tale mages, he will focus on Deliura. He wants to train at the day like what he usually did, but he needs to hide so he can't do it. His hiding place is a small cave located a few hundred meters from the temple. It's not too far or close, so it's a perfect hiding location. To kill time, Ben read the magic books that he has scanned in the library. There are a lot of them, so he'll be able to read for a few hours. It'll also help him understand the magic more thoroughly. Just when he's about to read the first scanned book, he gets a message. It's from the lazy clone that he sent to stalk the masked man, Zalti. The clone sends a surprising message to Ben and he grins after receiving it. A council member, hey? This will be interesting, says Ben. Ben makes another clone and Lust clone comes out. He gives the clone a lacrima crystal ball and the clone nods in understanding before leaving. This will be a good weapon to be used against the council in the future. Corruption is everywhere, even in magic world, says Ben before he starts to read. Time passed and night finally came. Ben goes to the temple and enters it stealthily to not alert anyone. Inside the room where Deliura is kept, Ben sees the fairy tale mages and the enemies have finally met. Titania is still not here. Does she get lost or something, ponders Ben. Ben ignores it and eavesdrops on the mages' conversations. Now he finally knows their names that he doesn't bother to learn before. It's not like he needs to know their name, after all. The pink-haired dragon slayer is Natsu, the black-haired guy is Gray, the blonde girl is Lucy, and the blue cat is Happy. As for the enemies, the helmet man who has opened his helmet is Lion, the dark pink-haired girl is Sherry, the short guy is Yuka, the dog-eared guy is Toby, and the masked man is Zalti. Ben hears their conversation and now knows why Lion's group takes Deliura here. They are the victims of Deliura's brutality in the past and want to kill the demon. They believed that Lion can kill this thing after releasing it. On the other hand, Gray can't let that happen as he believes no one can kill Deliura. Even his and Lion's teacher, who is the same person, couldn't do that and needed to use Iced Shell. He is filled with guilt because he was the reason why their teacher, sacrifice her life. Ben watches in amusement as both pupils start to have a debate. On one side, Gray is very pessimistic and filled with guilt. On another side, Lion is too arrogant and overconfident that he can kill Deliura and surpass all. They're just brats, thinks Ben. Both sides want to start fighting, but suddenly they hear a loud cracking sound. Everyone looks at the source, which is the iced shell. A big crack is formed on the top and it spread everywhere. Finally. You can't stop it now, Gray. Says Lion. I can, says Gray as he extends his hands and crosses them. Iced shell? Ha, you're bluffing, says Lion. Lion thought Gray is bluffing about using iced shell to scare him. But then a magic circle appears below Gray, showing that he is serious to use iced shell. I will stop that nightmare, like all. This will be my atonement, says Gray. Gray is just about to execute the spell when suddenly a hand grabs his head and throws him to the wall. Ben has moved to stop the guy from doing something stupid. But Natsu has also made a move to punch Gray to stop him. Bam! Natsu can't stop his punch and it hits Ben's left face. You have a good punch there, says Ben as his head gets pushed a little. Everyone is surprised at his sudden appearance and looks at him warily. Who are you? Asks Natsu. Let's just say that I'm a hunter, a demon hunter, says Ben. Demon hunter? Asks Happy. I'm here to kill this thing, so I ask every one of you to leave this place, says Ben. Don't joke with me, shouts Natsu, Gray and Lion at the same time. Ben raises an eyebrow and they start to shout that they will be the ones who kill Deliura. They are too focused on it that they don't realize Deliura's ice prison has started to crumble. Roar. A roar is heard as Deliura finally gets freed from the ice. Everyone looks at it and has different reactions. Some are scared, some are excited, and the rest are calm. These little mages who are too full of themselves need to be taught an important lesson, thinks Ben. Alright, I will let you try to face it. This is your job, after all. But if I deem you're not up to it, I will take it over and face this guy, says Ben. No one hears him and they just start to use their magic. Natsu uses a fire dragon roar, Gray uses ice make, lances, Lion uses ice make, dragon. They attack at the same time as if they're a team, but they're not. Their attacks hit Deliura and create a big explosion. They anticipate the result as smoke is covering Deliura now. Suddenly, a limelight is seen through the smoke, and a beam is shot through it toward them. It's Deliura's attack. The mages are surprised and try to defend themselves from it. But the beam is too fast and they haven't finished their defenses. Then suddenly, a black-cloaked man appears in front of them. Sun Devils scream. Ben shoots strong solar energy from his mouth to counter Deliura's attack. The clash creates a big explosion that destroys the ancient temple. It alerts everyone in the village and also a scarlet-haired girl who has just arrived. That must be them. Just wait for me, I will punish those who break the guild's rules, says Urza before she runs to the temple. In the destroyed temple, the fairy tale and enemy mages come out of the ruins. They all are surprised by Deliura's attack power. They are sure that they can't take that attack even if they use all their power. Even Lion, who was very sure he could defeat Deliura, has wavered now. That attack is very strong that they're sure they will die once they get hit. So Ben, who can counter that attack with an equally strong attack, must be very strong. They all now look at Ben, who stands in front of Deliura without any fear. His black cloak waving because of the wind and his white mask looks bright because of the moonlight. They all are wondering about his identity, especially Zalti. You've seen his power, now leave before you get killed for real, says Ben. TCH, I will still fight him, says Lion. This is our job, so we will do it, says Natsu. Ben gets rather pissed and uses his gravity element on them. He increased the gravity around them 20 times and make them fall on the ground. I don't care if you still want to fight him, he is my prey. And your job is helping the villagers with their curse, not fighting this demon. They're the ones who caused the curse, so take care of them, says Ben as he makes clones. The clones pick the mages and teleport them out of the destroyed temple. Then suddenly, a big transparent dome is created after the mages left. It is the preparation that Ben made last night to prevent Deliura from escaping and destroying the island. Now, let's start this. It's been a long time since I fought with an Aetherius. I hope you're not disappointing, says Ben as he cracks his neck and grins at Deliura. The Devil Slayer will finally fight with the devil. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Clicking that Power Stone / like also seemed to be a good choice, hehe. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 175 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 186 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 141. Confrontation. After sending the mages out of the temple, Ben's clones dispel themselves to save Ben's MP. The mages want to enter the temple again, but they are blocked by a transparent barrier that Ben made. They try to breach it, but no one can do it even with their strongest spell. Ben made it with the best formation that he has learned in the magic library, after all. The barrier is made to be strong enough to block Deliura's attack, so there's no way it is weak. Damn, who is that guy actually? Asks Natsu pissly while punching the barrier. He said he is a demon hunter and the spell that he used to block Deliura's attack looks like yours, Natsu. Is he a slayer mage too? Ponders Lucy. He must be a devil slayer, a type of slayer just like dragon slayer. They're even rarer than your kind, just like god slayer, because demons don't usually teach their magic to humans like dragon, says Zalti with a serious tone. Is that so? Wait. Why are you talking to us like friends? Asks Lucy in realization. Hehe, I just want to explain it, says Zalti sheepishly. That's a good explanation, but I'm still mad at you, says Natsu as he sends a fire punch at Zalti, which gets dodged. Both sides move back together with their side and look at each other. They're just about to fight when suddenly they hear steps coming from the forest. They all look at the source and the fairy tale mages are scared when they see the one who comes. Urza! Shouts the fairy tale mages while hugging each other as they see Urza's angry face. Why are you here? Asks Natsu scaredly. I'm here to take back those who break the guild's rules. Grey, you were sent to stop them, so why are you joining them now? Asks Urza. Grey looks at Urza then at Lion and he says, well, Boom. A loud explosion sound from the temple interrupts Grey's speech. They all look at it and see a massive explosion happening in the dome. It creates a big fire that covers half of the dome and shakes it, but the dome doesn't even crack. What a strong barrier, comments Lucy. What happens here? Explain everything. Orders Urza. AI. Says Natsu, Lucy, and Happy together. Lucy then explains everything to Urza, and the Titania looks at the barrier seriously. A devil slayer, a type of slayer like Natsu as a dragon slayer, hey? So he is fighting a very strong demon now. Asks Urza. Why yes, says Lucy. I understand the situation. That means we can leave everything to him and return to the guild. Breaking guild's rules isn't a small matter, says Urza very seriously. I know, but we can't leave just like this. The villagers are in danger because of these guys. We also don't know if that devil slayer can defeat that demon, says Natsu while pointing at Lion's group. Is that it? Asks Urza. Natsu, Lucy, and Happy can't say anything else, but Grey suddenly says, Urza. I know this is breaking the guild's rules and we will get punished. We will take that punishment, no, I will take that punishment. The villagers are in danger and we can't just leave it like that. We are not heartless people who can't feel others suffering. And that will just ruin our guild's name. Gray says it very seriously that Natsu, Lucy, and Happy can't help but be amazed by it. Urza looks at Gray seriously before smiling and says all right. I will let you finish the job. But you'll still get punished after we returned. No problem, says the fairy tale mages. The fairy tale mages then look at Lion's group and only see Lion there. They look around to find the others and then Lucy gets a realization. This is bad, they go to the village, says Lucy panicky. What? Says the others in surprise. Go and stop them, I will fight Lion. Sorry, but this is our personal business, says Gray. The others nod and leave. Let's finish this, Lion, says Gray. Humph, stop talking and just do it, says Lion. Both sides start their confrontation again with an addition in Fairy Tale's group. They just need to fight Lion's group now and don't need to worry about Deliara. Although they're still not sure if Ben can defeat Deliara, especially Gray and Lion. In the temple, Ben has started his fight with Deliara. But he hasn't attacked and just evades Deliara's attacks. He wants to measure Deliara's power that is said to be very high. Is this it? Is this all you've got, Deliara? This doesn't match your legend at all. The immortal demon who has destroyed many places in the past and killed many strong mages. This level of power doesn't show any of that. Sure, you're strong, but this is far from what I expected. It seems you've got weakened a lot while being trapped in that ice, hey? Asks Ben as he evades another beam. Boom. The beam creates a big explosion behind Ben. Deliara is strong even now and Ben knows he can't defeat Deliara easily. But it's still far from Deliara's power that got described in many records. Well, you might recover to your full power if I give you time. But it will take too many days or weeks or months or even years. No one knows it precisely, so I can't do that. Besides, my job is to kill you, so I will do that, says Ben as he made a big purple magic circle in front of him. Ben steps into the magic circle and passes it like a door while saying, Gravity Mode, Devil Slayer version. After stepping through the magic circle, Ben's body is covered in a purple aura. The aura also creates a pair of sharp ears and horns appear on his head. It also creates a long tail with an arrowhead tip on his back. Then there are big and sharp claws on his hands and feet too. Deliara flinches and takes a step back after seeing Ben's transformation. He can feel a strong demonic aura coming from Ben now. Ben's power level isn't what scares him, but it's the majestic demon aura. Ben extends his right hand towards Deliara and makes a grabbing motion. Deliara feels something grab his face and Ben suddenly flies toward him while pulling his right hand. It is one of gravity power usages, pulling. The gravity pull also affects Deliara and his face gets pulled toward Ben. He wants to shoot another beam, but Ben arrives first in front of his face. Ben punches his face with a very strong fist with gravity push added to it. Bam! Deliara's face gets hit and he flies to the barrier wall behind him. He crashes onto the barrier and shakes it before falling to the ground. Ben's punch makes him have disbelief and angry expression because no one else has ever done that before. Roar! Roars Deliara in anger and he prepares another beam shot from his mouth. Beam again? So that's your only magic, or I must say curse, says Ben as he descends to the ground. Deliara shoots his energy beam at Ben and it moves very fast. Ben pushes himself to the left with his gravity push and evades the beam. But Deliara moves his beam to follow Ben's movement. He can move it, hey! Ponders Ben as the beam gets closer to him. Ben extends his right hand to Deliara's right foot and says, Sun Devil's gravity pull. Deliara's left foot suddenly gets pulled forward and it makes him fall behind. His fall makes the beam goes up and hit the barrier. Ben's spell makes Deliara falls comically as if he slipped on the ground amidst a battle. Well, sometimes strong opponents get defeated by something stupid, says Ben while tilting his head. Deliara gets up and shakes his head while rubbing the bump on the back of his head. Sigh, but it seems he hasn't lost yet. What should I do to make him lose stupidly? Ponders Ben uselessly. Roar! Screams Deliara angrily. Oh, he's mad. Well, of course, he will, says Ben jokingly as he rushes at Deliara again while still thinking of how to defeat Deliara in a stupid way. What stupid thinking? You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Clicking that power stone / like also seemed to be a good choice, hehe. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 176 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 187 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 142. Punching Bag. The fight with Deliara still goes on with Ben thinking of the stupidest way to defeat Deliara. But then he realizes that this is his chance to test some magic that he learned in the magic library. He trained some new magic like clone magic and teleportation. But he mostly used the magic that he scanned there to improve the magic that he already has. His priority was strengthening his dragon and devil slayer magic. It's a rare chance for me to use my devil slayer magic, so let's just spam my spells on this dude. He should be tough, right? Ponders Ben excitedly. A beam shot from Deliura wakes him up and he evades it frantically because he doesn't focus. He gets pissed at Deliura, but he knows it's his mistake, so he calms himself. It's a good chance to test his spells on an opponent with a tough body, after all. Ben shapes his fingers on both hands like pistols and small dark purple magic circles appear in front of them. But Deliura shoots another energy beam at him so he ducks and runs to the front very fast instead of the side. Deliura can't see him because the beam blocks Deliura's sight. Ben grins and starts to shoot gravity bullets at Deliura who can't see him coming. Sun Devil's gravity bullets. The gravity bullets hit Deliura's chest, then Ben moves his aim upwards. They hit Deliura's throat then his jaw while he still shoots his energy beam. Ben's attacks make Deliura stop his attack and take some steps back because he is hurt. These bullets are much stronger than the bullets from Ben's revolvers. But the revolvers still have an advantage, he doesn't need to use his MP to use them. Besides, this is also a test to upgrade the revolvers. He will upgrade them but he needs to know if this spell is strong enough to be enchanted on the revolvers. The basic spell needs to be strong enough if he wants his revolvers to be strong too, that's for sure. Deliura uses his hands to block Ben's attacks but Ben doesn't care and just keeps shooting. Ben then changes his bullet's element to the other elements. He wants to test which element has the best effect on his Deliura. So the solar energy still has the best effect like usual. But it uses more energy, so the most ideal is the second strongest, the light element. It uses less MP but has better penetration, so the damage is good, concludes Ben after shooting using every element. Ben looks at Deliura's hands that have some small holes in them. They're the result of the bullets that hit and penetrated them. But they aren't fatal because of Deliura's massive size. Such small wounds like those are mere sting for Deliura. That's what Ben thought, but Deliura still felt hurt and now he get angry. He roars and releases his strong magic power to show his strength. Ben looks at it and inspects it rather than getting scared or impressed. So he still has this much power even after being sealed for 10 years. No wonder he could be a catastrophe in the past and destroyed many places. I wonder how strong he was before being sealed and if I can defeat him with my current strength, ponders Ben. Deliura suddenly jumps at Ben and sends a punch with his right hand. Ben evades it easily by jumping back but Deliura has anticipated it because Ben kept evading his attacks before. He shoots an energy beam that he has prepared to Ben who is still midair. Good strategy, but not enough. Gravity pull, says Ben. Ben uses his magic to pull him to the left and evades Deliura's attack again. Deliura wants to control his beam to chase Ben, but Ben moves faster. Sun Devil's light scream. Chance Ben. Ben shoots a reddish-yellow light energy beam from his mouth. The light beam is narrow like a laser, unlike the other elements that have a bigger size. It's also very fast and has the strongest penetration power. The light beam hits Deliura's right shoulder and makes a 30 cm hole that pierces through the right shoulder. Ben looks at the hole and nods to see it make a clean cut on Deliura's body. It can even cut the bones cleanly, so the penetration of his light element has increased a lot. Roar! Screams Deliura in pain, but Ben doesn't care about it. The penetration and speed is good, but the size and inflicted damage is quite small on a giant opponent like him. But if I can hit a vital area like the heart, then it can kill him instantly. If I shot it on human-sized creatures, then a big hole will appear in their body and they'll surely die. I don't know the effect on those with the tougher body than Deliura though, says Ben after inspecting the hole from afar. Deliura gets angrier and starts to spam his energy beam and move it around anywhere. Ben changes to light mode and moves faster than before. He evades Deliura's attacks and gets closer to the giant demon. Now for the close combat power test, says Ben while standing right in front of Deliura. Ben coats his right hand with solar power that looks like a reddish golden flame. His left hand is coated with a very red flame, his right foot with reddish yellow light, and his left foot with dark purple energy. He uses all his elements except heat and plasma on his limbs. He will test their power in close combat which will also use his physical power. He wants to test his current physical power that finally can grow again. Name, Ben Cooper. Epithet, Karna, the Sun's Child. Real age, 17. Body age, 16. Status, alive. MP, 362,471/362,471. STR, 252. AGI, 256. STA, 259. Int, 698. 4 elements rampage. Says Ben as he gets into a stance. Ben jumps to Deliura's body while the demon still shooting the energy beam. He starts with a right hand punch at Deliura's stomach with full strength. Bam! Deliura's stomach caved in, making the demon arches his body and releases the air in his lung. As Deliura's body arches, Ben sends a right foot kick to Delira's jaw to the left. Delira's head is sent to the left and he almost falls, but he stops it with his hand. Ben doesn't give Delira any chance and attack again. He keeps attacking Delira with all his elements-coated limbs. Punches, kicks, elbows, knees, drop kick, every attack variant that he can use. He doesn't stop and keep attacking so Delira doesn't have time to attack back. After 5 minutes, Ben finally stops his attacks. He has tested the plasma and heat elements too on his previous attacks. Now he has good close combat attack power data that has been recorded by AI chip. Delira's body is full of bruises now. He has just gotten freed from the prison that trapped him for 10 years, but a teenager is beating him up just when he gets his freedom as if he is a punching bag. Such a miserable fate for the demon from Book of Zeref. It makes him very angry now, angrier than before. So he releases his magic power again, but now his body grows bigger. His fangs, claws, and hair grow longer. Then his skin turns red and so are his eyes. A dark malicious aura covers Delira's body and it can be felt by everyone on the island. Delira has transformed as if he is in berserk mode. Other mages on the island felt a little fear in their heart, but Ben is getting more excited. His Devil Slayer power feels challenged. It makes his blood boils and he releases his full power too unconsciously. Ben enters his Devil Slayer's sun mode unconsciously too. Reddish golden flame covers his body and it shapes like a demon. Ha ha ha, don't disappoint me, Delira! Shouts Ben as he rushes at Delira. Delira shoots a very strong beam toward Ben. Ben doesn't evade it and raises the power on his right hand. He punches the beam with a full-powered punch. Sun Devil Solar Fist. Boom. Their attacks clashed and Ben's punch pushed Delira's beam to the center. They get into a stalemate for a moment before the clash makes a big explosion that pushed both of them back. Ben grins as he stops himself. Nice, you are getting much stronger. Now I can enjoy this fight. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Clicking that Power Stone / like also seemed to be a good choice, hehe. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 177 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 188 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 143. Berserks. Ben and Delira's battle gets more heated up after they transform into their strongest form. Delira rushes to Ben and punches Ben with all he has. He doesn't use his beam because Ben can always dodge it. Ben doesn't back down and faces Delira's punches head on. He creates a pair of gigantic solar element fists on his hands to counter Delira's punches. This is something that Ben made after scanning many magic books in Magic Library. Both Ben and Delira keep punching toward each other and no one backs off. Their punches are very strong that they created explosions and shockwaves upon contact. They're so fast that they look like blurry lines. Boom boom boom. Roar! Screams Delira. Delira keeps roaring while punching at Ben with all his strength. His fully red eyes look menacing and his fangs make him look scarier. But Ben doesn't get affected by that and he can't push Ben, so he exerts more power. On another side, Ben is very focusing on countering Delira's punches. He is too focused that his eyes look like they're fully white. His mouth is shut tight as he just focuses on looking and sensing the incoming attacks and counter them. Suddenly, Ben senses another type of attack coming from Delira. He is very focused, so he can feel that this attack is different. It comes from Delira's mouth, so Ben knows it is a beam. Shoo! Delira shoots a lime energy beam amidst his punches toward Ben. Ben, who has sensed it, also has prepared his spell to counter it. A reddish gold magic circle is spinning in front of his mouth. Sun Devil's Scream! Says Ben as he shoots a very strong solar energy from his mouth. Ben exerts more power for this scream spell to counter Delira's beam. Boom! Their attacks clash and push each other in the center. They get into a stalemate for a moment before Ben's attack gets pushed and Delira's attack passes through. It hits the spot where Ben stands and creates a big explosion. Delira thinks that he has overpowered Ben's attack. But he's wrong, Ben weakened his spell deliberately. He thinks that trying to overpower each other like that is stupid and just wasting energy. So Ben weakened his scream spell and teleported away to avoid Delira's energy beam. Now he is right on Delira's left side without the demon's knowledge. He also has extended both his hands to the front and a reddish gold magic circle has formed on his hands. Sun Devil Solar Cannon! Says Ben as he shoots strong solar energy from his hands. The solar energy shoots straight toward Delira's left torso. Delira realized it, but he is too late because the solar energy has arrived right beside him. It hits his left upper torso and explodes very strongly. A massive explosion happens inside the dome and it gathers everyone's attention. The explosion engulfs the whole space in the dome that it glows bright red. This spell is one of Ben's strongest spells, so the effect must be big because it used a lot of power. The bright red dome can be seen from all sides of the island. It gathers everyone's attention and they all look at it. They stop their battle for a moment and look at the dome with widened eyes. If they're still inside the dome, they will get engulfed by the explosion too. Everyone there now has the same thought, they are glad they aren't inside the dome. Just from the explosion effect, they can judge that it's very strong. None of them are sure that they can defend against it. But none of them know whose power is that, whether it's Ben's magic or Deliura's magic. Even Grey and Lion aren't sure of it because they remember Deliura has this kind of power, but it can be Ben's power too because they don't know anything about it. The explosion distracts them for a moment but they focus on their battles again. They can't do anything about Ben's battle with the dome still there, so they can only fight their opponents now. Well, it's not like they want to get in there after seeing such an explosion, even Lion who wanted to kill Deliura. Back to the dome, the explosion effect has subsided. The dust and smoke that cover the whole space has started to disperse. A big crater is seen in the explosion site and the whole temple ruins have been truly destroyed now. All of the temple remains are pushed to the side and stacked on the dome wall. Deliura is also seen lying on top of those remains after being pushed by Ben's spell. He has blood covering his body and there's a big hole on his left torso. But he isn't dead yet and he can stand up again slowly. He looks at Ben who is still standing in his initial position. Deliura has a pained expression, but he still looks at the grinning Ben with hatred all over his face. Ben is the only one who doesn't get affected by that explosion as it is his spell and he has been prepared for the effect. Even the ground beneath and behind him is still intact. But it doesn't mean that he is not getting affected at all. Right now, Ben is hiding his tiredness after using a lot of power for that spell. He hides his frantic breathing by grinning and having a smug face. That spell used a third of his full MP, so it made him tired. He hides his tiredness to show Deliura that their levels are far apart. Actually, he still has more than 100,000 MP, but the last spell has taken a lot of his MP at once, that's what tires him. He still can fight with Deliura like before, but he needs a little rest if he wants to exert the same power. But he can't wait because Deliura will recover too and that will be troublesome. He doesn't know what the demon still has and he needs to finish this right now. There are more spells that he still wants to test, but that's not a priority now. Well, Deliura, I think this is goodbye. You've just woken up, but you need to sleep again. Don't worry, I promise no one will wake you up again, so you won't get into the same trouble again, says Ben while grinning and transforming to his normal form. Grr! Groans Deliura angrily. Ben raises his right hand in front of him and makes a dark purple magic circle. Then a dark purple ball the size of a volleyball appears on top of it. Don't worry about burial, I will help you with it, says Ben as he throws the ball to Deliura. The ball flies to Deliura and the demon wants to evade it. But he is too weak to run from it with all his injuries. The ball eventually arrives in front of his chest and he can't do anything about it. Sun Devil's gravity spot, says Ben as he clenches his right hand. Deliura suddenly gets pulled by the gravity ball and so are all the temple ruins in the dome. His hands and legs are also pulled, so he is seen like a koala that hugs the ball now. He tries to resist it, but the gravity ball is very strong as it has 38 times gravity, which is Ben's current limit. The temple ruins that get pulled are flying toward Deliura. As he is the closest to the ball, Deliura is stuck in the center. The ruins fly fast and start to hit him very hard but he can't do anything except groan in pain. The ruins cover Deliura's body on every side and start to form a giant ball. Eventually, all the temple ruins bury him and a gigantic ball is formed. It hovers midair and Ben pulls it closer to him. He's still alive, hey? What a tenacious guy. But this will surely end you. Sun Devil's gravity compression, says Ben. Ben opens his clenched right hand and pours more MP onto it before clenching it again. He spread the gravity all over the gigantic ball and then compress it. The gigantic ball's size reduces slowly as it gets denser and denser. Eventually, it becomes very dense and reduced to half of its initial size. Now Ben can't sense any life sign from Deliura. The demon has been crushed to death inside the giant ball. Ben puts the giant ball on the ground and says, "Job's done." You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Clicking that Power Stone /like also seemed to be a good choice, hehe. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 178 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 189 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 144. Destroying the Moon. After defeating Deliura, Ben rests for a moment to eat and drink a little. Then he dispels the barrier dome and leaves the location. He feels bad for destroying the natives' temple, so he goes to the village. Damn, how should I talk to them about this? Should I repay them with money? What if they want me to build a new temple? Ugh, maybe I should just run away, ponders Ben while walking. On the way to the village, Ben encounters Grey who has defeated Lion. He doesn't know what to say so he just walks past Grey, but the Ice Mage calls him. Hey, what about Deliura? Asks Grey. Dead, replies Ben shortly. Gray has a conflicted expression hearing that. On one side, he is happy that the demon who destroyed his home is dead. But on another side, he is not happy that someone can kill Deliara while his teacher couldn't. How's his strength? Asks Gray. Not as strong as what was told in the story. It must be because he has been imprisoned in that iced shell for 10 years. I won't even be surprised if he died right after being released. But his life force is strong enough to make him survive that. He is called immortal for a reason, says Ben. Is that so? That means the iced shell has contributed a lot, right? Asks Gray while looking at the sky. It is, so be proud of your teacher. But don't do the same thing as her. She won't like it even for a bit. She didn't teach magic to you just so you can die like her, she taught it to you so you can survive in this dangerous world. Tell your fellow disciple that if he wants to surpass her, then he needs to live longer than her. Being too arrogant like this just means that he is still far from her level. A mage's quality isn't just seen from their strength, there are many factors in it, says Ben while looking at Lion. What factors? Asks Lion weakly as he lays weakly too. That's for you to find out, says Ben as he walks away. Gray and Lion get silent and look at the destroyed temple while Ben keeps walking to the village. Damn, that's too cool. I never thought I would say something deep like that. This can be addicting, thinks Ben, praising himself. You are just saying nonsense to stop them from talking to you any longer. Yeah, but I still said cool things, protests Ben. Whatever. After walking for some minutes, Ben finally reaches the village. Urza is stopping him in front of the gate like a guard. Are you the Devil Slayer who fought Deliara? Have you defeated him? Asks Urza with a strict tone and pose. Yet and yet. Now move. I want to talk with the villagers, says Ben nonchalantly. Let me ask you one more thing. Who are you? And what's your motive? Asks Urza. That's 2 questions, not 1, says Ben. Just answer, says Urza while pointing her sword at Ben. Let me tell you something. You need to ask someone that you don't know with a politer tone. You also shouldn't point your sword at others, they will get offended. And if they get offended, they can get angry and attack you like this, says Ben as he teleports right in front of Urza and grabs her face. Urza gets surprised and wants to attack Ben with her sword. But then she pauses when Ben releases his Devil Slayer power and points it at her. She sees an image of a very menacing demon behind Ben that makes her tremble and drops her sword. Ben thinks it's enough and he releases the Titania then walks to the village. Urza drops on her knees and breathes frantically. She never felt such an ominous power before. It's not an evil power, but it is very scary and strong. Happy and Lucy who are in the village too and hide behind a pillar get scared, so they hide again. Ben just sighs, but he doesn't care too much about it. He does that to Urza because she needs to learn that she can't act like that to anyone or she might put herself and her friends in danger. Ben finally meets with the villagers who are gathering in the plaza. The villagers have turned into demons as it is night already and the moon has appeared. They have various shapes and colors in their demon forms. Who's the village chief? Asks Ben. Me, says a purple old man. Well, first of all, I want to apologize. Your temple has been destroyed in my battle with a strong demon from Book of Zirath, an Aetherius, says Ben. The villagers murmur after hearing that and Ben scratches his head because he can hear them clearly with his strong hearing sense. They are wondering what will happen after the temple gets destroyed and about Deliara. Is that demon the reason for this curse? Asks the village chief while looking at his demonic hand. In a way, yes. Some people want to do something to that demon and they used a ritual. That ritual is the one that caused this strange thing. It is called Moon Drip Ritual, but this kind of side effect is something that I've never heard of, says Ben. But can you release this curse from us? If you do that, then we will forget about what happened with the temple, says the chief. Really? All right, leave it to me, says Ben happily in relief. Ben then looks up at the purple moon and raises his right hand toward it. Wait! Shouts Natsu while running from the village gate. Ben stops and looks at the pink hair confusedly. What do you want? You said it yourself that this is our job, so we will do it, says Natsu. Well, sorry, but I need to do this so they'll forgive me for destroying their temple, says Ben. But we need to finish this job so we can prove that we're qualified to take S-class jobs, says Natsu. Then be an S-class mage. Being childish like this just makes you unqualified to be one, says Ben. What did you say? I'll show you that I'm qualified. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Shouts Natsu as he sends a fire fist toward Ben with his right hand. Ben looks at it and then he just grabs Natsu's fire fist like nothing. The fire from Natsu's magic burns his hand, but he doesn't feel anything. So his fire doesn't affect me at all. Is it because he is just fire while I'm sun? I wonder if my son Dragon Slayer's fire element will affect him, ponders Ben. Damn. Not yet, shouts Natsu as he uses the same attack with his left hand. Ben just sighs and sends a kick at Natsu's stomach. He sends Natsu flying to the village gate just with a kick. Urza and Grey who stand there catch Natsu to stop him. Just stay there and let the professional do the job. Look and learn, kids, says Ben as he raises his right hand to the sky again. A reddish golden magic circle appears on his right hand. Then a volleyball-sized reddish golden solar ball appears on top of it. Sun Devil's Bomb, Super Mini Supernova, says Ben as he shoots the ball to the sky. The reddish golden solar ball flies to the sky very fast. Everyone looks at it flying to the moon and looks like it will keep flying. But it suddenly stops as if it hits a wall in the sky. Boom! Suddenly the solar ball explodes in the sky and makes the island bright for a moment. Everyone closes their eyes for a moment too and then they open their eyes. They all look at the sky and get stunned to see it cracking and then shatter like glass. That layer is created by the moon drip ritual. It created a purple layer on the sky, that's why the moon become purple, says Ben as the purple layer shattered and the real moon appeared. The villagers are excited to see it and they look at their bodies. They hope that they'll turn into a normal human again, but they aren't. They are still in their demon form even after the moon becomes normal. What happens? Does the curse still affect them? Asks Lucy worriedly. No, it's not, right, everyone? Asks Ben to the villagers. Yes, now I remember everything. We have never been humans, we are demons from the beginning, says the chief happily. Says the fairy tale mages in surprise. The villagers are happy now and then they all fly to the sky with a new sense of freedom. The fairy tale mages except Urza are very confused. Just what happened here? You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Clicking that power stone / like also seemed to be a good choice, hehe. I've uploaded 1 chapter 179 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 chapter 190 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 145, 145. Flying Iron Pillars. What happens here? Why are they still in their demon forms? Asks Lucy confusedly. Because they are demons, they've never been humans. The moon drip ritual never affects people's physiques, it affects their memories. Somehow, they must have forgotten that they are demons and think that they're humans. So they transformed into humans at day unconsciously. Some of them also went crazy because their memories were in a mess, says Ben. As I thought, that's really the case. Galuna Island is known to be an island of demon, after all, says Urza. I've realized it since I stepped in this village. As a devil slayer, I am sensitive to demonic energy, and I can feel it from them, says Ben. The fairy tale mages nod before they widen their eyes in realization. Ben said that he is a demon hunter and the villagers here are demons. Hey, you. Don't even try to attack them, they haven't done anything bad, says Natsu as he and his friends surround Ben and are ready to fight him. Ben smiles thinly and says, don't worry, I don't hunt demons indiscriminately. Even I have a demon friend, although he has left this world because of old age. As a dragon slayer, you should also know where our magic came from and who taught it to us, right? Natsu has a realization and nods before relaxing a little. He was taught by a dragon and thought that dragons are friends, but he also knows that dragons can be enemies. So he thinks that Ben has the same opinion as him. Then, I'll take my leave. There are more bad demons to hunt. Good luck with your punishment, says Ben while leaving and waving his hand. The mages except Urza remember that they will be punished for breaking the guild's rules and have horror expressions. They all look at Urza and know that there's no way out of this, so they just give up. Ben leaves the village and goes to the forest. He moves stealthily towards a far coast while making sure no one sees him. There's someone who follows him, but he can get away from this person easily, it's Zalti. Tisk, I lost him. Well, doesn't matter, I can always find his identity with the council's power, says Zalti as he transforms into a woman. This woman is a council member, Altair. She is the real mastermind behind all of this. Ben can confront her, but he doesn't find the need to do it now. It is not his problem, it's the council's problem, so he won't do anything for now. Ben uses his light runner as a ship to return to the mainland. He arrives on the coast near Harjan port in 2 hours because he drives it fast. He wants to return to his village, but then he remembers about Myra. It's been some time since I met her. But I don't know what to say after what happened back then. Sigh, let's just think about it along the way. I don't want her to think that I avoid her because of that small kiss on the cheek. Damn, just a kiss on the cheek has made me like this. Miserable, says Ben while driving Light Runner in rally mode. Ben drives fast to Magnolia while thinking of what he should say to Myra. The way to Magnolia feels very fast because he is too focused on what to say to Myra. But he still doesn't find the best thing to say even after reaching Magnolia's gate. Damn, whatever, I'll just say what I think, says Ben in frustration. Ben stores Light Runner on his storage mark again and enters the town. He walks to Myra's house while looking around the street. This place is always lively, hey? People must feel safe here because a big guild is protecting their town, says Ben as he walks. Suddenly, something flash above him and he looks up. He sees some big iron pillars fly in the sky and they are flying to the center of Magnolia. They fly to the Fairy Tale Guild building located in the center. Ben's trained mind as an ex-soldier knows that it is an enemy's attack. He doesn't know whether the fairy tale mages realize it or not, but he knows he needs to move. Those pillars are big and they might fall on normal people. In a flash, Ben teleports to the sky to catch the pillars, but he doesn't appear in the right spot. He aims to teleport in front of them, but he appears behind them. It's a miscalculation because he needs to move fast, but he still has a way. Ben extends his hands in the pillar's direction and says, Sun Dragon's gravity pull. A dark purple aura covers his hands and suddenly the pillars stop midair. They fly back to his position as he falls to the ground. Some people are on the street below him, so he shouts to them to get away from there. The people on the street scattered and Ben lands on the ground. But the pillars are still flying to his position because they follow his pulling force. Right before the pillars hit him, Ben uses gravity pull with the same power to nullify the pulling force. What a trouble, grumbles Ben as the pillars fall around him. You there, are you all right? Shouts a man from an alley. I should be the one asking. I am a mage while you're a normal person, so you have a bigger chance of getting injured by these things, says Ben while sweat dropping. Ah, that's right, says the man. Anyway, can you tell the local authority about this? I will go to Fairy Tale, so I can't take care of these pillars, says Ben. The man nods and goes to report it to the authority. Ben leaves the location and goes to the Fairy Tale building. He doesn't know what happens with their guild, but he needs to make sure that Myra and Elfman is fine. But before he can even reach the building, he encounters the mages from Fairy Tale. Myra and Elfman are among them and Makarov leads them in the front. They all stop and look at each other, with Myra and Ben don't know what to say to each other. You are, Ben, right? Is it you who stopped those flying iron pillars? Asks Makarov. Yeah, I was walking on the street when those things fly. Did I not supposed to do that? I just thought that it will be dangerous if they fall on the town, says Ben with an apologetic tone. No, that's the correct action. We need to thank you for that. Myra, Elfman, he's here for you, so go and accompany him. I will take care of this matter, says Makarov. But, Master, says Myra. I leave it to you. Let's return, everyone, says Makarov as he walks back to his guild building. The mages look at each other and shrug their shoulders before they follow Makarov. Myra and Elfman stay behind and sigh before they approach Ben. Long time no see, Ben, says Elfman and Myra to change the topic. Yeah, long time no see. Sorry that I've just come now, I've been busy these days, says Ben following their wont. He knows not to meddle in another guild's problem, it is their code of ethics as mages from Magic Guild. Although he doesn't really care about it, he won't be too clear about it. He doesn't want to give Myra and Elfman another problem too. Have you eaten something? Asks Myra. Not yet. Let's eat then, my treat, says Ben. Okay, replies Myra. They said that but none of them move and it make the situation awkward. I think I'll help the others, says Elfman. Elfman chooses the running away option as he runs to his guild, leaving the two. Ben and Myra scratch their heads and laugh before finally walking to a restaurant. They order some food and eat while talking. But both of them avoid the topic of Myra's kiss. Ben finally mans up and says, Listen, Myra. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Clicking that Power Stone / like also seemed to be a good choice, hehe. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 180 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 191 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 146, 146. Dating. Listen, Myra. I'm not a stupid and dense guy. We've known each other for a few years although we don't interact too often. But at least I know what you feel about me, says Ben. Myra gets flustered and says, I don't know what you're talking about. Ben smirks seeing that and says, you getting flustered just confirms it, so don't try to avoid it. I know you like as love interests me or you won't do that to someone that you don't like. Myra blushes and looks down in embarrassment as she remembers her kiss on Ben's cheek. I'll just be frank, I like you too, as a love interest, of course. That means I love you too and want to get into a relationship with you, says Ben. Myra widens her eyes in surprise and smiles happily. But Ben hasn't finished, but, before we get into a relationship, I need to say something first. You know I have a dream to explore the world in the future. I also have many things that I want to do that will take most of my time. So if you are. I'm fine with that, says Myra, cutting Ben's words. What are you fine with? Asks Ben. I'm fine with your dream and you being very busy. I will support everything you do as long as they're good. I will stay by your side in everything you do and in every happy or difficult time, says Myra seriously. Ben is rather speechless hearing that. You sound like we will get married now. I'm not done yet, says Myra. Alright, go on, says Ben. This is a serious step for us, so we need to be serious about this, and I am serious. I have thought a lot about it and I put my choice on you. You were there in one of my most difficult times and give me support. If you were not there, I don't know what will happen to me and my siblings. That's why if we really get into a relationship, I will be there for you too in your difficult times. We need to support each other, says Myra. Ben smiles hearing that and rubs Myra's hair. You've really grown up. Of course, I am. Humph, says Myra while pouting. Ha ha ha, that's not a grown-up woman's answer. But I like it. Then, I think that's a yes, right? Asks Ben. What yes? You haven't asked anything, says Myra, still pouting. Ben blinks his eyes in realization before he stands and then romantically kneel beside the table. He takes Myra's hand and looks into her eyes. Do you want to go on a date with me, princess? Asks Ben. Myra blushes before she nods, yes. Clap 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 whistle. The other guests clap at them and some even whistle. Ben and Myra look around with surprised expressions. They have just remembered that they are in a restaurant full of people. Both of them turn red in embarrassment and steams come out of their heads. They smile sheepishly before running out of the restaurant. Ben just left some money on their table to pay the bill. Everyone in the restaurant laughs at them and thinks how good it is to be young. The adults remember their past young love lives and the couples are trying to be more romantic now. Still, there are a few kids here, and they don't understand anything. Ben and Myra run without any destination in mind. They just want to get away from that restaurant fast. After running for a few minutes, they finally arrive on a bridge. They stop and look around to make sure that they're safe. Sigh, I never thought that the first thing we do as a couple is running away. What an experience, says Ben. Hee, but it's fun, and we will always remember it, says Myra. I don't know about it being fun, but it surely will be something to remember, says Ben. Both of them then walk on the street beside the river while holding hands. Myra is shy about holding hands, but she doesn't let go of Ben's hand. She's shy, but also happy at the same time because she has waited for this moment for a long time. They just walk while talking normally like what they usually did. Being lovers doesn't mean they need to become different. They love each other the way they are, so they just need to be themselves and act normally. On this first date, they just walk around the town and go to many places. It's a normal activity, but the feeling is really different. Well, it will really be very normal if they don't act lovey-dovey on the date. Even though they try to act like usual, they still can't hide their feelings. As a new couple, they can't help but act lovey-dovey. Besides, this is their first date, so that is normal. The last place that they visit is the park. They've gone here before, but they're not alone as Bella also joined them back then. Now Bella is not here, so they can be more open. They sit on the grass and Ben sits behind Myra while hugging her from behind. She puts her head on Ben's shoulder as they enjoy the orange sky. No one in the park minds it as there are many couples too in here. Myra, I have something for you. This is not an exclusive gift because I've given it to my sisters too. But I promise you'll only get this from me, at least for now, says Ben. It seems I will never be the first woman in your life, huh? You'll always think of your sisters first before me, after all, says Myra teasingly. Well, I've met them first before you. I love you all, but my love for them and you are different, says Ben. I know. There's no way you'll love your sisters as women, after all. So, what is the gift? Asks Myra. Ben smiles hearing that and says, this. Ben opens his palm and shows the magic circle mark on his palm. This is a spatial storage mark that can be used to store items. It has a volume of 1000 cubic meters but can only store non-living things and it can't be erased. There's also a spatial storage bag with the same function. But it can only store something that can enter the bag's mouth, says Ben while taking out a white furry sling bag. Myra is very surprised to hear and see both spatial storage tools. She takes the bag and looks inside it. The inside is very dark like outer space and she can't see its bottom. Did you make them yourself? Asks Myra. Yeah, they're the result of my 1-year journey. So, which one that you want? Asks Ben. Of course, the bag. It's very pretty, after all. Who made the bag? Asks Myra. One of my aunts in the village. Our village is good at something like this, says Ben. Myra puts the bag on her shoulder and looks at it happily. They stay in the park until sunset while enjoying some snacks that they've bought on the way here. Then they return to Myra's house while holding hands again. On the way to her house, Myra is very nervous and has many things in her head. They are lovers now and they go to her house. So she can only think of lewd things. Ben knows what she's thinking and smirks. Lewd girl, says Ben so suddenly. Myra jolts in surprise and gets flustered. I don't know what you're talking about. Haha, no need to hide it. I know what you're thinking and it's normal for our age. But there's no need to rush it, we are just getting started, so we still have a lot of time in front of us. Besides, I know you still have a problem in your guild to think about. Phantom Lord isn't a weak guild, so you should put your focus on it, says Ben. You know. Says Myra in surprise. It's not hard to guess. Those flying iron pillars are the biggest clue. The townspeople also keep talking about it, so I know it easily. I only know one person from Phantom Lord who can do that, Iron Dragon Slayer, Gajeel Red Fox. That really piqued my interest, says Ben. You are very observant, aren't you? Asks Myra. That's a must for a high-class mage, says Ben while smirking. Myra sighs hearing that before saying, Ben, I have a request. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Clicking that Power Stone / like also seemed to be a good choice, hehe. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 181 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 192 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 147. Request. I have a request, says Myra. You want me to help your guild, right? I can do that, but only if the situation has become too dangerous. We are from different guilds and I can't intervene in other guilds' business. That will create a bigger problem for our guilds. I can help when the civilians' safety is threatened or when things have gone too far, says Ben. I know, that's what I thought too. This is our guild's problem and we will try to solve it ourselves. But no one knows the future and anything can happen, so we need to be careful. With you here, I feel like I don't need to worry about anything, says Myra. Is this really your request? Asks Ben. Yes, but I think Master has anticipated this too. Although he won't rely on your help in this matter, says Myra. Alright, I will stay here for a few days and look at the situation. Master Makarov is my guild master's friend, so I'm sure he will ask me to help if needed, says Ben. Sorry for troubling you, says Myra apologetically. Don't mind it, this is for my girlfriend's safety too, says Ben teasingly. Myra blushes hearing that and walks away, leaving Ben there. Ben smirks and follows her walking to her house. They arrived shortly after that and Myra enters the house. But Ben just stays outside and doesn't follow her. You aren't coming in? Asks Myra. No, I don't want to show that I'm here to help your guild. Besides, you won't be able to sleep if I stay here tonight, says Ben while smirking. Myra blushes again as she knows what Ben means. He means she will just think of lewd things if he stays in her house, so she won't be able to sleep. She hits Ben's chest cutely before entering her house and slams the door angrily. Ben just laughs and says, I'll take my leave then, White Princess. Good night and sleep well. Tomorrow will be a hard day for you. Ben leaves Myra's house to find a hotel after saying that. He finds a hotel with a tall building easily after just walking for a few minutes. Then he rents the room on the highest floor so he can have a better view around the town. Phew, what a day, says Ben while bathing in hot water. Who thought that I will have a girlfriend on my way home from a job? Although a problem arises soon after it happens. Sigh, Phantom Lord, hey? What a troublesome guild. Why'd they bother to attack another legal guild's territory? It will just bring problems to them as Magic Council might disband them. What's their real motive? Ponders Ben. Ben thinks about it and doesn't find any good answer. He stops thinking about it and calls Rubal instead. The old man picks it up and he tells what happened. Of course, he doesn't say about him dating Myra now. What a problematic situation. Alright, I approve your decision and will leave it to your discretion, says Rubal. Ben nods and thanks to the old man before closing the call. This is a serious problem, so he needs to inform Rubal and can't act without approval. A war between guilds will affect a lot of things, so he needs to be careful with it. Phantom Lord has a long hatred toward Fairy Tale, it's a public secret. But why'd they suddenly attack frontally like this? There must be a big reason that gives them such bravery, ponders Ben. Ben doesn't find an answer, so he leaves it and goes to sleep. He wakes up the next morning and eats before walking around the town in disguise. He transforms into a normal civilian to hide his real identity. Rubal has given him an instruction to hide their involvement except when the situation has become too dangerous. So he needs to hide his identity until that time and only shows up when needed. While walking around, Ben encounters Natsu's team that has just returned. They were staying on Galuna Island for a night because of the villagers' request. Well, at least they returned before the war officially starts. Ben ignores them and just enjoys his walk around the town. Too bad that he doesn't find any Phantom Lord's member in his walk. So he can't interrogate them to understand the reason for their attack. At night, Ben calls Myra and asks for a report about the situation. She tells him that Makarov hasn't ordered them anything. They still don't have enough proof to attack Phantom Lord. Those iron pillars could be from anyone, especially Dark Guild. So if they attack Phantom Lord first, the council can punish Fairy Tail instead of Phantom Lord. They need to avoid this because their relationship with the council isn't too good. Ben sighs hearing that because that's correct but also wrong at the same time. But he knows they need to think more of the long term rather than the short term effect. However, if they keep silent, Phantom Lord will be more brazen in their attack. It is proved the next day when one of Fairy Tail's team is found in a miserable situation. Team Shadow Gear has its 3 members crucified onto a tree after getting attacked and defeated by Gajeel Red Fox at night. Of course, this move enraged everyone in Fairy Tail. Phantom Lord has gone too far now and they even left their guild's mark on the defeated mages. Now Makarov doesn't hesitate to attack back and he officially declares war with Phantom Lord. The Fairy Tail mages then leave Magnolia and go to attack Phantom Lord's headquarters. Many mages join the attack as Phantom Lord's HQ must have many mages in there. They just left a few mages in the guild to take care of the injured members. Myra calls Ben before leaving and asks him to stay in Magnolia. Makarov knows that Ben is in the town and he requested Ben to stay through Myra. Phantom Lord might attack Magnolia while they're gone, after all. Ben agrees and goes to the Fairy Tail building soon after that. He stays on the rooftop of the building in front of the Fairy Tail Guild building. He erases his presence and spreads his magic sense to detect if there's an attack. Sometime later, he senses 2 strong magic sources. He smirks and locks the 2's position but doesn't do anything yet. Those 2 are hiding, so Ben knows they are not Fairy Tail mages. Let's see what you want to do, says Ben as he keeps watching. After some minutes, the 2's magic power suddenly changed a little. Ben also senses another magic source is getting closer to him from the Fairy Tail Guild building. It's Lucy who comes out to take a breath after treating her guild mates. Are they targeting her? I don't know the reason, but it's interesting. Still, I can't let that happen though, says Ben while looking at Lucy who walks without any caution. Ben makes a clone and it transforms into Lucy. Then his clone uses a spell, teleport, exchange. His clone switches with Lucy and makes her surprised. Before she can even talk, Ben puts a sleep spell on her so she will stay quiet. Then he looks at Lucy who walks on the street. Suddenly, a blue-haired girl walks toward Lucy and says that she is from Phantom Lord. Lucy gets surprised and the girl suddenly traps her in a water ball. Then Lucy passed out and a strange man appears. They take Lucy and leave the town immediately. So they are really targeting her. Good thing I made the correct move and saved her, says Ben while looking at the sleeping Lucy beside him. Ben then smirks and says, now, what will they do to my clone? You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Clicking that Power Stone / like also seemed to be a good choice, hehe. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 182 of Fairy Tail, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 193 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 148. Lazy Lucy. After the 2 Phantom Lord mages left with his Lucy clone, Ben takes the real Lucy to Fairy Tail Guild building stealthily. He puts her on a table and goes back to the rooftop again. Maybe there will be another attack from Phantom Lord, so he needs to stay vigilant. Meanwhile, the Fairy Tail mages have reached Phantom Lord base in Oak Town. They barge in and attack the enemy mages there. The war has started and both sides clash frontally. Makarov leaves the Phantom Lord's members to his mages and goes to find Jose, Phantom Lord's guild master. He walks to the 2nd floor in rage while showing his massive magic power that's even higher than Ben's current magic power. This old man became one of the 10 wizard saints for a reason. As he walks, Makarov's magic power breaks the floor, wall, windows, everything around him. His rage can be felt by the mages on the 1st floor, including the Phantom Lord mages. But none of them have time to worry about it and focus on fighting Fairy Tail mages. Makarov finally reaches Jose's room and asks the latter about his reason for attacking Fairy Tail. Jose doesn't give a clear answer and makes Makarov angry. So the short old man uses his magic to enlarge his hand and punches Jose. But Jose is using thought projection, so Makarov's punch doesn't injure him at all because he is just a hologram. It makes Makarov angry, but then he is shocked when Jose projects the captured Lucy. However, his shock turns into confusion as Lucy is laying lazily as if nothing is wrong. Jose also realizes it and he gets confused too. Lucy rips the rope that tied her hands easily and starts to pick her nose. Hey, how long should I wait like this? This is very boring. Why should I act like a damsel in distress? Sigh, at least give me some snacks, says Lucy. Her words make Jose and Makarov sweat drop because it's like she doesn't understand the situation. This Lucy is Ben's lazy clone, so she is very lazy even when she doesn't need to do anything now. Makarov realizes something is wrong and remembers that Ben is guarding the town. He thinks fast and knows that this must be Ben's doing. Although he doesn't know exactly what Ben did, he knows that this Lucy is not the real one. It seems you kidnapped the wrong person, Jose, says Makarov. Damn, are you really Lucy Hartfilia? Asks Jose angrily. Lucy doesn't say anything and just flicks her bogger at Jose, making him angry. Jose punches Lucy and she dodges it by rolling to the side, she's too lazy to get up. Such a sissy punch, says Lucy lazily to mock Jose. Jose gets even angrier and shouts, Grat. Arya. Suddenly, a big and tall man that wears a blindfold appears behind Makarov. The old man who is distracted by the show gets caught off guard. The man, Arya, has made a magic circle on each of his hands and aimed it at Makarov. Metsu. Says Arya. After Arya said that, Makarov suddenly gets his magic power drained from his body rapidly. It makes him unable to do anything and finally gets his magic power drained completely. Arya's spell heavily damaged the old man because of his massive magic power. This spell gets stronger if the target's magic power is high too. So the damage that Makarov gets is very big. The unconscious Makarov falls to the first floor and it makes the fairy tale mages surprised. They decide to retreat because their guild master's safety is more important. The war with Phantom Lord can wait until their master recover. Meanwhile, in Phantom Lord's headquarters located somewhere else, Jose is still angry at Lucy and demands an explanation. But Lucy is still being lazy to do anything, even just to answer Jose's question. The old guy is getting more frustrated and suddenly blabbers about his reason to attack Fairy Tale, which is her. Lucy's father, Jude Hartfilia, has hired Phantom Lord to find his missing daughter. Jose used this request to his advantage and attack Fairy Tale because Lucy is Fairy Tale's member. He used the job as a legal reason to have a war with his guild's rival. Says Lucy uninterestingly while still picking her nose. Grrh, just who are you actually? Asks Jose angrily. Clone, replies Lucy truthfully, still with a lazy tone. Hey? Clone? Asks Jose in surprise. Yeah, and I think my job is done, so goodbye, says Lucy as she dispels herself. Jose blinks his eyes in disbelief before he realizes that he is being played. He gets very angry and promises that he will make Fairy Tale pays for this. He'll also find out the clone user and gets his revenge. Ben receives the clone's memories and now understands the reason for this war. Although he is quite disappointed at his lazy clone who doesn't even try to fight with Jose. At least he wants to know a wizard saint's power by using his clone to test it. But well, knowing the reason for this war is good enough, and he has succeeded in pissing Jose. It's a little payback for all the trouble that Jose and his guild made. Now he just needs to wait for the news about Fairy Tale's attack on the enemy's base. Sometime later, the Fairy Tale mages finally returned. But Ben frowns when he sees the unconscious Makarov. He can sense that the old man's magic power is very low and knows that it's the reason for his bad condition. Some mages then take Makarov to the western forest of Magnolia. Ben knows they want to bring Makarov to that old woman's treehouse. He has gone there in the past after he saved the Strauss siblings, after all. Myra also joins the group that brings Makarov to the forest. But Ben kidnaps her on the way without anyone's knowledge. It surprises her, but he quickly calms her down to not alert anyone. Ben. Don't surprise me like that. Says Myra angrily. Sorry, but I can't show myself to them. What happens with your master? Asks Ben. Myra stops getting angry and tells Ben what happened before. As the story goes on, Ben realizes that he is also taking part in Makarov's condition. If he didn't disguise his clone as Lucy, then this won't happen. Ben apologizes to Myra before explaining his little act before. He explains everything, especially his reason and what he got from it. His explanation makes Myra a little pissed, but she knows it's not his fault, and he is not wrong to try finding out the reason for this war. Lucy's father, hey? So Phantom Lord used his request to their advantage, very cunning. At least now we know the reason. We need to hide it from Lucy for now or she will feel very guilty, says Myra. Do what you think is right. But I think you need to warn that girl to be more cautious. She doesn't have any sense of danger and just walked without any caution before. It's like she doesn't realize that her guild is in a war with another guild and she might be put in danger too even though she's in the town. If I wasn't there, she will surely get kidnapped by the enemies, says Ben. Myra nods and agrees with Ben. They all need to be vigilant in this situation or it might cost them their lives. Lucy is new to this kind of thing, so she is still careless and still doesn't understand many things. Suddenly, they feel a tremor and hear a very loud voice that makes the birds scared. They try to find the source of the tremor and sound by going up on a tall tree. What they see is really shocking, it's a moving castle. That's Phantom Lord's headquarter building. Damn, that's cool. Now I want to make something like that too, says Ben with a very impressed tone. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Clicking that Power Stone / like also seemed to be a good choice, hehe. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 183 of Fairy Tail, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 194 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 149. Jupiter Cannon. Ben is impressed by Phantom Lord's walking castle. It's really impressive, but this is not the right time, so Myra scolds him. She tells him to get ready for battle before she leaves to warn her guild mates. After getting scolded, Ben leaves in the castle's direction and gets ready for any confrontation. Phantom Lord must have brought their building here for something. His suspicion is proved when a very large and long cannon appeared from the castle and aimed at the Fairy Tail building. The Fairy Tail mages are panicking, but Myra manages to calm them. Then she goes to the front line with Urza. They are the only S-class mages left in the guild, so they have a responsibility to protect their comrades. Urza immediately uses her requip and changes her armor into adamantine armor. While Myra now transforms into Satan's soul, Halphas. They are getting ready to intercept Phantom Lord's magical convergent cannon, Jupiter. This cannon is known for its immense destructive power. It is a very powerful weapon that shoots a very strong compressed energy beam. If this cannon is activated, it will destroy the Fairy Tail building and even Magnolia. They can't let that happen, so Myra and Urza will stop the cannon. The cannon is getting charged and they are standing between it and their guild building. They prepared themselves to block the powerful attack. Shoo! Phantom Lord finally shoots their Jupiter cannon toward Fairy Tail. Urza stands in the front with her shields ready to block the dark beam. Myra is preparing her spell to counter the dark beam and reduce its power. But before the beam reaches them, golden light flashes beside them. It is Ben who has his whole body covered in golden flame. He stands in front of the two girls and gets into a stance. He extends his hands to the front with his palms open. A big golden magic circle appears on his hands and he says, Dragon Slayer's secret art. Energy release, solar flare. Ben shoots a big gold beam toward the incoming dark beam from Jupiter cannon. Wait. That's too low, says Urza in realization when seeing Ben's aim is lower than Jupiter's beam. Don't worry, he knows what he's doing, says Myra. Shaboom. Ben's attack hit Jupiter's beam's lower side just like what Urza thought. But that's what Ben aimed because now Jupiter's beam is redirected upwards. It moves to the sky and hits nothing but air. Countering the beam frontally will need more energy rather than redirecting it. If he can stop it with less effort, then Ben will choose that option. What they need to worry about isn't just Jupiter's beam, after all. So saving energy is important. Jupiter's beam finally ends after a few seconds and Ben also stops his spell. Urza finally realized why Ben aimed the beam's lower side. Myra has realized it from the beginning though, that's why she is very calm. Before Myra and Urza can say anything, Ben disappears using his teleportation. Many Fairy Tail mages are coming to their position, so he decides to hide again. It's not like he doesn't want to meet them, but they'll surely ask him many things to him, and he wants to avoid that. Just like what he predicted, they ask Urza and Myra about him. They want to know who he is because they couldn't see him clearly. Urza, who gets troubled by their questions, finally gets angry and tells them to stop. We still have enemies to fight, so just focus on it now, says Urza strictly. That's right, you just need to know that he is here to help us, says Myra while smiling. The mages just nod and don't dare to ask anything else. Now they need to focus on facing Phantom Lord that has come to their door. Makarov isn't here, but they still need to fight regardless. Everyone suddenly hears Jose's voice and he demands Lucy to be handed over. He also demands the one who has fooled him to be handed over too. But everyone refuses without any hesitation as Lucy is their comrade. They don't know the other one that Jose wants though. Fine, if that's what you want then I will grant it. Jupiter will be shot in 15 minutes with more power. I wonder if you can stop it again, says Jose as if what Ben did before was just a coincidence. Suddenly, a lot of dark ghostly figures come out of Phantom Lord's base. They're figures that Jose summoned with his magic, shades. The ghosts fly to Fairy Tail mages' direction who are preparing themselves to fight. But they know they can't just focus on the shades because Jupiter will be shot again. They need to find a way to stop Jupiter too, even though Ben the mysterious man might stop it again. But they don't want to rely on him as this is their war. Natsu decides to attack Jupiter by flying there with Happy's help. He attacks the cannon from outside but his attack caused no damage. So he decides to attack from inside and enters the castle. Meanwhile, Ben is looking at the situation from Fairy Tail's rooftop. Master Makarov isn't here, so someone needs to face Jose. Well, let's find out how strong a wizard saint is, says Ben while grinning excitedly. Ben disappears from his spot and appears in Phantom Lord's castle. The distance isn't too far so he can reach it with teleportation. He spreads his sense to find the biggest magical source and he finds it on the top floor. That must be Jose, says Ben as he smirks and teleports there. Just like he thought, he appears right in front of Jose who sits on his throne. Jose is surprised by Ben's sudden appearance in his room. Who are you? You don't seem to be a fairy tale mage, asks Jose while looking at Ben's guild mark in his forearm. I am a challenger. Wizard Saint Jose Porla, show me your power as a wizard saint, says Ben smugly. Don't make me angry, kid. I am here for fairy tale, not a stupid brat like you, says Jose pissly. Really? I thought you come for me too. Have you changed your mind? Boring, says Ben as he transforms into Lucy and picks his nose. Jose now realizes that Ben is the one who disguised as Lucy and pissed him off before. So he gets up from his throne and looks at Ben angrily before laughing creepily. He, good, you come here yourself. Now I don't need to search the whole Magnolia to find you. You want to see a wizard saint's power? Fine, I'll grant it to you, says Jose as he releases his full magic power. Ben flinches when he senses Jose's full magic power. He thought his magic power is high enough, but it's still below Jose's. He has more than 360,000 MP points, that's far beyond normal S-class mages, but it's still below Jose. His MP might be around 500,000 if gets converted into points. Maybe that's the requirement for Wizard Saint level mage. Well, there are 10 of them and they have different strengths based on their ranks, so I don't know for sure. They say that the gaps on higher levels are much bigger than the lower levels. Even rank 10 and 9 of Wizard Saints might have a very big gap, not to mention for the higher ranks. Then the 4 gods of Ishgar must be much stronger than this. Damn, it makes my blood boils, says Ben excitedly. It's been a long time since Ben fight someone stronger than him. Although MP isn't everything, having more MP means they can use stronger and more spells. That means this won't be an easy fight for Ben, but he is very excited now. I couldn't go all out in my last battle. But it seems I can and need to go all out now. Let's find out how much I grew in the last 1 year, says Ben as he also releases his full magic power. Jose gets a little surprised by it and grins. It seems you aren't just an idiot kid, but you're still an idiot for provoking me. Ben and Jose gets ready to fight for their own reasons. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Clicking that power stone /like also seemed to be a good choice, hehe. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 184 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 195 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 150. Clash with Jose. Ben and Jose are facing each other in the wide throne room. Their massive magic power clash and cracks the things around them. Jose's magic power is so sinister and has a dark color, while Ben's magic power is very bright like sunlight. Their appearance also changes a little as they release their magic power. Jose has his eyes' white parts turn black, which makes him look scary. Ben has his eyes glow bright and his hairs raised like sharp spikes. They push their magic power onto each other and make the clash bigger. Even though Ben's magic power is lower than Jose's, it is not weak by any means. He is still a high-level S-class mage and he is a Slayer mage with 2 Slayer magic types. He won't lose to Jose if it's just a magic power clash. As a dragon and devil slayer, his magic power has a different quality from normal mages, so he can hold his ground against Jose. He has the magic of dragon, demon and human inside him, after all. Their magic power clash can be seen from outside of the building. The clash's effect is very big that it makes big waves in the river and the cloud turns dark. Waves of energy also spread everywhere, scaring the mages on land. What happens? Asks Wakaba while attacking a shade. Such strong magic power clash. It must be from Phantom's master. Does someone fight him? But who? Asks Macau. Myra, is it him? Asks Urza to Myra. Myra nods and says, most likely. I don't know anyone from our guild that has that much power besides Master and Guildarts. It's still weaker than both of them, but no one else has this much magic power, so it must be him. Well, he can stop Jupiter Cannon single-handedly, so such power isn't that strange. But what should we do? We can't get closer with such battle going on there, says Urza. I don't think we need to go there. Look, they are the ones who come to us themselves, says Myra as she points at the Phantom Lord building direction. The Element 4 members are leaving their building because Ben and Jose's clash scared them too. It will be dangerous if they stay in their guild building because it can get destroyed anytime. Natsu also leaves with Happy's help because his opponent is leaving. Where's their Dragon Slayer? Asks Elfman. Myra suddenly widens her eyes and transforms into her Satan soul form. Then she flies fast to her guild building and leaves the things here to Urza. Urza doesn't understand why Myra suddenly leaves, but she agrees to it regardless. After Myra leaves, Urza orders everyone to focus on fighting the shades. Natsu is chasing one of the Element 4, Todomaru, a fire mage. So they need to take care of the other 3 and she plans to ask Grey and Elfman to help her do it. But even before she even says anything, Gray and Elfman have gone to do it. They don't want to lose to Natsu, who has fought one of the Element 4. These boys are still very competitive even in a war situation. Urza sighs before she also leaves to fight Element 4. This group is composed of Phantom's strongest members, so they can't be ignored. Natsu, Elfman, and Gray are the strongest members below S class, so Urza can leave Element 4 to them. Back with Ben and Jose, who finally stops their magic power clash. They've done judging their opponent's power, so now they just need to fight for real. Their clash also makes Jose realize something about Ben. So that's how it is. I never saw you myself, so I didn't realize it before. But I won't get wrong about your magic power signature because my guild has one too, a Dragon Slayer. That makes it easier for me to guess who you are. Ben Cooper, also known as Karna the Sun's Child, you must be him, says Jose. Ben just smirks when hearing that and says, yeah, that's me. What would you do about it then? Then it will be a bigger reason for me to kill you right here and right now. I can't stand a very small guild like yours as having a strong mage like you, says Jose angrily. Ha, what a petty old man. You won't live long and peacefully with that small heart of yours, says Ben while covering his hands and legs with solar energy that looks like a golden flame. You are the one who won't live long, brat, says Jose as he makes dark balls on his fingertips. Jose flicks his right index finger in Ben's direction and Ben can see a dark bullet fly to him at high speed. Ben tilts his head to the left to dodge the bullet that is aimed at his forehead. Too slow, says Ben while smirking. Try this then, says Jose as he shoots using all his fingertips. Dark bullets are shot toward Ben at a high rate and speed. Ben uses his solar energy covered hands to block every bullet that Jose shot. He can see every bullet and move very fast to match the bullet's speed. Ben's blocking makes the bullets go everywhere and hits the surrounding, destroying things. Jose then flashes around to shoot Ben from many directions. But Ben is unfazed and still can block every bullet that Jose shot because he can sense every incoming bullet with his strong sense. Are you going to keep shooting from afar like a coward, old man? Asks Ben, who suddenly disappears from his spot and appears in front of Jose. Ben punches at Jose and hits the old guy. But Jose can use his hands to block Ben's punch in the nick of time. He isn't distracted like Makarov, so he can move to block Ben's attack even when he is surprised. Jose gets flung and hits the wall, but he comes out unscathed. He has protected his body with magic to reduce the damage from Ben's attack. Ben's punch was also not the best because he was hurrying his attack. I hope no less from a wizard saint like you, says Ben while grinning. Damn, cheeky brat, says Jose as he covers his right hand with magic. Jose swings his right hand at Ben in a horizontal arc shape. Ben suddenly gets hit by something and it explodes right on his body. The explosion flings him back, makes him hit the thick wall and break it. Damn, I didn't see it coming, says Ben as he gets up and swipes the blood that comes out of his mouth. The attack injured Ben, but it's not giving him big damage. Ben always wears a protective shirt that he enchanted with defensive spell himself. All his clothes have been enchanted with the physical and magical defense after he returned from his one-year journey. Enchanting my clothes was a correct move. It doesn't make me 100% immune to attacks, but at least the damages are reduced. I really need to teach this to Wendy. But damn, his attack is really strong, says Ben as he looks at his tattered shirt. Ben removes his tattered shirt and just wears his pants now. He is half naked and shows his muscular body. Jose sees the black sun mark on his left chest but doesn't have any suspicion and just thinks it's a normal tattoo. You're a tough brat, says Jose. Ben grins and makes a small ball of solar energy on his right hand before saying, I need to be tough or I won't be able to protect anything. Ha ha ha, so you are the same type as that fool Makarov. Protecting this and that. Then I'll destroy what you want to protect too, just like him, says Jose sinisterly. Ben throws the solar ball to the roof and it creates a big explosion. The roof is destroyed and sunlight enters the room, shining on both of them. Try it, says Ben while smirking. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Clicking that Power Stone / like also seemed to be a good choice, hehe. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 185 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 196 of Transcended as Lord Buggy.